we'll get started as soon as we can. I will say this, though. When we call your category of the staging lanes, please get there as promptly as you can. Also, based on the situation that's occurring now with the weather, there may be some schedule changes in the run order as well.
Don't even mention that yet.
Well, no. I mean, where I was going, Martin, there may be, because if you're a drag racer and have ever looked at a run schedule, what does every one of them say at the bottom?
Subject to change.
Exactly. So, with changing weather conditions and things like that, be prepared. There may be some schedule changes, maybe not, but be prepared. So listen to the PA, and
we'll try to keep you posted.
Exactly, because we need to do this efficiently as we can. If you believe the weather report, this was supposed to be the only system to pass through. There was another bigger one that was scheduled to be later on this afternoon, but that has broken up and will be broken up before it gets here, thankfully. So I think, based on the three different weather apps on my phone, once we get through this and get the track dry, we should be good to go. Everybody cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross your legs, cross your arms, cross your eyes, and let's hope for the best. Martin, thank you very much for
thank you, Stevie,
helping me in the pre-race. It's always a pleasure. I hope that you guys enjoyed our tribute to the Queen and the tribute to commemorate what happened tragically 21 years ago with 9/11. Without further ado, I think I'm going to let Jerry jump onto the PA, because I'm sure, knowing Jerry as well as I do, he's been sitting here quietly for probably 15 minutes.
You see him shaking over there, right?
I know. He's like,
come on.
I mean, I'll put it in drag racing terms. Jerry's up here almost going through tire shake, waiting to get on the PA.
He's going to go to red light.
Yeah. Jerry, here you go, buddy. It's all you.
I don't have anything to say. I'm speechless. I am bereft of words.
Now, here's the thing. For the 251st time this weekend, Jerry, you're killing me.
Well, I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to, metaphorically do that. So I think we got the weather thing happening here. The one weather forecast that I looked at said intermittent between now and 10, and it's supposed to be out of here by 10 o'clock, if not sooner. So, I mean, that's about as much of a weather forecast as I can predict. I did not go to school to be a weather forecaster, so that's a pretty thankless job. The rain is going to have hopefully a bit of a positive effect on some of the smoke that we see out and about. Smoke from some of the fires that are in and around the valley. So that is a bit of a positive impact for those who are suffering with a bit of asthma and everything else. Hopefully the moisture in the air will do a little bit of settling of that smoke. So, yeah, we'll be in this holding pattern for just a few more minutes as we get set to start with the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series first round of competition. That will be the first things called to the lanes. And, of course, Steve will bring you up to date, but stock will be the first category on the racetrack. And we'll get that call just as soon as we can. New batteries installed in the microphone, and so go. Hopefully, everybody is weathering the situation well. We will certainly look forward to getting racing underway just as quickly as possible. We have some of the equipment out on the track right as we speak, getting the got the blower, the jet dryer, the turbine out there, making its efforts known on the racing surface. So that is going to be a help, but it's going to be just a few minutes before we're able to get cars down the track. In basic terms, the day is going to run like this, unless we're going to be running with the first round of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, and that is the first round of eliminations all taking place. And then we will have one hit for all of the Summit ET Series racers. It's one hit. And then we'll go into, as they go into round 2 of eliminations for the Lucas Oil Series, the ET Series will go into eliminations. Throughout the day, there is a 4th qualifying session for Canada West Doorslammers until we hear otherwise. And this is their last points race on the roster this weekend, and so we'll try and keep you apprised of the leaders and their situation in this day. The point lead right now held by Paul Stretch in the Canada West Doorslammers with 397 points. Brian Ritchie's in second. Peter Lucanis and John DeYoung in third place has a tie, and a tie in fourth place with Derek Shirk and Jason Field. Henry Zacharias is in fifth place, so that's the top 5, and everybody's certainly doing their part to see who will be the 2022 champion, and that is going to be decided sometime today. So as far as the Summit ET Racing Series itself, it's obviously a big weekend for all of those racers, as each class will be racing for a special edition Wally. I have seen these there up in the tower. It is a Wally that's commemorating 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway. So it's a trophy that is going to look absolutely spectacular, sitting in the Class Champions Trophy case. So good luck to everyone who is racing this weekend for one of those commemorative Wallies. 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway. The other race within a race that is something everyone's keeping an eye on is the McLeod Clutches Super Shifter Series. The year actually started off really strong for Jamie Roth, 5 wins in a row. And obviously that put him in quite a points lead. And it looked like he was maybe going to have a lock on the series, but then Scott Winterbottom and Hobo Racing, they decided that enough was enough, and they had back-to-back wins at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So he is gaining on Jamie's 540 points with 522. They have a couple of races left this season, so that is the McLeod Clutches Super Shifter Series. Are having trouble hearing the PA anywhere on the property, I would suggest you tune us in at 92.7. 92.7 is on the FM band, of course, and that should solve any of the transmission problems. But I did hear that the center speakers in the pit area might have been turned down, turned low. Something happened to them. We didn't hear about that yesterday. This morning, it is saying that there's no sound there. So 92.7 is where you want to be. The ET classes that are running today, featuring the class sponsorships of Peden Industries for Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning, Bubba Speed Shop for Pro Bracket, Vancouver Car Wraps for Super Pro. So we do want to always thank the class sponsors for participating in their contributions to the various classes in the ET Racing Series. Mission Raceway, of course, is a left side drag strip. I mentioned this yesterday, and it becomes super important if you're putting your dial on your window. Make sure that it's on the left side, the driver's side of the car. That's right. Make sure the dial in and any car number is large and legible. Make it clear so that we can read it 75 feet away. And tower will be looking for those numbers, so the easier you make it for us to see, the better it is. Once you remember, pre-stage your car, you've bought that dial-in, so make sure the dial-in is correct on the reader board before pre-staging. There's typically no reruns if your dial-in was incorrect. Hey, if you in the Super Shootout yesterday, the payouts are available up here in the tower. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, I participated and I know some money is coming my way, where is it? It's up here in the tower. So Super Shootout participants, if you've got money coming to you, it's up here in the tower. Hopefully everybody's also had a chance to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack and get breakfast underway. That is one of the important things. Breakfast eggers, bacon and sausage, burritos, hash browns, all kinds of great stuff, along with hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken strips, fries, all that available. Shack, located on the pit side. So we do take the time to welcome all of the racers back, joining us after sort of a 3-year hiatus, an imposed hiatus, as it were. We're really happy to see everybody back at Mission Raceway, and you have probably noticed a good number of changes in the facility, and that's all by intention. We've had Titanium Auto Group step up and provide sponsorship for not only the race, various classes, and it is something we're calling the strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Auto fully understands what's most important to their customers, which is why customer service is at the top of their list of priorities. They aim to go the extra mile with each and every one of their customers, ensuring that they have the most memorable experience when buying their car from Titanium. They now have many repeat customers who return to them when it's time to upgrade to a new model due to their exceptional experience the first time they purchased. Titanium currently holds a 5-star experience, 5-star Facebook rating, and a 4.7-star rating with Google reviews. So head on over to www.titaniumautogroup.ca today to see what could be in store for you. We've got some safety equipment heading on the track, rolling up and down. We've got the jet dryer at the top end, taking care of moisture on the surface. And we continue to drag throughout the quarter mile. So all of that is taking place while we just wait. Got to get the track in good shape before we can send there, and that's what the safety crew is all about. Just a word to all of yesterday's ET, the Summit Series race winners. If you were a winner in yesterday's race or a runner-up, your special commemorative Wally is up here in the tower. So you can certainly come up to the tower and grab hold of your wings. They are a special commemorative Wally that celebrates 30 years of bracket racing here at Mission Raceway. So if you were a winner of yesterday's Summit ET Series or a runner-up, come on up to the tower and grab your trophy. In the pits, I was just made aware of the fact that all of you junior dragsters and junior street racers, you are to be at a driver's meeting at the base of the tower, 9:45. It is not a optional meeting. You are required to be there, so that's why I'm giving you the heads up. 9:45 at the base of the tower for all junior dragsters. That's Thunder and Lightning and junior street drivers. So be at the base of the tower, 9:45. We talked a little bit about some of the changes, and certainly great to see some of the other companies stepping up and providing sponsorship to the various classes, and one of those would be Peden Industries, who have become the junior Dragster and Junior Street sponsor. Peden Industries, they've got 50 years of excavation and construction experience. Peden Industries knows what it takes to provide exceptional service for commercial, industrial, and residential clients. That is from land clearing and site preparation to gravel placing and road building. You can count on Peden Industries to create a solid foundation for your project. After all, they know that you're looking for exactly the same thing they would be looking for in a contractor. You want skilled workmanship, dependable service, and a quality project completed on time and on budget. Peden Industries, providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. You can visit them online at www.pedenindustries.ca. Well, as you no doubt hear, we have got the jet dryer in operation, doing everything we can to dry the track as quickly as possible.
All right. Good news. People on track say that we are about 15 minutes away from running cars down this quarter mile. So, having said that, I'm going to go ahead and make the first call for Stock Eliminator. By the time you finish your warm-up process, it'll be time to go racing. So Stock Eliminator drivers, you can report to staging as soon as you can. I'll remind all drivers in all classes we need your cooperation. Please pay particular attention to the PA as we make our calls to the staging lanes for your category. Also take note of the run schedule. There have been no changes to it up to right now. So right now we're calling stock to the staging lanes. Super Street is on standby, and for those of you that weren't here yesterday, I'll go down the run schedule through the first rotation. We've called Stock Eliminator. We're about 15 minutes away from getting started today. We then go to Super Street. They are on standby at the moment. Super Street will be followed by Sportsman Motorcycle. We'll then go to Super Comp, followed by Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Dragster, presented by Rad Torque Systems, Comp Eliminator, BC Super Shifters, presented by McLeod Clutches. Jbs Top Sportsman will follow the Super Shifter class. Then we'll go into the ET classes, Sportsman ET, Pro ET, Super Pro ET. They will have a time trial, in fact. They're the only group of classes that will, in fact, have a time trial. Everybody else is in race mode or eliminations mode. Following the bracket program, we will go to Doorslammer, Junior Street, Hot Rod, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and then start back over at the top of the order. And apparently, I should have read ahead. I apologize. According to the schedule, in addition to Sportsman Pro, Super Pro getting a time trial, or qualifier if you want to call it that, so will Doorslammer, Junior Street, Hot Rod, Junior Thunder, and Junior Lightning. So basically, the bracket classes in its entirety will get a timed run. Everybody else is in elimination mode. So Stock Eliminator, please report to staging as soon as you're warmed up and ready to do so. We intend to kick things off at approximately 10:30 this morning. So if you're hungry and haven't got breakfast yet, Half Track Snack Shack should be open. Last time I checked in there, they have coffee, they have hot chocolate. And Jerry, maybe you can help me with this because I haven't been here in 4 years, so I can't really give them the breakfast menu.
It's anything you like, just about. They got an egger sandwich. You can get it on a bun with bacon or probably sausage. They can do that in a wrap as well. I hear great things about the wrap. And hash browns. So it's typical breakfast fare done up in splendid racetrack fashion.
That's good. So breakfast being served at the Half Track Snack Shack.
All the time.
You can get coffee. You can get hot chocolate if you prefer. I'm still trying to keep my eye focused near where the coffee stand is to see if Shelley has arrived yet. I'm going to be hugely disappointed if I have, if I come up here to Mission after a 3-year hiatus, if you will, not through anything that I've done, because I would have rather come up here and hung out with you guys. But if I come up here this weekend and I don't have any mini donuts or a cappuccino from Shelley,
yeah, I know,
I'm going to be very disappointed. I'm not going to lie.
It's like they're here yet, but
I mean it's 10:15 right now.
Yeah, they might be taking the weekend off.
I am fearful that you might be correct, sir. Okay, we've called Stock Eliminator to the staging lanes. We're now going to pull Super Street off standby and call them to the lanes as well.
Keep them on standby because there's a ladder, and so Stock's not laddered, right? Like they don't know what the ladder is because I have to.
So the heavy equipment continues to do a little bit of dragging. The word at the top end is that, yes, it is nice and dry. We've had the jet dryer out for the first time this year, actually, and all in an effort to get the track as quickly as possible so that we can get this race underway. We know we've got a lot of racers who are very keen to get started, and so everything is moving along quite well, according to Hoyle. So everything is moving along quite nicely. We'll definitely be calling cars to the lanes, and we would urge all racers to, when you hear your call, please head into the lanes as quickly as possible so that we can avoid any further 18 degrees right now, so it's not super hot, but it's going to be a warm-ish kind of day. A little bit of a breeze coming up out there. It's looks like it's a bit of a headwind, but nothing serious. So here we are. It's just a little after 10, and we have called stock to the lanes. We were talking about the special commemorative Wallies that are up for grabs. The Wally is celebrating 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway Park, and that Wally race is today. So just to add some clarification, the summit race that is taking place today, that is for the special commemorative Wallies that are up in the tower, all right? That is for today's race, so if you're a class champion today, you can look forward to grabbing one of those special edition Wallies commemorating 30 years of bracket racing at Mission. Everything is just moments away from getting underway. Stock is in the lanes, and so Super Street, you're on standby. And we have got the heavy equipment off of the racing surface. After that little disruption of weak clouds, so track is dry, track is getting sprayed, and we should be getting underway here momentarily. Once again, I would make sure that all racers have any numbers or dial-ins, whatever it is that you need the tower to see, make sure that that's on the left-hand side, the driver's side, and we appreciate your cooperation on that score. Steve already ran through the run order.
Yep, and
Steve?
I'm hoping that Stock Eliminator has started to arrive in the staging lane.
Oh, they're there. I see them all there, even Jim Mantle.
In the fishbowl.
In the fishbowl.
It's all good.
Yeah, yep, that's for sure. So you're going to be taking us through all of the Lucas Oil competitors in their first round.
You know what? I know that's your preference, but I feel like we should do it together.
Well, I can certainly, I was going to say provide some color, but I'm pretty pale, so...
oh, come on now. Don't sell yourself short, Jerry. You do a great job.
I will see what I can see and report on that to you.
All right. Not just me. You're going to report to everybody.
Oh, that's right, too. That's right, too. That was one of my biggest fears of announcing at the beginning of my announced career.
Yeah, I was here for that, by the way.
No, you were not. You were not. That was way back in 1975.
Okay. I was here for your Mission Raceway debut.
Yeah, no.
Okay, you're right.
1975, when the owner of the track in Saskatoon said, "We need an announcer," and I thought to myself, "Boy, you know, I would be going from talking in a control booth station where nobody can see you to talking on a microphone in front of all sorts of people who can look at you when you screw up
and throw things.
That's right.
Exactly.
And I said, I don't think so. That's not going to happen. But he was persistent. He asked me again and said, and it pays money. So I thought to myself, well, you know, if I'm going to be at the races, might as well pick up a paycheck as opposed to pay to go to the races.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call Sportsman Motorcycle to lane 1 and Super Street as well into lanes 5 and 6. Super Street 5 and 6, Sportsman Motorcycle to lane 1. Most of Stock Eliminator apparently is there, according to Jerry, so that's good. So now we're looking for Super Street in lanes 5 and 6, unless you're already on your way. And then Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle. Lane 1, please. So again, Super Street, 5 and 6, Sportsman Motorcycle, lane 1. Can't emphasize enough, we need your help. When we call your category, we need you to get there quickly because we got to make up some ground here. As you're aware, we were intending on starting at 9 o'clock. It is now an hour and a half after that at precisely 10:30, according to the clock on the live feed, which is gospel around here. So 10:31 right now, and we haven't run a single car, but we're in preparation mode.
We're ready.
Track's almost ready. Doesn't look like there's much equipment on it. So as soon as everybody buckled in Stock Eliminator, we'll run you out there as the first pair. And it looks like, judging from my qualifying screen, that you guys can't see, but Jerry and I can, there are 13 cars in this class.
That's what I'm looking at.
And how about the number 1 qualifier?
Yes.
I harassed Jim Mantle continuously, hopefully mercifully, easy for me to say without coffee at 10:30 in the morning, because I love that car. It's cool. You don't ever see a Pacer wagon, not on the street and definitely not at the drag strip, except for Jim Mantle's. I think I've seen maybe 3 other Pacer wagons in my life out in the street, out and about in the wild, if you will.
Yep. You know, that's one of the things that is always striking about drag racers. They bring a unique quality to the sport of drag racing in that you would not. Let's pick a race car that is nicely aerodynamic, that is going to look real slick, that's going to just really be attractive to everybody. No. Drag racers, they want something that says something about them.
And I'm proud of Jim Mantle. He's been AMC through and through, had an AMX before.
Ah, nice one.
But you got to love a guy who looks at a Pacer wagon and says, "Oh, dude,
that's me.
That's my next race car."
And he does well. He was runner-up here locally as well. So runner-up in the ET brackets that he was racing. So,
I mean, if memory serves me correct, the coolest final we've ever had here at Mission Raceway featured a Pinto and Jim Mantle's wagon. The year it exactly happened escapes me. I know that Jim will remember that.
That's classic.
So Angela Bushmaker, the former championship cheerleader back in high school, goes 12-13 in dial up against her dad first round. How cool is this? First round between father-daughter, and it's not a dance.
Yeah, that's right. They're set to do battle, and that green light comes on.
I love you, baby girl, but not right now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Angela Bushmaker and Bill, her dad, are separated by a mere 2 thousandths in reaction time when their trees went green. And Daryl, dad says, "Not today, sunshine. I'm headed to round number 2.
Yeah, 11:47 with a 9 at 107 miles per hour. Look at that margin of victory, though.
Crazy. 27 10,000ths. Wow.
Yep. So
that was a good drag race.
Squeaker at the top end.
It wasn't like Angela wasn't trying, that's for sure. How about Alf Weeb and David Rastad next? 12:07, the dial for Rastad in the silver car. Well, check out Alf Weeb's Buick Grand Sport. You know, back in the day, in the early 70s, everybody thought the Chevelle 454 SS car was the fastest car down the quarter mile. Not in 1970. That distinction belonged to the GS Buick, much like Alf Weeb has, and he wheels it to a win. So the number 2 and number 3 qualifiers have advanced to round number 2. This time Alf Weeb defeats number 9 qualifier David Rastad. Here's Kevin White. And I've really been struggling trying to figure out what the name of this color is. Is it canary yellow? Is it kind of lime green? Is it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's more on the yellow side than green, I'd say. But then, you know,
it looks kind of like a badly made bowl of pea soup.
Yes. Well, there is that.
And he races Ed Hodder Jr. in factory stock D. This is a 9-second capable, right off the showroom floor car, short of the paint job. But you got to have about $125,000 American to be able to afford a car like that. And for the first time in the opening round, the lesser qualified car takes a win, mainly because of a red light by Kevin Weeb, though.
One stinking thou red.
Oh, my God, that is brutal. First thing in the morning, round 1, you red light by a thou. Ouch. That will leave a mark for Kevin White. Here's Brian Thompson, the cute little 5-liter Mustang convertible, who's the number 13 qualifier. He takes on big bad John Buszynski in the record-setting 340 small block powered 1970 Barracuda from Pitt Meadows.
From time to time, but this is more his bailiwick. The events, the Lucas Oil Series, and you can tell by the agency stickers.
It was nice to see John's daughter yesterday. She brought her whole family, her husband and the 2 kids. So it's been a long time since I saw Sarah, and it was good to get a hug and see her, along with everyone who has taken the time to come visit up here in the timing tower.
Yeah, and you get a lot of visitors, too.
Well, it's funny because until this morning, I never put 2 and 2 together as far as how long I've been doing this. Next year will be my 40th season.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that counts. It counts.
I mean, a lot of people don't know this. At one time, I was the marketing guy for Mission Raceway.
Yes, going way back.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably the funnest time in my life. Actually, if you want to think about cool jobs, selling signage and sponsorships at a racetrack for a drag racer is pretty fun. Here's Jody Lang, one of the best in the business. Finally, he captured the World Championships a couple of seasons ago, and man, I'm proud of that dude. He takes on Clarence Bidniak, the record-setting B-Stock automatic beep-beep road learner. It's a double breakout at the finish line. Jody Lang getting the win. Margin of victory, 16 10,000ths. And I'll tell you, Jody Lang was 003 in reaction time. Clarence wasn't super far behind at 015, but it is Jody Lang who will move on to the second round as once again the slower or lesser qualified car by numbers moves on to the second round. That's not how it's supposed to play out.
Right.
Super Comp, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Comp, you're next up. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. And thank you.
So here comes our next pair. Derek Johnstone and Bruce Flodine. Bruce in the Dakota pickup, and Derek here on this side racetrack in the 66 Impala Ragtop. Sponsored by Lucas Oil. Got 83 cubic inch Chevy power.
This is a heads-up drag race. I love it when two identically classed cars have to race each other. And that means first one to the finish line. There is no breakout in the heads-up. Probably going to be Bruce Flodine. I'm going to guess.
You guessed right.
It? Bruce Flodine, 13:07 beats a 13:10 every day, including Sunday.
Yes, for sure.
So congratulations to Bruce Flodine. The shop truck, the Dakota, heads on to round number next. And that will bring up the aforementioned fishbowl. Now, Jim Mantle had a couple of choices. The only thing he had to do, according to the rules, is stage the car under its own power. Past that, he could have backed it away and saved it for second round, or the other option is to run it all the way through and check your dial in. He chose the latter and goes 1456 on the 1450 dial, and that's going to put a wrap on stock Eliminator and set us up for Super Street next. Now, we have called Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp to the staging lanes. My hope is that everybody is there for those two classes, and basically, Super Stock, you're on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily. I promise.
Yeah, just watching Jim Mantle, he does not strike me as the type of racer who is going to take the light. He likes to see that pacer head down track as many times as possible. So here we go then. Super Street. Gary Erickson, Ray Carlson, first pair. Erickson from Vancouver, Washington, and Carlson, 100 Mile House, BC, and the Barracuda. Barracuda over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Erickson over here. 1090 is the target. That's on the scoreboard. So these racers are all using electronics to get their car to run as close to 1090 as possible. And that's what they want to do. Get as close to 1090 without going under. So it's heads up on the tree. Reaction times come into play. Throttle stops, take power away, and then add it back in to see who dials it in properly. Win light for Gary Erickson as he is closest to the 1090 with an 11:08.1, 120 miles an hour. Gary Erickson advancing into the next round over Ray Carlson. And that brings up Brad Vinge and Mark Downing. Again, it's all about hitting that 1090 number. Brad Vinge in the Camaro over here, Tower side. Mark Downing in the Malibu on the Lordco side of the racetrack. They make their way down the quarter mile Downing heads a little bit over to the center line, but nonetheless, Brad Vinci picks up the win. Goes 10.93 with a 7. 139 miles an hour. So Brad Vinci advancing into round number 2 of Super Street. It's Warren Jacobson and Steve Lowe, our next pair. Jacobson from Mission right here. Lowe from Langley, just a stone's throw down the road. At the stripe, it's a win light for Warren Jacobson. Double reaction time over an 0.79. Jacobson runs a 10.95 with a Ford 132 miles an hour. So it'll be Warren Jacobson advancing into the next round as Al and Hermsen get set. Quigley Rad Torque sponsored 1998 Mustang. 639 cubic inches under the hood in the Mustang. In Hermsen goes red. 002 red. You see the green light come on over on the TCS side because Al Quigley picked up the win by virtue of that red light. Ends up running 10.89 with a 6, 161 miles an hour, but the red light took Hermsen out of the picture. 002 red. So not much red, but just enough. Al Quigley advancing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Gas, you're on standby. So both drivers go under that 1090 number. Jerry Epp closest at 1089.5, 150 miles an hour. Jerry Epp in the Mustang will be advancing into the next round. Dan Parsons, normally on the number, trying a little bit too hard, goes 1087 on a 1090 number index. 129 miles an hour, 1089 at 150 miles an hour, and that puts Jerry Epp into the next round of Super Street. Hey, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Super stock. You should be rolling up to the lanes. Super stock. So we've called super stock, super gas. You're on standby. You'll be called next. So we pick up qualifying in motorcycle. Tom Misfeld from Auburn, Washington on the Suzuki. Tom goes straight down the groove as a red light on the start line, but for qualifying, that's okay. He runs an 8.6 at 150 miles an hour. And that brings up our first pair in the motorcycle category. Got Miles Hauer and Billy Aiken. Miles Hauer on the blue motorcycle. Billy over on the Lordco side. Red motorcycle. So Miles Hauer, Billy Aiken heading down track. Staying pretty much move, and it's an 8:46 for hour, 154 miles an hour. Aiken goes 9:16, 140 miles an hour.
Wow. The reigning Division 6 champ, Miles Hauer, gets bounced round one by 1,000th. Ouch. Oh, that's right. It's qualifying. What am I saying? I told you. I need another cup of coffee.
It's
and
early.
I'm missing my mini donut. Dang it.
A little bit of a sugar fix that
I
is
could
not
use
happening.
a sugar fix. I'm telling you. Literally here in my stay in Mission, I've spent many sleepless nights. So I need coffee.
Yeah. Shannon Frank, 9:14. Al Oman, 9:18. So the Skidoo, 123 miles an hour. And perennial Al Oman goes 141 miles an hour. And here comes Tom Durand and Daryl. Both these guys regular runners here at Mission Raceway. Tom Durand does a lot of racing in the 604 series. And he's here on the ET side of things on a semi-regular basis. Pay attention in the pits. Super Gas, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, we need you to 5 and 6. And Rad Torque Top Dragster, you are on standby. So, 8:43 for the Suzuki of Storzik. As we now roll into Supercom. Index class of 890. So much like Super Street, you want to be as close to 890 as possible. So Mark Henges and Mark Heritage. It is a red light start for Mark Henges, and Heritage goes 889, 180 miles. Picks up the win because of that red light. Sandy Bracey now and Chris Borton bring their dragsters to the line. Sandy from Aurora, Oregon. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. And Chris Borton from Spokane Valley, Washington. B&H Performance. Red light start for Sandy. Turns on the wind light for Chris Borton, who goes 884, 182 miles an hour. So Chris Borton going to be advancing into the next round of Super Comp as Julianne Meloff and Randy Beck roll into get set to stage their dragsters. Super Comp category. Julianne from Maple Ridge over here on I. Randy from Tacoma, Washington. Problem set. He has to get off the throttle right at the hit and pulls over to the side. In the meantime, Randy Beck runs 922 with an 8 and 147 miles an hour. Julianne just coasting and stopping about at the 8th mile, so we'll have to get an ATV out there and look to extricate her from the race.
Hey, there goes Matt Meloff on the golf cart. I know, Sharkman Joe, I know. I just had to do it.
Well, it looks like Julianne got the car fired up, and so she's able to run it out through the top.
By the way, Joe, everyone in your family has come to visit me except for you. So maybe I should just start calling you Matt all the time instead of Joe. Oh, you're right. Right. Shelly, I'm sorry. Okay, don't cry. I'll give you 2 hugs. Don't cry.
Top end is clear, and Marion Hurst from Tacoma goes into the stage beams. At the stripe, 8, dead on 90 with a 4 at 180 miles an hour. So great run for Marion Hurst. Go into the next round of Super Comp, and that is going to take us into Super Stock.
I don't know about you, Jerry, but I love Superstock.
I can tell.
There's just something about a very large vehicle doing wheelies.
Wheel stands aplenty.
I mean, it's just the coolest thing. And in the interest of fair reporting, after you left, I did the British accent.
You just couldn't.
And
restrain
everybody
yourself.
hated it, so we're not going to do it anymore. It's been vetoed.
Hey, attention in the pits, Top Dragster. We need you to the rear of staging. Rad Torque Top Dragster. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. And that means competition. You are on stand.
So Mike Nottingham and Ken Johnstone, the Classic 55 Chevrolet, and the Clean 67 Fairlane with a factory 427 under the hood. 2 super cool cars, and unfortunately, that was over right here on the starting line because Ken Johnston fouled out by 7 stinking thousandths. Easy win for Nottingham as the Fairlane will advance. So the slower car beats the quicker car in this opening matchup in the Superstock as Nottingham and the Fairlane go to the second round. Brings up what can be considered a pretty good matchup. Jody Lang in Superstock, one of the best in the business, takes on Ricky McKinney, one of the hitters from around here. And he's a 3-time Mission Raceway Divisional event champ. Looking for a 4th. But he has to deal with Jody Lang, and that's never easy as Jody goes 1080. 1071 dial to move on to the second round. So no upset at the hands of Ricky McKinney. All right, heads up, baby. 2 GTL automatic cars going side by side. So no handicap head start. This is a heads up drag race. First one to the finish line's your winner. Who's got more power, Sean Coor or David Jung? The Nova or the Camaro? Hey, guess what? Sean Coor, 1034, good for the win, beats at 1129 just about every single time. So, Sean Coor moving on with the Nova, and David's new car, the Camaro, is out. Now, there are options. Should you lose in a divisional category in the Lucas Series, you can jump into either Super Pro or Pro, although no one's told me how much that costs yet. But the option exists for you to jump in and buy into the bracket program should you lose first round in one of the Lucas classes. Brings up Rod Stoltz, the Northwest Nationals champ this year in his old Sierra, and Terry Steves in the white Grand Am, the Lordco side of the racetrack. Wow, one of these drivers is like telepathically linked to the Christmas tree. Nearly perfect 001 reaction time for Rod Stoltz, and he goes 1070 on the 66 dial to move to the next round.
You know that in certain circles, that's called a bad job. But, boy, 001 reaction time. That's about as close to perfect as you can get. So, Christopher Coor now from Brush Prairie, Washington. Golden Shine, Cal car covers, 94 Camaro. No, it's not. So 962 at 117 miles an hour for Christopher Coor. Odd number of cars in the category, so the buy run goes to the number 1 qualifier. He goes 962. And that brings us into Super Gas, the next index class. We've got Super Comp running 890. Super Gas runs 990. And Super Street that we've seen earlier in the morning, 1090. Brent McKinney and Kirk Lance. Lance in the 67 blue Camaro over here tower side. The money pit is that 57 Corvette of Brent McKinney from Wilsonville, Oregon. As is so prevalent in this class, almost all vehicles are running in sort of a roadster style with the roofs removed. It's not always the case, as you see from Ken Hurd in the water box, but a lot of guys in the super class, when you're racing with the index class, you're looking out and looking to see where your competition is. And without the roof, that gives you a whole lot better peripheral vision to know exactly where that competition is. So launch hard, Electronics take control after that and bring on the coals at the top end. Wind light comes on for Brent McKinney in the Corvette. Goes 10:01. 10:01 on a 990 index. 153 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Ken Hurd and Ed Hutchison. Hutchison, a firefighter, Victoria, BC, in that 57, gorgeous 57 Corvette. 582 cubic inches under the hood of the Flashpoint Super Gas car. This side, Ken Hurd from Richfield, Washington, Rip City, Mustang. Wind light comes on for Ken Hurd. So the non-roadster takes the win this round, 991, 152 miles an hour. 004 reaction time went a long way to getting him at the finish line first. Breakout win or breakout loss for Ed Hutchison. He runs a 988 at 9 on a 990 index. So here's Dave in his Corvette. And Terry Langdon Davies in the 41 Willys. Langdon Davies in the going the absolute opposite route of a roadster with a big-bodied 41 Willys. They both go under the index. 988.7, though, is closest for Dave Stobie to advance into round number 2. As Kurt Geisey and Dean Peterson roll forward. Peterson taking one of those rarer Mustang roadsters into competition. 2008 Mustang with 600 cubic inches of Ford power in one lane, and Camaro in the other lane.
No, it's actually a Firebird.
Oh, it is a Firebird.
You know what's interesting? You have Camaro roadsters, Firebird roadsters, lots of Corvette roadsters, a few vintage 27 roadsters. I posed the question yesterday: did anybody or has anybody done a Challenger or Barracuda roadster?
Yeah, that would be interesting. I've never seen one.
Interestingly, Dean Peterson's son sends me a Facebook message with a picture of someone who has done a Barracuda roadster.
Oh, wow.
So they're out there.
So the win light went for Dean Peterson Mustang. 990 with a 4, so dead on Ford, 164 miles an hour.
Geez, you cut a 011 and you think, well, that's pretty good. I think I got this. Until the guy next to you goes 001 and you're like, oh.
Yeah. So Tyler Dalgleish and Josh Meloff now. Tyler on the 57 yellow Corvette and Josh in the 97 or 57 Corvette in the other lane.
Well, I feel pretty good now. I've cleared up a lot of things. The entire Meloff family,
yes,
the weekend, has visited me in the timing tower, and the subject of Joe versus Matt versus are we Sharkman or are we not has been decided. It is Joe Meloff, Joe Sharkman Meloff.
Oh.
So we're back to that.
Oh, well, as long as that's sorted out.
Well, I want to get things right.
991 winning time for Tyler Dalgleish from Mission in his yellow Corvette to go into the next round of Super Gas.
Copy that. We'll do a little prep work on the racetrack before we move on in the run order. And that includes Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and the BC Super Shifters coming up. So we're on hold for a minute or two. If you haven't visited the Half Track Snack Shack, I would assume, since it's almost 11:15, that if you wanted breakfast, you better hurry, because I would imagine they shift to the lunch and dinner menu in pretty short order around here, don't they?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the time is, but I know that they do make the shift at some point.
Well, yeah, because in the States anyway, I recollect this from the times when I used to go to McDonald's for breakfast. At 10:30, they cut off all the breakfast sandwiches.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that cutoff.
Right? Me too. It's like, really? It's 10:31 and I have to have nuggets?
You got nothing left over?
Right.
I'll take one of the cold ones. That.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, then they finally got smart. Eventually, they got smart, and now breakfast can be served at McDonald's all the time in the States anyway.
Somebody waking up.
Not that I want to make this a McDonald's commercial, but they have a new breakfast sandwich up here.
What's that?
It has jalapenos in it.
Oh, that'll
I'm like,
wake you up.
I'm not sure that's a good idea for breakfast for me, but hey.
It'll put a little pep in your step.
A little spice in your breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
They don't have those down in the States.
That's surprising to me. You would think that there is a fad right now when it comes to potato chips and everything else, super hot. It's like the manufacturers cannot make it hot enough. And I'm not sure what's going on there.
I mean, I don't often eat spicy things because, frankly, my stomach and intestines don't like that. I love the taste of it. Don't get me wrong. It's just the aftermath.
Yeah, yeah. There is something, they've done a lot of research on that. And, whether it's hot curries or whether it's spicy jalapenos or whatever.
Peppers or whatever.
There is a thing that happens with your endorphins that once you have one, and even though it's hot, you have another one. And even though it's hotter, you have another one. There is this thing that happens where you do want to keep eating. So I think the chip manufacturers are just manipulating our taste buds beyond belief.
I mean, I don't mean to get too personal, but my downfall is any kind of potato chip.
Uh-oh.
Or, Fritos or any of that.
None in the tower.
Yeah, thank goodness.
That's what I said to my wife the other day when she was going out to the grocery store. Do you want anything? I said, yeah, a bag of Fritos. She says, we don't get Fritos up here. I said, yeah, but I want a bag of Fritos. Well, I wanted a small bag. You can get like the family size and everything else. You can get the hoops. Yeah. You can get those. We don't get the Twizzler ones.
The scoops, you don't get those.
Yeah, we get the scoops ones, but.
Eliminator, we're staging to be a ladder, and super shifters we want to.
All right, so comp eliminator, we do need the staging lanes to be paired up and set up on the ladder, if you will. And then BC super shifters. We do need you to the staging lanes for qualifying.
Yeah, so I think we've settled, we've determined what's going on in the chip world, so that's good. There's none in the tower for either of us, craving or no craving. Doing a little bit of track preparation. You see the Sticky Steve on the sprayer. He is laying down another coat just ahead of what I think will be Top Dragster, Rad Torque Top Dragster.
Did we get the 1 and 2 for super shifters?
Yeah, so we've called super shifters, McLeod super shifters. We need you. We may as well put you in lanes 1 and 2 in case you didn't catch that. 1 and 2 for BC McLeod super shifter. Your last qualifying session before you go into eliminations here this afternoon.
in the interest of fair reporting, remember how we were talking about the cutoff time for breakfast at the Half-Track Snack Shack?
Yep.
To be fair, my ulterior motive was to find out when the lunch menu starts.
Oh, are you hungry?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, well.
So I was, like, when are chicken strips on the horizon around here? That's kind of the thing.
I got to tell you, I love the hamburgers here, but when I was eating my hamburger outside yesterday, it was extremely disappointing because I was fending off a wasp the whole time, and I could not open my mouth with the burger anywhere near me because the wasp was just, he was after that burger, and that was that.
It's strange, like the fear for all the Americans coming here. One of the issues, if you want to call them that, everybody's worried about mosquitoes.
Oh.
Well, we have no mosquitoes this weekend, but apparently we have the bees and the wasps.
Yeah, the bees, you don't have to worry. This is their last gasp of the season, and they are desperate.
They're aggressive. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So here we go with Rad Torque Top Dragster.
Yeah, super cool. Love this class.
You can go as quick as 6'10".
Yep.
You go any quicker than 6'10", you go to the bottom of the sheet, and if you get into the
you're out of here.
You're out of here. Yeah, well, thank you very much for your service.
Thanks for playing. See you next time.
Yeah.
Jeremy Soares struggled a little bit this weekend trying to decide whether he should run in Top Dragster or run in the brackets. He actually had 2 tech cards at one point.
Ah, yes.
And I said to him, okay, Jeremy, I know you're young, but you have to make a decision here.
Pick one.
Is it Top Dragster or is it Super Pro? Which is it? He waffled for what seemed like 3 minutes. I'm like, come on, man. You're going to get your money back for the other one. Just make a call. He looked at me and he goes, what would you do? I'm a Top Dragster guy. It's my first time in the class, though. Okay. You got to learn somehow. So here he is.
There he is.
Now, Clint Geisey's been racing in Top Dragster for a while. It's a Spitzer-built car that is backed by Rada Paint. Does Rada Paint have stores up here in Canada?
They do not.
They do not.
Nope.
Well, that was easy for Clint Geisey because Jeremy Soares went red by 7 thousandths. So Clint Geisey gets the automatic, advancement to round 2. And I'll bring up Andy Morris and Steve Horn. Now, Andy Morris is a multi-time Division 6 champ, a former All-Star representative, and a darn good driver. So do not count him out.
Pay attention to the pits. Top Sportsman. We need Top Sportsman to 5 and 6. Top Sportsman. Bring him up. Sportsman, you're on standby. All right, Sportsman, you're on standby. But Top Sportsman, bring him up to 5 and 6. And attention, Dan Parsons. Dan Parsons, could you see Strell, please? Dan Parsons, see Dave Strell as Andy Morris and Steve Horn. Roll forward. Handicap start to the tower side. Andy Morris getting the lead and managing to stay out in front of Steve Horn, who runs a 665. Not enough. 745. Good for the win for Andy Morris at 178 miles an hour. Backing up now in the Rad Torque sponsored dragster, Paul Nero and Jenna Michaud. Was to be in the other lane. Looks to be a competition single, as Jenna not able to make the call for competition. Paul Nero then gets the competition single and will run it through. Seven flat, goes 7 flat with a 192 miles an hour. Reaction time of 005 on that competition single. So burnout's complete for Justin Bond out of Medicine Hat and Dane LeKelt out of Kelowna. Kelt with the blower, loping sound, that regular rotation having, well, he's not backing up as yet. There he goes. Took a while to get it sorted out, and looks like still having a bit of a problem is Dane LeKelt. Back again. Meantime, Justin Bond back with no problem at all. Be sitting there waiting patiently over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. 2004 Worthy chassis, 618 cubic inches of Chevy power sitting behind Justin. Over here, Dane LeKelt. If he manages to keep running that 540 cubic inch Chevy, it looks like they're okay. So Justin Bond goes into pre-stage already. Dane will do the same. Everybody set, move forward now a few more inches. And away we go. Everybody got a green light here at this end. At the stripe, it's a win light. Dane LeKelt goes. 6:21, 7:02 is the time, or 7:06 rather, for Justin Bond. Both of them pretty much equal on the reaction time, 0:31 to an 0:28. So Dane LeKelt picking up the win, goes 216 miles an hour, and he'll advance into round number 2 as David Boucher and Dan Provost are the next pair. Dan, the owner of Rad Torque Systems in Abbotsford, become a big-time sponsor everywhere along the way, even on the National Pro Stock Circuit. So win light comes on for Dan Provost. 001 reaction time and a 673, good for a win at 198 miles an hour. So Dan Provost advancing into the next round, your number 3 qualifier. Moving on. Yeah. And we're going into competition. So Terry Spargo and Ryan Warder, first pair in competition. 7:23 over here for Terry Spargo on the reader board. 9:04 in the Lordco lane for Ryan. Indicating the handicap. Wow, Terry getting out of shape and close to the wall and off the gas all at once, or in a very short period of time. So Ryan Warder runs it through at 9:08. Spargo already, even before all the troubles set in, had turned on the red light. Hey, attention to the pits, sportsmen. We need sportsmen to the lanes for qualifying. Sportsmen to the lanes for qualifying, and stand by Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket.
I love that name, Bubba's Speed Shop.
I'm sure there was a lot of thought gone into that before printing those business cards.
Bubba smells speed parts at Bubba's Speed Shop. Come on. Come on, Jerry, work with me here. Bubba's Speed Shop. Well, Ralph Van Papagum, the A Econo Altered, the green and white car on the Lordco side of your racetrack, is indexed in A Econo Altered at 781, while Kevin Perkin, who was supposed to race Ralph, would have been indexed at 957. But apparently, the Perkins family car is getting pushed back, and so Ralph will get a single run here. And the number 3 qualifier will automatically advance to round number 2. As I suspected, Ralph clicked it early, ran 8:05, because why would you run it all the way through and ruin a very expensive engine, or run the possibility of doing so? So Ralph moves on, Ryan Warder moves on, and that'll bring up Brandon Atala. The interesting thing about Brandon is not that he's the center of controversy, but there was some question as to what his plans were after he equaled the national record yesterday. Like, do we try for the record and risk teardown after that? I looked at the ladder and I said, who does he have first round? Thinking that maybe he'd have to push it a little hard if something went wrong reaction time-wise or something to take the win, and maybe force the situation, you know what I mean? But then I quickly looked at the ladder and went, phew, he doesn't have to do anything. He's on a single. Doesn't have to try and back up that record equaling run yesterday or anything if he doesn't want to. Still don't know what happened between his wife, Con, and that tricycle situation I spoke of yesterday. I'd still like to know what happened to the tricycle we bought at the swap meet. It's pretty funny. If you didn't hear the story yesterday, Brandon, his wife Con, and I were walking through a swap meet at Pacific Raceways, a car parts swap meet. And Con and I both spied a very small tricycle, like a little tiny trike. We walked past it. I looked back at it. We kept walking for about 30 more feet. To me, I turned to her. I go, one of us should buy that tricycle. Well, did you happen to see how much the guy wanted for it? But we should go back and make an offer. Turns out, the guy wanted $15, I think, if I remember right, for the tricycle, which Con quickly pulled out of her pocket to pay the man. I have no idea what happened to the tricycle, but I'd like to know. See the things you learn when you hang out with people anywhere? It's fun.
One of the things about getting older is your head gets filled with all kinds of extemporaneous and extraneous information. And,
exactly.
And that's going to get
what you said, because I know I can't say that.
Well, that's going to get filed in a certain part of my brain for sure, and I know that I can't unknow that.
Well, and the story will continue because I've now decided that I've got to find out about the whereabouts of that tricycle, one way or another.
And on a mission. Hey, listen, I just heard that the good folks at Badass Garage are back on the property. Yep, they are.
Say that again.
Badass Garage.
One more time.
They are back
on the property. One more time, Jerry.
No, they know who they are.
Oh, come on, Jerry.
This is a one-stop shop. You don't know about these people, do you? They are a one-stop shop for all kinds of signs and vintage memorabilia, pretty much anything you need for your man cave, your garage, your woman cave, whatever you want. They'll even do a custom neon sign that says Steve Wong is the greatest announcer in the world. They could do that.
Really?
Custom neon sign for you, I'm sure.
Wonder what that would cost.
So check them out. They are located by the Half Track Snack Shack, and they have got balloons for the kids. So I know a lot of times those balloons are attached to Hot Wheels, so check them out.
So what's their name again?
Badass Garage.
One more time with feeling. Come on, Jerry. There's a reason I'm making you do this. Come on. One more time. What's the name?
They go by the name Badass Garage.
Okay, I'll direct your attention to our list of things on the announcer list. In particular,
the last
line
point,
number 4.
There,
so where does Badass Garage, there I said it, where does that fall on our list?
Not swearing.
Okay.
Just bad language.
I'm just checking.
But when it's used in a name, I think
is it okay?
Well, in this particular case, it's allowed.
Okay.
It has been allowed in the tower, and that's the only way that I would allow for that
just
myself.
So you know, you had me at balloons with Hot Wheels attached.
Okay. Well, everybody's got a trigger.
Well, you know, between the chicken strips and the fries and the balloons with the Hot Wheels, we're on a roll.
There we go.
All right. So Brendan Natal, the number 1 qualifier, equaled the C-altered national record yesterday. Equaled it. Clicks it early, like I expected him to do, much like Ralph Van Pappenham did on his run, because, you know, these engines can approach a couple $100,000 as far as money out of your wallet. So you don't want to, you know, it's not a bracket motor. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. It's set on the razor's edge to compete in Comp Eliminator. Well, that's it for Comp. Let me see. Where'd my run schedule go? Oh, sweet. BC Super Shifters.
To qualifying session for Super Shifters. It's a not a track class per se. They run 6 events course of the year. This weekend is the last event for them. All cars have to have clutch engaged transmissions operated by the driver's foot. Pneumatics, hydraulics, shifters are prohibited. In other words, everybody is manually shifting down the quarter mile. No timers or delays allowed. That is McLeod Super Shifters. And we start things off with Dave Mcritchie and Dale Posnick. This is their last qualifying session before going into eliminations this afternoon. Posnick in the Mustang hails out of Maple Ridge. Rudy is home for Mcritchie in the 92 Lumina. Reaction time for Mcritchie, 0:05. 10:1 is the time for Posnick, and 12:17 for Mcritchie. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammer. 10-minute standby. 10-minute standby. Canada West Doorslammers. Alan Lowe and Jamie Roth, your current points leader, heading down track. Roth goes 10:18, 9:71 for Alan Lowe. As John DePork and Will Friesen roll up in the Super Shifter category. Will Friesen in the 57 Warbird, the Thunderbird that he's been campaigning for a good number of years out of Chilliwack.
So just a heads up, as we've made our first and only schedule change, we are going to move Super Gas in front of Super Stock to run immediately following Super Comp. So just a heads up on the run schedule, we've moved Super Gas ahead of Super Stock for what will be round 2. And continue that way in the rotation until we're done.
So Will Friesen goes 10:22 on that qualifying pass. 10:19 for John DePork. 130 miles an hour a pair. As Will Zorick and Scott Winterbottom roll up. So Will Zorick in the big old 62 Bel Air, and little Chevy 2 is Scott Winterbottom. 1963 Chevy 2. So 9:37 for Scott, 11:16 for Will. Keith Winterbottom now. Keith is going to round out the qualifying session for Super Shifters. 881 at 128 miles an hour. And so that will take care of the Super Shifters qualifying session before they go into nations this afternoon.
All right, so just a heads up. We've mentioned this a couple of times before, but we didn't actually know what the cost would be. So if you are a first-round runner-up in any of the Lucas classes, you can buy into the bracket program. Just a reminder, you can buy into the brackets, either Super Pro or Pro, whichever your car fits into. You have to go to the front gate, pay $100, and buy a tech card. And remember, there's no extra timed runs for those of you that buy in. So be aware of that. But the option is there for you. If you finished a runner-up in round 1 of any of the Lucas classes and want to continue racing, you can buy into the bracket program. It'll cost you $100. You have to go to the front gate to buy the tech card, and there are no additional timed runs for those of you that buy into the brackets.
Dan Parsons needs to visit Dykstra again.
So Dan Parsons, please go see Dave Strell. Dan Parsons, if you can hear me, please go talk with Dave Strell again. So JBS Top Sportsman should be next, which is a really cool class, which features 6 and low 7-second door cars going door handle to door handle in combat in round 1 coming up. It's presented by JBS, and we thank Justin and his company for your support of the class. It's always fun.
These two classes, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, sort of the top tier bracket racers.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it, Jerry. And if you like fast door handle to door handle action, Top Sportsman is your thing.
All sorts of power adders, all sorts of motors and fuels other than nitro. So
yeah, and a lot of unique combinations. You've got Pro Chargers, regular 671 Roots type superchargers. You got guys with single turbos, dual turbos, and multiple stages of nitrous. And it's fun to watch. It's pretty technologically advanced. And as far as your pocketbook, a lot of people sitting in the grandstands, just like watching the races, have no idea what it costs to field one of these Top Sportsman cars. If you were to buy a brand new Top Sportsman car, it probably cost in the general neighborhood of, I'm going to say, around $100,000-ish. Okay? Then you got to wire it. You got to get a motor. You got to get a gearbox. You got to get all the stuff. By the time you're done, you can easily probably have about $250,000 invested. And that's not including the tow rig and the support equipment. So certainly Top Sportsman is not for the one of light wallet. You got to have a pretty heavy-duty wallet. Exactly, because you're going, in some cases, into the 6s at 200 miles an hour. All right, how about that? We even changed it in the computer. Sharkman Joe Meloff, he's back, and he's your number 1 qualifier, incidentally. I spoke with Shelley and Joe about the visuals of the car after they hurt the car from a visual standpoint at the national event. They hit the wall. That's the reason for the multicolored tape job on the front of the GXP. Well, and part of the situation is trying to find another GXP front end was a little bit problematic. Luckily, they were able, according to Shelley this morning, to find one. It's on its way to Canada. So the car will be back in good shape, and Joe assured me Sharkman Joe will be back on the window once the car is redone graphically. Jan Christensen wheeling the Race Skillman red car. Good indicator of a red light start.
That's right. That's right. So unfortunate for Jan Christensen, but good for Joe Meloff.
I had a nice conversation when I got here Thursday night with Mike Lucas and his wife Jackie in regards to coming back to Mission Raceway. See, they were one of the few Canadian racers that actually traveled across the border on a somewhat regular basis to compete at some national events and divisional events during the COVID situation, if you want to call it that. And he said it's expensive, it's a little bit problematic, but once you get everything sorted out, it's not hard to do. They were quick to ask me how my trip across the border was. I said I drove through like I owned the place. It was awesome. Unfortunately for Mike Lucas, Chris Galletti gets the win, or 6:85. He ran quicker than his dial-in at 6:99. The good news is he won because Mike Lucas went red back here at the starting line. He was 0-11 red, and it wasn't like Chris Galletti wasn't ready. The Texas-based driver was dialed, as I mentioned, at 6:99, was 001 green. And once he saw the win light show up on his board. He said, you know what, I'm going to leg this thing through and see how fast it'll go. 6:85 is the result, and that is his quickest and fastest run of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, at 200 miles an hour exactly.
So attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We're calling you to the lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, and that means Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're going to put you in lanes 3 and 4 with Overflow in 1 and 2. So a couple of red lights here. Kevin McCauley goes red. Bill Wells goes red. But this is qualifying for sportsmen. Over on the Lordco side, that is Carson Barlow, I believe, in the C10. Ron Clark over here. So a couple of Fords on the line. We got a fox-bodied Mustang over here, tower side. Little Falcon over on the Lordco side. Sportsman class, 12 seconds and slower. E-Series and they are racing for a commemorative Wally that celebrates 30 years of bracket racing here at Mission Raceway. Or on the Lordco side is 14:15. TCS side 13:24. Right now, and Joanna Rubello. Joanna in the 86 Vet, and Aaron in the Plymouth. Aaron runs a 13:18, 14:24 for Joanna. Veronica Hodgson rolls up now. And Joseph Lowen. Joseph in the 91 Mustang and Veronica in that 69 Dodge Dart. I think it's at a point where that different color quarter panel on the front of the car is seen as a good luck charm. And so Veronica runs it through with a 12:53 against a 13:3. Archie Limpright and Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson's in Woody Wagon, the Ladner, BC, and Archie in the Monte Carlo out of Langley. At the stripe, it's 13:36 for Scott, 101 miles an hour. 13:56 for the Monte Carlo. And, of course, Randy Hermsen rolls up now in the Oldsmobile. No information on the Ford in the other lane. 13:36 for the Ford on the Lordco side of the racetrack at 102 miles an hour. 13:50 for Randy Hermsen, who consistently clocks around the that number, 13.5 in the Oldsmobile, 103 miles an hour. 14 cars in the sportsman category. Taking a time, Steve Baskerville out there in the Golf. Camaro in the other lane. Not going to make up the distance between them as Steve goes 11.72. Camaro 13. So again, this is their one and only qualifying session. As Sylvia Hoogston, Ni Jung. Sydney was a champion in the junior dragster category for many years, lightning category. And her junior dragster is still racing, repainted. It's property in Sydney, now moving up to the 81 Malibu that her dad prepared. Dave Jung. So the final last night, Sylvia, it as Sylvia took out Sydney, but this morning in qualifying, 11.98 for Sydney Jung, 12.62 at 107 for Sylvia. Hey, Bo Dickey now in the S10 pickup. Running down the quarter against the Dodge Dart in the other lane. Dart's going to be getting there first, it looks like. 12.10 for the Dart, 13.22 for the pickup. And Al Learmonth will bring us to 21 cars in the sportsman category. Take Nova West on its qualifying pass and will break the beams at 13.18, 102 miles an hour. That takes us up into the Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket category. Bubba's Speed Shop, of course, one of the big advertisers here on the property as part of the Titanium Auto Group. They specialize in turning cars of all different makes and models into serious speed machines. They're located on Mufford Crescent in Langley. You want to check out Bubba's Speed Shop. They can be found right down the street from the Langley Costco and directly behind PDR Diesel. Check them out on Facebook, Bubba's Speed Shop. And the first pair is going to be Anthony Katnick and Stu Funk. Again, this is their one and only qualifying session for the special commemorative Wally race that is taking place today. 10.67 for the Chevelle of Stu Funk at 124 miles an hour, and Anthony Katnick 10.89 at 129 miles an hour. And Richard Love now and Dennis Winton. Love in the S10, Winton in the wagon, the 66 Bel Air wagon. Both drivers pushing the tree. Red lights don't count in qualifying, so it is a race against the clock at 11.87 is the time that comes up for Winton. 10.92 for Richard Love. And that brings up Nicholas Rubello and Terry Raitt. Raitt driving the GMC pickup. And Rubello Moving up from the junior street category of a couple of years ago into this 78 Regal. And he goes through with an 11:10. Meanwhile, the GMC, 12:10. Dell Northgraves now and Walter Johnson. Johnson's in the 72 Chevelle. Meanwhile, Dell Northgraves from Pitt Meadows in the Nova, 77 Nova, small block Chevy. At the stripe, it'll be a 1060 for the Nova. The Chevelle goes 1128. Pro bracket category that picks up from Sportsman goes 9 seconds, 11.99. Nope, 13.99 rather. 8 cars have taken the time so far. It's Lance DeSillits and Kim Cornish. Roll on down. Kim Cornish in the Malibu. And Lance goes 10.23 in the Malibu. Brad Litzenberger from Chilliwack is over here tower side in the Malibu. And Chris Held, 1971 Chevy. No question of what color that car is. Green or yellow. It's a solid yellow. Burlington, Washington driver goes 931 with a 7 on 142 miles an hour. 11:08 for Brad. So currently qualified number 1 is Stu Funk. As Kevin McCall and Rob Monroe Jr. get set for their qualifying pass this morning. Well, I see it just clicked over to 12 o'clock, so it's not even this morning anymore. So 1073 for Rob Monroe Jr., 1073 and 1193 for Kevin McCarthy in the Cutlass. And that brings up Cassie Tippy in the 65 Nova wagon here on the tower side, and Brian Vader from Barhead, Alberta in the 72 Dart. .1004, 133 miles an hour for the Dart. And Cassie Tippy goes 1168. Russell Jeffrey now and Ross Walker. Walker's over on the Lordco side in the silver Chevy 2. Meanwhile, Russell Jeffrey in the 66 Nova here on the tower side. .924 is the time for the Nova of Russell Jeffrey, and 10:09 for Ross Walker over on the Lordco side. And that's going to bring up our next two, Dave Shirk and Brian Prescott. So Dave Shirk sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, as one would expect. 1986 Blazer. That 69 Chevelle from Abbotsford of Brian Prescott. $11.64 for Brian. 11.85 is the time for David Shirk. 20 cars so far taking a time in the pro bracket category, and here comes Brian Heffel and Bill Mitchell. 1974 Javelin that he calls Black Sheep. Bill Mitchell, Lordco lane, the spectator side, as he rolls down track. Over here, Brian Heffel's in that 71 Chevy Vega. Goes 983 at 138 miles an hour, while the Javelin goes through with 1193 at 110 miles an hour. Here comes Rich Dyes and Veronica Hodgson. So Rich Dyes from Port Coquitlam, 73 Nova. And Veronica Hodgson from Mission in the 69 Dart. $11.37 for Rich Dyes, $12.41 for Hodgson. James Dobson brings his Camaro to the line, the Ron's Engine Machine, 1970 Camaro, 383 cubic inches. Small block Chevy up against that 2004 Mini Cooper. Yeah, Mini Cooper with Goodyear slicks. Flew the coupe, he says. Bob Baxter. Running in pro bracket, he gets there first too, 1042. 1042 at 133 miles an hour against Dobson's 1060 at 126. It's all going to come down to the numbers that you put on the window. What's that shoe polish going to say? Dustin Hunter and Mike Hutmacher. At 88 Ford. In the meantime, Dustin 9 flat with a 5, 150. The it's 977, 135. Mark Brenzinger from out of time, 64 Nova. He's on the TCS lane and runs a 947 and 100 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Lorenz Schwartz, Titanium Auto Group, and Bubba Speed Shop sponsored 83 Monte Carlo goes 1017, 132 miles an hour as Steve Baskerville and Johnson roll up. 2016 Golf and 1984 Cutlass. Pretty easy to tell the two apart. Golf, a pretty consistent regular runner here at Mission Raceway. So Steve's got it all sort of dialed in and figured out. Meantime, Craig Johnson, well, he's run up and down this track so many times that it's almost second nature. So consistency is in his blood. Turns on the red light this time for qualifying. 003 red. Goes 1161 in the Silver Cutlass, 113 miles an hour. In the Golf goes 1175 at 116 miles an hour.
A Volkswagen Golf that runs in the 11th.
Yeah, how about that, eh?
That's cool.
You got that sorted.
This is about as good a matchup in ET bracket racing here at Mission Raceway as you could ever have. Now, I know it's a time trial, but the matchup between Jim Benke and Chris Stone is unreal. I mean, two of the best in the absolute business at this racetrack.
You know, the number of times they line up to race each other in qualifying, and I say that specifically, race each other in qualifying.
Right.
They don't line up like that for no reason.
Right. There's side money on the line, I'm sure.
No, I'm not saying...
I mean, adult beverage wagering, or I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
it could be.
There's something on the line because it's not a gentleman's bet.
That's
between
right.
Jim Benke and Chris Stone, there's something on the line. We just don't know what it is.
Make it worthwhile, right?
Well, that's the way I see it.
Yep.
You want to race me? Let's go.
Derek
Let's
Johnstone.
put something on the line.
Johnstone takes that ragtop Impala to a 1328. 1328, and the little dragster goes 1298 at 105.
Super Pro, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by Junior Street.
Just read that. Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'm glad you confirmed.
Well, we have
as
a
I'm
moment,
reading
and
it,
we're
I'm
working on
thinking,
the racetrack.
I
I do want to mention to the following drivers that they have some low qualifier money in the form of a gift certificate from Hughes Performance and a coveted low qualifier Hughes Performance hat. So I'd like to see Jim Mantle, Chris Coor, Brandon Hatala, Dane Lechelt, or Lechelt, whichever it is. And guess what? Mighty Joe Sharkman Meloff. We need you back to the timing tower one more time. So again, these are the number 1 qualifiers, and they've earned a gift certificate from Hughes Performance and a coveted low qualifier hat from Hughes Performance as well. And it goes to stock low qualifier Jim Mantle in the fishbowl. It goes to the super stock beautiful Nova of Chris Coor. It goes to Brandon Hatala, who equaled the national record in the GXP Red Pontiac and Comp. It goes to Dane Lechelt in the Blowin' Dragster in Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster. And finally, number 1 qualifier, Sharkman Joe Meloff, who was the number 1 qualifier in JBS Top Sportsman. So again, I need Jim Mantle, Chris Coor, Brandon Hatala, Dane Lechelt, and Joe Meloff to the timing tower at your convenience so you can pick up your hats, and we'll discuss the gift certificate situation once you arrive.
So we're just heading into Canada West Doorslammers. They've had 3 qualifying sessions yesterday, and today is their 4th and final before they go into eliminations. And at the present, in the number 1 spot is Greg Feel in that 69 Opal. Runs a 6.40 with a 2 at 223 miles an hour. Number 2, John DeYoung, 6.88 at 202 miles an hour. Paul Stretch, your point leader, in the number 3 spot at 7.24 at 189 miles an hour. Otto Schulte is in 4th at 7.53, 180 miles an hour. And in 5th place, Henry Zacharias, who is also in 5th place in the points. He ran a 7.57, 179 miles an hour. So those are your top 5 in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. One of the drivers that is missing is, of course, Rod Leclair. Rod Leclair, normally a 6-second car in the top 5. He unfortunately had a series of unfortunate runs, and so he is sitting at the bottom of the ladder right now. You got to run 870 or better to run in the program of Canada West Doorslammer. Well, currently Rod's sitting at 23.25, so you can bet your bottom dollar that he is going to want to make improvements on that. and this is his last opportunity to get in the program and do that. The association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers include Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Distributor Field, Paradise Home and Auto, Alpine Backhoe Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV. Cars are fired up, and we're going to kick things off with our number one qualifier, and that is Greg Field. Greg Field in the 69 Opel GT, sitting at 112 inches wheelbase. It still looks mighty short. And if you're familiar with how the Altereds of old, the AA fuel Altereds back in the 60s performed with those short wheelbases, you see them at the hot rod reunions. There's nothing quite like running a lot of horsepower on a very short wheelbase. It's a handful, and that can be said for Greg Field's Opel GT. If the car hooks up on the start line, you can probably be safe in assuming it's going to be a hard charge. But it's all about getting that car to hook up. He's got other active care primary sponsor on that 572 cubic inch big block Chevy, twin turbos. Also looking to give shout outs to Jubilee, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. Sitting in the water box right now, in the other lane, Mark Schupener. He gets the go-ahead, George, to do it up, but it might... So there we go, finally doing the burnout. Mark Schupener takes the 95 Chevy to the line. Greg Field getting direction from his crew members, wanting him to just the right spot on the start line. Take advantage of all the traction for those big Goodyear slicks. Greg will break the pre-stage beam and start spooling up the turbos and bump into the stage beam and get set. Remember, does it hook up? No, he has to back out of it. It's back into it and still manages to run a 670 on a pedal fest. 675 at 201 miles an hour before he tosses out the laundry, so he'll stand on that 640 for the number one spot. Mark Schupener goes 822 with a 3. He's in the number 13 spot. Now our next competitor, who's tied for third place in the points, John DeYoung, not far behind second place. 1 point, actually. John DeYoung over here, Artex Racing. It's the 68 Camaro sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. So John DeYoung out of Abbotsford, that's the family business. And James Kennedy in the other lane, the Grand Am that he calls Blueberry. Kennedy currently in the number 8 spot. John DeYoung in the number 2, 688. Both cars staying right down the center of the groove as they head down the quarter, and John DeYoung goes 887, so improves by a hun, 202 miles an hour. Kennedy and stay in their number 2 and number 8 positions. As Rod looking a massive improvement here to get into the field. Remember, I said they got to run 870 or better. And right now, he is on the outside looking in, Rod Leclair. Lots of pressure on the Paradise Homes Camaro. Based out of Victoria, BC, one of the association sponsors for the series. The 67 Camaro is a strong runner and easily can get into the sixes if it hooks up. The other lane, the little 71 Nova, Jason Field is over there from Mission. So Jason currently in the number 4. But it is Rod Leclair here in the blue Camaro, purging some of the nitrous now, getting the bottle pressure up and the temperature where he wants it to be. So this is a do or die run for the Paradise Homes Camaro. He needs to run 870 or better to get in the program. He's done it many, many times. He knows what it's all about. It's just a matter of whether the car is set up properly and hooks up on the start line to sail through on the top end. Jason Field, he's got a little less pressure. He knows he's in the program, so he is ready. But here goes Rod Leclair. He's going straight down the center line, and it is a 686, 207 miles an hour. So yes, Rod Leclair is in, 686. So that puts him into the number 2 spot. Takes over the number 2 spot from John DeYoung by 1/100th of a second, 686, and John DeYoung in there with a 687. So Jason Field bumps down to the number 15 spot as Brian Ritchie, who is your number 2 points leader right now, Kerry Young, he driving the S10 pickup from Port Alberni, Young's Mechanical. 406 cubic inch small block Chevy in the pickup. Brian Ritchie, he's in your number 2 spot for the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Goes 780. Makes an improvement over his runs of yesterday. 787, best he did. So Ritchie in the number 12 spot. With that said, number 16 is where Kerry Young lands, as Paul Debris Jr. and Dale Jansen roll up. Jansen in the Chevy 2, copper-colored, Lordco lane. Paul Debris Jr., your 2021 champion in the series. He is over here. He's got that picnic table wing on the back of that 66 Valiant. Currently in the number 19 spot, Paul Debris Jr. Not the quickest, but he is consistent. Goes 845. So 845 is where he has been hovering. Like a bracket car, 844, 840, 45. So Dale, number 2. At 177 miles, 845 for Paul Debris, who's spot. 5th in the points at this moment, Henry Zacharias, driving the 52 Corvette, Lordco lane. Zacharias investment sponsorship. Dart Motor has run a best of 757. In the number 6 spot right now, Devin Jansen in the number 21 spot with an 850. So both drivers looking to maybe make some slight improvement, but they are both in the program. So maybe it's more a matter of just making sure the car is performing exactly as they want it to. Devin Jansen from Armstrong, here Tower Side. Surrey, BC, home base for Henry Zacharias. Wheels up for Jansen as he continues straight on down. Henry taking up a little bit more real estate, goes 758. Not an improvement on the 757. 856, not an improvement on the 850. So number 6 for Henry Zacharias and number 21 for Devin Jansen. As Paul Soares and Peter Lucanis get set. And I'm sensing that there's going to be a call to the lanes here.
All right, so we are going to make a final call for Junior Street. We're going to have Hot Rod report to 3 and 4, And Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you are on standby. So again, final call, Junior Street. Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you are on standby. Oh, sorry. Final call for Junior Street to 3 and 4. Hot Rod, we do need you to 5 and 6. I apologize for that. Hot Rod to 5 and 6. And then Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, no change for you. You're still on standby.
There you go. Clear as mud. So Peter Lecanis, third place in points right now, does slight improvement. And so he is in the number 13 spot. Actually, the number 22 spot. It's Paul Soares, who's in the number. So Scott Robinson subbing for Adam DeYoung, who is not at the property today. Adam normally driving that 68 Corvette. But Scott Robinson takes it to an 8:45 at 159 miles an hour. Grant Howell takes the Chevy to the number 8 spot. 765. Ran a 766 here just now, and that is not quicker than 65 he ran yesterday. So that's going to bring up the Blue Max, Warren, and Derek Shirk. So Derek driving the 66 Chevy 2, sponsored, of course, by the Titanium Auto Group. 427 Turbo in that Chevy 2. And the Blue Max 62 Bel Air used to run regularly years ago. It took a few years off, and we did not see that Blue Max. But he is back with a vengeance. He's currently in the number 11 spot with a quick time of 7:82. 7:82 for the big Bel Air. Meantime, the Chevy 2 of Derek Shirk, 8:40. 162 miles an hour. Let's see if either driver can pick it up just a notch as they are both set. Wow, the Bel Air getting really out of shape and heading to the center line. He corrects, then starts fishtailing and manages to stay in the center line. So 8:35 is the time for Derek Shirk. 8:35 with an 8 at 164 miles an hour. So Derek Shirk in the number 16 spot. Dave Warren going to stay in on a time from yesterday. So that was a bit of a squirrely run for the Blue Max, but he manages to keep it all together. And here comes our point leader, Paul Stretch. Up against Otto Schulte in the other lane in the Cavalier. So 2002 that's Paul Stretch, the red car. Mid-Island Engine sponsorship out of Duncan. And Otto Schulte from Black Creek. Still cruising in the 2005 Cavalier. Paul Stretch, as of yesterday's run, 724, 727, 729 in the number 4 spot. Otto Schulte, 753, 755, and 756 in the number 5 spot. So they charge down the quarter mile, 2 Cavaliers, and at the stripe, it's going to be a 7:30. Not an improvement Stretch. He'll stand on his previous time, and 7:50, which is an improvement for Otto Schulte. So Paul Stretch, 4. Otto Schulte, 5. We'll wait for those burnouts to be complete. So going to do it for Canada West Doorslammer action. Next time we see them on the track, it will be eliminations. We head back into the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, the Vancouver Super Pro. pair is Nick Angelucci and Martin Rochelle. Angelucci in the 78 Malibu here on the tower side, and Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu on the Lordco side. Martin Rochelle, cagey runner for many, many years, manages to run that 1090 with a 127 miles per hour. The car is set up to run 1090, although it can run much, much quicker. So that's a testament to the consistency that Rochelle, the unassuming Martin Rochelle, has been able to bring consistency to that car. So he leaves the Race Gilman car in the pits and brings out El Gringo. That's Jan Christensen behind the wheel of the 67 Nova, sponsored by Preston Chevrolet, here on the tower side. The other lane, that is John Jenkins. So quite a history with that yellow pickup. 8:56 is the time. 158 miles an hour for Jan Christensen in the Nova. The 66 pickup of John Jenkins goes 10:60 at 123 miles an hour. Kelly Voss now and Jeremy Soares in the Super Pro category. Kelly Voss from Pitt Meadows here on the tower side. Jeremy Soares, one of the competitors out of competition in Top Dragster, racing this afternoon in Super Pro. 7:68 for Jeremy Soares, 174 miles an hour. Voss goes 891 at 146 miles per hour. That brings up Wes Vath and Stefan Veach. Stefan Veach from Courtney, BC, 72 Plymouth, the blue Plymouth. And Wes Vath, 83 Pontiac Firebird, over here tower side. Managed to stay on the brakes and not break the beam. Wes Vath revving up the car, almost rolled forward. Vath goes 9:54. Look at the numbers, Jerry. 142 miles an hour. 10:78 for Veach, 131 miles an hour. Craig Johnson in the Super Pro category brings out the black station wagon. He's here on the tower side. Martin Dykstra in the Roadster. It's a Ford Roadster with Chevy power. Ford fans, that hurts just a little bit, right? 9:48 for Martin Dykstra. 9:48 at 137 miles an hour. 10:86 for Craig Johnson. 119 miles an hour. Remember, this is their last qualifying session before they go into eliminations, and that's going to be coming up pretty quickly here. So far, 10 cars have taken a time pro category. Vince Smith and Zach Liston. Liston gets there with an 8:30, 153 miles an hour. 9:03 for Vince Smith in the 69 Chevy, 49 miles. Whereas Mike Robinson and John Braney roll up next. 1970 Camaro and Robinson in the blue 27 Ford T with, again, Chevy power.
All right, we need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and stand by for stock. So Junior Thunder, lane 1, Junior Lightning, lane 2, and standby call going out for round 2 of stock Eliminator.
Mike Robinson runs through with the 9:20. 142 miles an hour, and 9:04 for John Braining at 150. Hey, listen, heads up, Canada West Doorslammers. Marcy just told me she will have her posted at her trailer, and everybody needs to be there to take a look at the ladder, all right? Marcy's got that going to be posted. She wants everybody there at 12:45. That's about 10 minutes from now. 12:45, all Canada West Doorslammer car drivers need you at Marcy's trailer to go over the ladder information. As Wes Hendricks, Love complete their runs, 10:31 for Hendricks and 10:91 for Love in the S10 pickup. We continue in Super Pro qualifying. Curtis Munson and Stephen Robert. Stephen from Courtney in the 34 Chevy. Little Roadster. All of 555 cubic inches of Chevy power into that. Well, sitting out in the open, actually. 857, 153 miles an hour. 1039 for the Malibu of Curtis Munson, 128 miles an hour. Clint Delavecchia from Terrace. Technicon 67 Camaro. In the lane, Steve McKenzie in the Cavalier. So at the stripe, 9:26 and 9:20. 9:20 Delavecchia, and McKenzie goes 9:20. And that is going to be it for the Super Pro category. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro complete in their qualifying. We'll see them in eliminations next. That brings up part industry sponsored juniors program here at Mission Raceway in 2022. I want to thank the good folks at Peden Industries for stepping up and sponsoring the juniors. And that includes Junior Street, not just the junior dragsters. Junior Street, Tyler Smith and Katie Shirk. Sharp-eyed observers will see that there's two people. There are two people in the driver's compartment. That's right, the actual competitor with the NHRA competition license. And then because they are underage, there will be another driver sitting in as the provincial license. So that way, everybody is covered from an insurance standpoint. It's a full-size street legal vehicle, and so that's the way that's got to be. Junior Street, the opportunity for families who don't have the ability to or don't care to invest in the junior dragsters, but still want to get out there and race on a regular basis. So Junior Street is the way that they can do that. And they race to the 8th mile, and all of the same NHRA rules apply. This is qualifying, their last qualifying, and only for the today. 9:26 for Katie Shirk, 73 miles an hour. 11:04 for Tyler Smith at 64 miles an hour. And here is Taryn Monroe. I think we have only 3 vehicles in the Junior Street program. righty. We'll roll into the hot rod category where you have to have a body style that is 1969 or older. We kick things off with a 69 Dart and a 65 Ford F100. Bert Worrell and Andy Antle. Bert Worrell from Langley. And Andy Antle from Laclahash, BC in the F100 pickup. They've been putting the screws to that pickup, and it's been going quicker and quicker over the couple of years that they've been banging on it, and it's going quite nicely now. 888, 147 miles an hour, 1017 for the Dart of Bert Worrell, 100 miles an hour. As Martin Jackman and Rob Hodgson will be the next contenders for the next two qualifiers. That's probably a more accurate way of putting it. Rob Hodgson is the 2021 Hot Rod champion here at Mission Raceway, so he's over on the Lordco side, 67 Plymouth, and he will break the beams at a 1085 at 123 miles an hour. 1287 for Martin Jackman. Daryl Tippy and Randy Hermsen will be next. Hermsen in the 58 Oldsmobile. 62 Nova is the mode of transport for Daryl Tippy out of Surrey. Sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body. So Daryl gets there with a 1063, well ahead of the 1340 for Randy Hermsen. So you notice that Randy was running 1350s in the sportsman category. Here in Hot Rod, he's running 1340s. So the car has a little bit more spunk in it than can be perceived at first glance. Attention in the pits. Stock. You to the rear of staging to be laddered. Stock, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered, and that means Super Street, you're on standby. Super Street, you're on standby. As Steve Wilson and Jerry Brabander head down track, 889. Jerry Brabander actually runs 1073. I was looking at the 1,000-foot number, 889 with a 5. 1073 at the quarter, 121 miles. 1126 for Steve Wilson. So John Hurlson. A little altered in the other lane. No information on the altered at this moment, but nonetheless, he goes 880, 139 miles an hour, 1152 for Hurlson at 118 miles an hour. 1966 Acadian Canso, so that's like a Chevy 2 made in Canada. Well, here we go. Now this is interesting. So 4 AMCs on the property this weekend. 66 Rambler of Ray Roman, Tower Side. Roman Metal Works runs 1105. 1105 at 120 miles an hour. Charles Siddon, 68 Dart. We're in the hot rod category, and so get to see some really interesting vehicles that don't run in necessarily any other categories, like Rob Monroe's 31 Model A, Strong charging hot rod with 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. And Larry Rodenizer in that yellow Ford, 1946 Ford. Monroe goes 890 at 149 miles an hour. 942 for Larry Rodenizer at 140 miles an hour. Here's a classic now. 55 Chevy. Randy Carrick. In the other lane, Glenn Fillingham. From Coquitlam. Streetcar, too. I saw him head out of the track this morning in the AMX. Going to get some coffee, I guess. Came back. Here he is in the hot rod category. 1069 for the 55 Chevy. 1239 for the AMX. And here comes Sylvia Hoogston and Dennis Winton.
Two of my favorite cars, Sylvia Hoogston's in her Mustang, and this big wagon. I had one of these, a 66 Impala wagon. This one, appropriately, unlike most drag racing wagons, has the luggage rack installed on the roof.
Better for weight transfer.
Right. Most people that race station wagons, the long roof cars, take the roof racks off because they think it's aerodynamically cleaner.
I see.
But
Yes.
I'm waiting for Mythbusters. I don't know if you get that TV program.
Yeah, we've seen that.
So I'm waiting for Mythbusters to do the same thing they did with the pickup tailgate thing.
Oh, yes. Open or
Everybody
closed.
thought that they were more aerodynamically clean with the tailgate down. Mythbusters proved that is not so. It
Right.
makes virtually no difference.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for them to prove that same scenario with roof racks. Because, frankly, a station wagon should have a roof rack.
It's like it doesn't have enough storage space. It's got to put more on the roof.
Well, you know, camping gear.
Camping gear,
Goes
all
on
the
the roof.
luggage.
Right.
Yes. Dan Gilmore, 22 in the Acadian, and Dustin Hunter in the Ford, 899, 150 miles an hour as Mark Brenzinger and Ron Clark roll up next. So far, 16 cars, 20 cars have taken a time in the hot rod category. So Mark Brenzinger goes 949 at 140 miles an hour, and Ron Clark 1250 at 106. And the hot rods just keep coming. John McCartney, no relation as far as I know. Bill Halicki in the Ranchero. Oh, Bill has a 427 cubic inch Ford under the hood. And John McCartney, 67 Falcon. So 1109 for Bill Halicki and 1090 for John McCartney. Burnout's complete now for John Sayer in the Purple Dart and Steve Sheffer in the 69 Firebird. So great reaction time from Steve on this qualifying pass. 001. He was glued to the tree there for sure, and glued in a good way. 1333, 106 miles an hour. John Sayer, 1164 to 113 miles per hour. And Russell Jeffrey now and Martin Dykstra. Jeffrey from Coquitlam in the 66 teal. And in the Primer 27 Roadster, that of course is Martin Dykstra. 948, 100 extra. 923 at 147 miles per hour. And here comes Chris Stone and Jim Benke once again matching up, this time in a completely different category, but still managing to find each other face to face for qualifying. So Chris Stone here on Tower side, Stone Cold Racing, Dodge Dart, Rad Torque Plymouth, Cuda. Jim Benke in the other lane. Pretty much even on reaction times at the stripe. 10:04 for Benke and 10:18 for Chris Stone. And that brings up Rowe Jr. in his 69 Acadian, which looks like it's going to close out the hot rod category, bringing us a total number of cars taken of 30. Pay attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammer says, I'm not sure that you missed my previous announcement, but I thought it was pretty clear. The ladder is posted at Marcy's pit, and she expects to see you there. You were supposed to actually be there roughly 10 minutes ago at 12:45. She is waiting to see you and wants to see you, needs to see you. You should be there. So must attend to talk about the ladder at Marcy's pit. That's all Canada West Doorslammer drivers. So Robin Rowe Jr., 70 at 124 miles an hour in his Acadian, and out the hot rod category with 31 cars taking a time. Is Junior Dragsters. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters will be making their qualifying hit this morning. Junior Thunder, we start with the slower of the two categories. This is for Junior Dragster drivers 5 to 12 years of age. And then Lightning is 13 years and older until they age out into full-size vehicles. So Junior Thunder, the younger the competitor, the slower the dragster is. And the quickest, of course, is Lightning, where we'll see them running to the 8th mile in 780s, 790s at roughly 80-some miles an hour. So a good of just how old they are will be how they do on the ET slip over the 8th mile. The younger drivers will probably be clocking in around 14 seconds, and it gets quicker from there. Great opportunity for families to come together and participate at the drag races together. The junior dragster drivers are quite an amazing field of young individuals. They develop skills well beyond their abilities to just drive a race car. These are some great kids who are well ahead of their siblings, perhaps, because of the skills they need to learn and adapt to in the junior dragster and in the racing program. They learn how to be good sportsmen. They learn how to, be competitive in a good and healthy way, because you can't win every week, but you can always try. What is that old expression? Failing is not winning. Failing is when you fail to try. So they're here every week trying to get a trophy, trying to get in the program, trying to win the next round. So lots of skills as Hunter Thompson and Emily White, first pair. Emily goes 8:76 at 74 miles an hour, and Hunter Thompson 13:29, 46 miles per hour. And that brings up Alana Everest. Now, Alana, very young, pestered her parents that she wanted to get into a car, and they were finally able to make that happen, and she just likes to go fast. In the other lane, Nicholas Bond comes from a racing family. Justin Bond, of course, racing in the top dragster category today, but also has his Pro Mod running on the NHRA Camping World Series circuit. Weekend off for Justin, and he is here at the racetrack fine-tuning the junior dragsters for his two kids, Nicholas and April. So Alana rolling forward and is now staged. Nick, same thing for him. So starter flips. Away they go. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street. We're calling Super Street to the lanes to be laddered. Super Street, we need you to the lanes to be laddered. And motorcycles, you're on standby. So Alana goes 14:36 on that run. 8:76 for Nicholas Bond. And yes, he did turn on the red light. It was 008 red, but as we always say, red lights don't count in qualifying. Cadence Rodrigue now and Hunter Gallant set to make their run of the morning, or early afternoon as it were. So 11:94 is the time for Cadence at 53 miles an hour, and 11:97 for Hunter at miles an hour. Ashton Katnick now and McKenna Thompson. Ashton over here on the tower side. Maple Ridge and McKenna on the spectator side. Everybody's pre-staged and set to go. And it goes through with a 10:61, 57 miles an hour, 14:18 for Ashton. Eight Junior Thunders have taken a time as Nathan Green and Wesley Armstrong roll up next. Nathan, part of the Green Brothers Racing. Got Nathan and Alex that we'll see coming up shortly. Sponsored by JBS, Titanium Auto Group, and, of course, Papa Roach. And Wesley Armstrong over on the spectator side. BD Diesel. Or as I should say BD Power, sponsoring Wesley Armstrong. So 12 for Nathan at 53. Or Wesley goes at 45 miles an hour. Smoking hot, it says. That is Connor Jackson. Celebrated a birthday yesterday. Adam Katnick. So Adam goes 891, 3 miles an hour. Connor Jackson, the birthday boy, 875, 74 miles an hour. And here's the other half of the Green Brothers Racing team. Alex Green in the green dragster. And he is going to be up against Carson Brimacombe. In the other lane, Carson from Courtney, and sponsored by Lordco. And this is probably common. Grandpa's MasterCard. Yeah, Carson box and just getting and direction from family members. This is, as I said, very much a full family participation sport. Mom's there, dad's there, all in support of the efforts for the young racer in the family. Alex Green, sponsored by JBS, Titanium Auto Group, and Papa.
Hey, Jerry, do you have grandkids?
I do not.
Not yet. Okay, so you can't answer the question. But the question being, so like your kids, daughter, son, have kids. So they're your grandkids, right?
That's the way that works.
Do you think that your daughter or son get jealous of the treatment from the grandparents regarding the grandkids?
Oh, I'm sure that happens from time to time.
Probably not publicly, but
I'm absolutely sure. It depends family to family. Whatever, you know, my nephew has a couple of kids, and they've chosen to raise them in a very minimalist way.
Right.
They don't go to shopping malls.
See.
It's just like, you don't need that stuff. So why would you go there? And they went there for the first time with their grandpa, my brother.
Okay.
And it was like kids in a candy store
literally,
times
right.
10. Right? And so you know, grandpa more than happy to shell out, but I don't think so. Hold off. They don't need that stuff. So every family is going to be dealing with that a little bit differently.
Do those kids go to public school?
I believe they're homeschooled.
I wondered because
Yeah.
of the sheltered nature of things, I would assume they would be homeschooled.
Yeah. So, or they go to a special school that is not part of the public school system. But in any case, yeah, Zach has just made an effort to raise the kids in a balanced way, not to get caught up in the screen time and everything else. So, 10:67, and Brody Brimacombe 17:01 as we continue to work our way through the Junior Dragster program presented by Peden Industries. Next up, we roll up into the what sounds like the lightning category. You can tell by the fact that they're just a little bit louder, and they will be a little bit quicker. Abigail White from Mission, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco, Walco, and TNT, and Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge, TK Performance. Temperature outside only about 24 degrees, not anywhere near as hot as it was yesterday, but still kind of smoky out there with the forest fires in the neighborhood. So always good if you're sensitive to that. Take precautions. So Aiden Katnick, TK Performance sponsored here on the tower side. Abigail White heading down track to the 8th mile. First to the stripe, Aiden. Aiden goes 7:90 at 81 miles an hour. Abigail 7:95 at 81 miles an hour. So here we are in the quicker category. So Lincoln Shirk and Cole Morin. Lincoln Shirk sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, and JS Power Sports. So compliments of Vancouver Car Wraps. Years of experience wrapping cars in ways that make it look unique and make it look a reflection of you. Colton Morin in the other lane from Mission, ABS, TDS, BKR. So Colton Morin is over on the spectator side. Lincoln Shirk over here on the tower side. Both running Mike Boss chassis, although Morin's is a 2022 Mike Boss chassis and Lincoln's 2008 Mike Boss chassis. They will roll forward, and there we are, pre-staged, and bump forward again another 8 inches before the starter flips the switch for the tree to come down. So 8:17 at 79 miles an hour for Lincoln, 7:96 for Colton, 83 miles an hour. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom and Ciel Gagnon. Ciel. Ciel is the 2021 Mission Raceway track champion in the junior lightning category. She is part of the Big Kids Racing team out of Qualicum Beach. Her dad, Nate Gagnon, Top Fuel Harleys. That's him directing Ciel and tuning the junior dragster. He'll give her some last-minute directions, and Ciel will roll forward in that super fast junior dragster. And on Lexi Winter, they get set. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, heads up. Motorcycle, we need you to lane 1. Motorcycle, we need you to lane 1. And Super Comp and Super Gas, we're calling you to the rear of staging to be laddered. All right, Super Comp and Super Gas to the rear of staging to be laddered, but Motorcycle, we need you in 1. So Emma Debris Coos goes 8 flat, 82 miles an hour, and going to do it for junior dragsters. That, I'm going to go I'm going to try and rustle up some grub or something, I think. That's what I'm going to do. It's a little after 1, so I'm going to go forage for some food.
It is well past lunchtime and feeding time at the zoo, if you will. So Jerry's going to go try to get something to eat, most likely from the half-track snack shack, I would assume. I heard their hamburgers and cheeseburgers are pretty good, but I continue to love the chicken strips here at Mission Raceway. So I'm going to go chicken strips again for lunch for the second consecutive day. And I'll let Jerry do the honors. You need some money there, sir?
I'll tell you later.
Okay. Good enough.
Super stock on standby as well.
By the way, Super Stock should be on standby. Super Stock, you should be on standby. Also, another call for Super Gas and Super Comp. We again need Super Gas and Super Comp to staging, please. And hurry if you don't mind. All right, here we go. Round 2 of stock. Jim Mantle and Bruce Flodine. Congratulations to Jim Mantle. We had a nice conversation just about an hour ago regarding the car I call the Fishbowl, that AMC Pacer wagon with the wood grain applique. Love the car, and Jim Mantle's a good dude. Number 1 qualifier, got the bonus gift certificate from Hughes Performance along with a low qualifier hat for his efforts. But he takes on one of the good ones, Bruce Flodine. And he knew he had to be ready, but unfortunately for Jim Mantle, he was too ready. He was red instead of green. And so Bruce Flodine will head to round number 3, with the parts truck, that white Dodge Dakota. Up next is Ed Hodder Jr., Copo Camaro, and Alf Weeb's gorgeous Buick GS. That is a cool car. Big block 455 Buick. Stick car, too. Talk about the ultimate and rare. Super cool. Dialed in at 1048. We'll have an 800ths advantage over Hodder as far as head start is concerned. So the white Buick leads before the red and white Camaro by a slight margin of 800ths. And here they go. Both drivers clean and green, but Alf Weeb's on home court here at Mission Raceway. Let's see if he can defend it. Unfortunately not, as the big Buick slows from the 1048 dial-in to a 1073 instead, which means that Hodder Jr. is headed to the next round of stock. Down to the semifinals goes Ed Hodder. And that brings up Jody Lang next in the big wagon. The L-Stock automatic ride. 1193 dial against Brian Thompson in the 5-liter Mustang convertible, who is 1308 dial. So Drop Top Mustang gets a head start over the wagon, but here comes the grocery getter with the world beater Jody Lang behind the wheel. The big war wagon moving up and alongside the little Mustang. Top end says, winner, winner, chicken dinner on a double breakout. It is Jody Lang and the wagon heading to the semifinals. How about it? Well, Bill Bushmaker literally, well, maybe not literally, beat his daughter in round 1. I know how bad that sounds, but I'm saying beat his daughter in drag racing, not literally. Angela watching from the sidelines right now as dear old dad, who was the number 2 qualifier, gets a single in this second round, and that should put a wrap on stock for the moment. Bushmaker was dialed 11 flat. He runs 1143 at 114 miles an hour. So we had 5 low qualifiers. 3 of them have come to the tower to collect their Hughes Performance gift pack, which includes a low qualifier hat and a gift certificate. Only 2 drivers have not come up here to get their hats and gift certificates. That would be Comp Low Qualifier, driver of the Red GXP, Brandon Atala, and Top Dragster driver, which, of course, Top Dragster is presented by Rad Torque Systems, so we can't forget them. But at any rate, Dane Lechelt or Lekelt, I'm not sure which it is, also is due a Hughes Performance gift certificate and a Lowe Qualifier hat. So I'd like to see Dane Lachelt and Brandon Hutala on the second floor of the timing tower at your convenience so that you can get your stuff from Hughes. Been a wonderful weekend here at Mission Raceway, although we did get the late start this morning, thanks to Mother Nature. But we'll be working on the racetrack for the next few minutes before we continue on with what should be next, Super Street. And then following Super Street, we'll go into round 2 of Sportsman Motorcycle. Then follow that with Super Comp. And then following Super Comp, the only real change in the schedule is Super Gas moves up behind Super Comp and ahead of Super Stock. So I'll run it down for you as it should be. We just completed Stock, so the next class you should see should be Super Street. Then we'll go into Sportsman Motorcycle round number 2. Follow that with Super Comp. Then go to Super Gas round 2. Follow that with Super Stock round 2. And then into Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster round 2. That gives you the 4 or 5 categories that are upcoming as we work our way through what I guess is the latter portions of our race day or race weekend, as we're down to the quarterfinals or semis in one case, down to the finals in the categories. So it's been a quick day and a good day so far, short of that late start this morning because of Mother Nature. It did allow us to do what I consider to be a pretty moving pre-race as we did the remembrance to 9/11, the tragedy that took place 21 years ago today, and also in remembrance of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, who passed on last week. And so, so far so good, I guess I would say. One thing that Jerry mentions quite often, and so do I, is you look around about the facility here at Mission Raceway, whether it be on the bridge where you see the Lordco sign and that kind of thing, or anywhere really around this place. It's very well decorated with the various sponsors that support this racetrack. If you're selling a house, consider using Remax Realty. They support this place. If you need a performance torque converter or any kind of transmission products, TCS has a big scoreboard above the grandstands, and of course, they sponsor the tower side scoreboard here at the racetrack as well. So if you're in the market for anything, whether it's auto parts, realty assistance, food, as Boston Pizza has a sign here at the facility, for example, whatever you need, please make sure that when you're in the market for something, you consider one of the sponsors of Mission Raceway, because without their help, races like this would not be possible. And having said that, I've got to mention once again, we certainly do thank our friends at Lucas Oil Products, as they are the official title right sponsor of the Divisional Event Series, not only here in the Northwest in Division 6, but throughout all of NHRA's 7 divisions across the country from sea to shining sea. And for Forrest, Charlotte, and Morgan Lucas, the Lucas family, they are literally the first family of drag racing. They sponsor the Divisional Series. They sponsor several of the national events that are staged by the NHRA throughout the United States. And really, they are one of the prime sponsors of what we do and why we do it. So thank you to Lucas Oil and to the Lucas family for their continuing support of what we do. It wouldn't be possible without them, so we have to support them in the best way we know how, and just simply spread the word about Lucas Oil Products. Whether you need engine treatment, want to improve your fuel mileage, there's a variety of different things. They make brake cleaner that's Lucas branded. Whatever you need, if it's some form of lubricant for automotive or diesel, truck use, that's Lucas brand for you and me. If you want to support the major sponsor of drag racing and of this event series, it's kind of interesting if you ever get a chance to talk to Forrest Lucas, who is the owner of Lucas Oil Products. He got his start in a 2-car garage making and developing additives for diesel trucks. It then branched out to what we now know is a product line that's approaching 150 different products. several years ago, I had the pleasure of announcing with Forrest Lucas for what was at that point the largest Lucas Oil Divisional in the history of drag racing, which amounted to about 1,010 cars. And I was the only announcer. Forrest Lucas actually, once we got going, said he felt sorry for me because I was the only one up there. So he knocked on the door, and if you, for those of you that have never been to Las Vegas Motor Speedway, it has those metal doors with the window with the wire in it, like a hospital door. So Forrest Lucas puts his nose up against the little window and taps on the door, and I recognized him. I opened the door. "What can I do for you, sir?" He said, "Seems like you're lonely up here. Mind if I sit in?" I'm like, "Sweet." I was a little nervous at first, I got to tell you. When the president of Lucas Oil wants to announce with you, you let him, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah, it was fun. He actually still has the $10 that we bet on a round in alcohol dragster with his son that he won from me. By the way, I neglected to mention that Bill Bushmaker on the single in that final car in stock had a perfect light. I don't know how I missed that, but hey, I guess I'm human, right? Well, how about Super Street, shall we? Gary Erickson and Jerry Epp. A pair of Fords going head-to-head. One a Mustang, the other a Ford Probe. Silver car being Erickson's Probe. Off the starting line, Jerry Epp had a sizable reaction time advantage, but gave it up at the finish line because Gary Erickson was right on the index. 10.907. Silver car advances to what will be round 3 of Super Street. Running right on the index. Margin of victory, though, was tight between Erickson and Epp. Only 15 10,000ths at the finish line stripe. Yikes. All right, next is Al Quigley, the cool little red Mustang for Rad Torque Systems, to take on one of the heavy hitters here at Mission Raceway in the form of Warren Jacobson and that cool 67 Chevy 2. 1090 is the index. You can't go quicker than that. If you do, you're out. Everybody clean and green, no red lights in this one. Jacobson way out in front, but that's temporary. Here comes the red Mustang to challenge at the top end. It's a double breakout where both drivers go under the 1090 standard because 1088 by Quigley is closer to 1090 than was the 1081 posted on the Lordco scoreboard by Warren Jacobson. It is Al Quigley and the Rad Torque Systems Mustang that will go to the next round. There were 10 cars in Super Street here this weekend. We're down to 5 cars beginning this round, and that means that Brad Vinge got the single. He goes 0-11 in reaction time and runs 1087 on the run on that single. And that puts a wrap on what was the quarterfinal round of Super Street. Up next should be Sportsman Motorcycle. It'll be their second round. All right, Tom Misfeld. Seems like he's been following me the last 3 weeks. Done a lot of driving. Went over to Montana for the Lucas Oil race at Yellowstone Drag Strip in the States. Then we met again the very next weekend in Boise, Idaho. Then 1 week from there, we come to Mission Raceway in Canada. And Tom Misfeld has been going rounds everywhere he's gone. And Mission Raceway is no different, as he got the single. He dialed in at 862 and ran 858 on the single. You can do that when you're on a single, so all good. The only thing he really had to do was stage the bike under its own power. Once that's done, he can back the bike away and save his equipment, or he can do what he just did and run it down the racetrack to check his dial-in number against the bike's performance. The result is 858 on an 862 dial. That'll bring us into side-by-side action in Sportsman Motorcycle. And our first side-by-side matchup is kind of a cool one between reigning Division 6 champ Miles Hauer and Billy Aiken from Kamloops. And it's Billy, 936 on the 916. Aiken was 010 in reaction time, having more than 0.02 of a second advantage here at the starting line in reaction time, forcing Hauer to make a decision down at the other end. Do I try to force him out and run the risk of going under, or do I hit the brakes? He chose to try and force him out and broke out instead, 818 on the 825. So the reigning Division 6 champ is gone, and that brings up Shannon Frank and Al Lamont. Al has won the ET motorcycle title at this racetrack more than anybody else in the history of this facility. And now he takes on Shannon Frank in that super cool Skidoo snowmobile, or I like to call it drag sled. Well, unfortunately, the 8-second capable drag sled is no longer a player, as Al Lamont knows this racetrack as well as anybody, goes 916 on the 915, and even though he gave up a reaction time advantage, he still won the round. So Al heads to what will be the quarterfinals, I believe. And that will bring up our next pair. We're quickly winding our way through Sportsman Motorcycle. And up next should be Super Comp. Unless the staging guys tell me different. All right, Daryl Storzik and Tom Turand, I think, are the final pair in this round of Sportsman Motorcycle. Or, excuse me, is this the final round in ET Motorcycle?
They're going to do a best 2 out of 3.
Oh, I see. So, late breaking news. Best 2 out of 3 in ET Motorcycle. Superstock, we need you to the lanes. Superstock, we do need you to the lanes to be paired up. And stand by, Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, please. Once again, we are looking for Superstock to the staging lanes. It appears that all the super gas is already there. Superstock, you should be headed to the staging lanes, please. All right, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. We need you in the lanes, please. All right, into the 890 segment of our program. This is called Super Comp. As you can see on both the TCS and Lordco scoreboards, the 890 index is being displayed, meaning the drivers cannot go quicker than that particular 890 standard. If they do, they break out and lose. And a tough one for Randy Beck. Appreciate his help all weekend long up here in the timing tower on occasion, but unfortunately he's not a player anymore. He goes 004 red, handing the win to Chris Barton. So Barton gets the win. All right, here's Mark Heritage and Marion Hurst. Heritage Tower side, TCS side of your racetrack. That means Marion Hurst is on the Lordco side. As they hurtle toward the finish line, they both go under the 890 standard because both of them broke out closer to the 890 index with an 889-1 run was Mark Heritage, because Marion Hurst was even quicker yet at 888. So it is Heritage advancing to what will be the semis. And that brings up Super Gas. Kenny Hurd and Brent McKinney. Hurd has the Mustang, the Rip City 2 car. And Brent McKinney, the slick Roadster style Corvette. 990, the magic number, up on both the TCS and Lordco scoreboards. And much like Super Comp you just saw, the numbers changed it from 890 to 990. And that being the number you cannot go quicker than in Super Gas. Both drivers, McKinney Hurd and Brent McKinney, roll in very carefully. McKinney is last to stage. Both leave clean with no red lights. That's good. Kenny Hurd had the 005 reaction time advantage. He runs 991 and gets the win, as Brent McKinney was at a decided disadvantage back here at the start in reaction time. McKinney was 083 in reaction time, while Kenny Hurd was stellar, 005. Resulting in a win for Kenny Hurd and a loss for Brent McKinney. Tyler Dalgleish and Dave Stovey. Pair of Corvette Roadsters. It is Dalgleish, 994 and 151. Tyler also had the better reaction time, which certainly helps. Brings in Dean Peterson. 5 cars in this second round. Peterson earning the single in the Boss Haas Roadster. Dino was 012 in reaction time, and on the single runs 994 to wrap up Super Gas in the quarterfinal round. All right, I think Super Stock should be next. We've made the call for Top Dragster, for Comp Eliminator, and for Top Sportsman. So they should all be in the staging lanes, or at least headed that way. It takes a little time to get everything organized back in the lanes, so we're on hold for a moment. If you haven't stopped by the Half-Track Snack Shack to grab a double burger, your favorite Pepsi products, and an order of French fries, that might be my suggestion right now, as it's way past lunchtime. Of course, you could be like me and get an order of chicken strips. They're really good, I'm telling you. I'm like a racetrack chicken strip connoisseur, so to speak. The racetracks that do have chicken strips, Mission is my favorite. And I'm not just saying that because I'm here. I've said that at other racetracks, and they get jealous. Like, you don't like our chicken strips better than Mission's? No. In the interest of fair reporting, I don't. Mission has the best chicken strips. All right, we're heading into Superstock because here's Jody Lang. So Jody has decided, probably a good idea, to just stage the car under its own power and back it out. He had the single anyway, so all good. Good to see Martha made it up here too. Jody came up by himself. Martha had to work. She came up after. But unfortunately, their little pug dog, Zoe, did not make the trip. And I brought doggy treats and everything. Just about down to the semis or better in all the Lucas Oil divisional classes. So grab yourself something to eat, something cold to drink, and find your favorite seat in the grandstands again. Lots of racing yet to come. Although we are on the back end of the divisional series, lots of ET cars in Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street coming your way. Like I mentioned earlier today, the live feed here at Mission is the best I've ever seen. It literally rivals what they do on NHRA.tv. And the more interesting thing to me, because I'm kind of a techie guy, is all of this is done by remote control. Please do not try to adjust your live feed. We're in control of it. All right, so Christopher Coor, or Chris for short, won the Hughes Performance Low Qualifier bonus, including a hat and a gift certificate, for being the #1 qualifier in Superstock. He'll match up with #8 qualifier Mike Nottingham, the beautiful 427 Ford-powered Ford Fairlane from New Westminster, British Columbia. Nottingham trying to knock out the #1 qualifier. It doesn't look like that's going to happen because Nottingham is obviously having some kind of trouble. Over on the Lordco side of things in the right lane, meaning the #1 qualifier, Chris Coor, just sailed right on by and ran 965 on his 949 dial. So Chris Coor advances. And that sets up Rod Stoltz, this year's Northwest National Superstock champ, over on the Lordco side. Versus Sean Coor and this absolutely gorgeous 67 Nova. Dial in for Coor is 1022. Dial in for Stoltz on the Lordco side in the Oldsmobile is a 1067. So Stoltz will have approximately 4.5 tenths of a second, almost a half a second lead off the starting line. And it is Sean Coor. So Chris and Sean Coor both advance to what will be the third round. And that'll put a wrap on Superstock for the moment. We go to Competition Eliminator now. Three cars left in this round of Comp Eliminator, including these two men. Ralph Van Papiga, who's old enough that he doesn't list his age on his tech card anymore, is over in the right lane in the A Econo Altered, based out of the state of Idaho, ready to challenge your number one qualifier in Brandon Hutala, the GXP Pontiac, for the body man. Super shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, lanes 1 and 2, stand by to Top Sportsman. JBS Top Sportsman to be specific. Good matchup here between the number 1 and number 3 qualifiers. Who's going to the final round? To race Ryan Warder, who's waiting patiently just in front of the water burnout here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Who's going to race Ryan? We're about to find out. Well, it looks like it's going to be Ralph Van Papiga, as Brandon Hutala obviously had some problems right at the hit when the tree went green. So it will be Ralph Van Papiga versus Ryan Warder once again. Now Ryan's just going to roll up here and stage that gorgeous joint venture Pontiac and then push it back away. He doesn't have to make any kind of run if he doesn't want to. The only legitimate thing he has to do according to the rules is stage that car under its own power. Past that, he's good. And he awaits that final round between himself and Ralph Van Papiga. So once again, I'm looking for Brandon Hutala or Conhatolic, you can come to the tower, please. I have some Hughes Performance stuff to give you, including a hat and a gift certificate. So if one of you would like to come to the timing tower, that would be wonderful. I also need to find out about the tricycle. Just saying. About Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster. Round 2. First pair up is the Rod of Paint sponsored car of Clint Geisey from Renton, Washington. Mike Spitzer built, nitrous assisted, 632 cubic inch engine equipped ride versus my pal Dan Provost. Man, he was one of the people I was looking forward to seeing most. It was fun to talk to him about his new building, the new equipment that he's got to fill the place. And really, Dan Provost is like many of the other sponsors. They do a lot of work at a lot of different racetracks as far as providing backing. Mission Raceway is no exception. And he also sponsors the Top Dragster segment of the program at all the Lucas races here in D6. But how about that Dan Provost? Going to round number 3, 684 on the 672 dial. Dan was right on top of it. 005 reaction time to go with that run. Clint Geisey gave it a game day effort, but unfortunately he goes 011 red, so Provost will take it and head to round number 3, which sets up Paul Nero, my old friend dead on zero Paul Nero, in the Rad Torque Systems blue car to race Andy Morris. This should be a dandy. Paul Nero, former national champ, alongside Andy Morris, who's a multi-time Division 6 champ in his own right. Two of the best top dragster drivers in the business in this matchup. This is what you like to call a pick'em. How about it? 004 reaction time advantage for Paul Nero, and he makes it pay off. 702 on the 702. Now, mathematically, you can't see the third digit past the decimal point on the scoreboard, but that was a 7/1000th package for Paul Nero in defeat of Andy Morris, meaning he was 7/1000ths away from a perfect run. Not a big window of opportunity for Andy to work with, so he comes up short, and Paul Nero will go to round 3, joining Dan Provost in that situation. That sets up Dane Michelle, the number 1 qualifier. This thing sounds nasty, doesn't it? Supercharged 540 cubic inch big block, injected on racing gasoline. You gotta love it. Now, how optimistic is Dane Leclair? He ran 6.20 in qualifying and 6:18 in qualifying. What's the number you see on the scoreboard? 6.00. Living on the danger line is Dane Leclair. Can't go quicker than 6 flat. If you do, you're out for the rest of the weekend. So he dials 6 flat. He likes living on the edge, apparently. All right, Sportsman ET. We need you back to the lanes, please. Sportsman ET. And standby Pro bracket. Standby Pro. Sportsman, we need you now, please. All right, we're going to Top Sportsman next. That would be JBS Top Sportsman up here in D6. Thanks to Justin Bond and his company for providing the backing, easy for you to say, of this ever popular category of Top Sportsman. If you like high-powered artillery that runs in the sixes at over 200, door handle to door handle style, Top Sportsman is your class. Well, I don't know what the actual issue is out past the Christmas tree at about, I'm going to say 200 feet down the racetrack, but they're looking at something. And, you know, in the interest of fair reporting, we want to provide a fair and level playing field for all concerned, especially when we have 6-second and 200-mile-per-hour cars coming up next. So we'll take our time, we'll take a look, we'll do what's ever needed so the game can continue, so to speak. Again, you should grab something to eat, man. Lots of good food from the Half Track Snack Shack. Just saying. So we wind things down as far as the Lucas Series cars are concerned. I'll take a moment to thank you all for choosing to spend your entertainment dollars here at Mission Raceway and with the sport of NHRA Championship drag racing. We truly do appreciate it, and we hope that you have enjoyed your visit to Mission Raceway. All right, JBS Top Sportsman, now underway. Chris Galetti, all the way from Houston, Texas, comes to Mission Raceway to race Dan Provost's other car and finds himself ready to lock horns with Joe Sharkman Meloff. The Pontiac GXP from Maple Ridge, effectively the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers going head to head. And this would be the final round of JBS Top Sportsman. How cool is it, in textbook style, that the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers meet in the final round? On paper, that's how it's supposed to work out if there are no upsets along the way. So here we go, the final round. The invader from Houston. It's good to see Chris Galetti, but he's got his hands full as he has to take on the number 1 qualifier in Joe Meloff. Joe and the fam all came up on separate occasions to say hello, and I appreciate that. Dan Provost came to the tower and he says, hey, I'm going to let Chris Coletti race my other car. And I thought, wow, that's cool. He's from Texas, right? And guess what? He's taking a trophy home to Texas. 689, 192, good for the win in a borrowed car.
Ah, that is unbelievable. Only in drag racing do you find that kind of a story.
So let me ask a question that I won't be able to find the answer out. So Chris Coletti borrowed Dan Provost's other car, right?
Right.
He's from Texas. He's up here helping Dan. And what the heck? Let him run the door car. Have they already talked about who gets to keep the trophy versus the check?
I often wonder. You see.
No, I know.
That's one of those untold secrets. You see that at different events where this Wally is going to such. Is it really? Is that one actually going to those people? You're not going to have it, or how does that work?
Well, I don't know. Like the Wally normally goes to the winning driver, but he's in a borrowed car.
Yeah, in this
case, I don't know. I mean, knowing Dan, he probably said to Chris Coletti, probably. Now, I'm qualifying this with probably because I don't want Dan to come up here on fire, ready to hurt me, right? That's happened before, by the way.
Oh, well.
So I'm not speaking for Dan, but my guess is that he's like, Chris, you take the trophy, I'm taking the check. Or maybe, just maybe, Dan says, have the check, have the trophy. Thanks for driving my car. We had a great time, and I appreciate your help.
Good to see you, yeah. Hey, listen, Super Shifters are coming up, so why don't you take a break and go eat your cold chicken strips and...
well, we have a microwave around here, don't we?
Oh, we do. It's right in
All right.
there. So
I'm on top of it.
But it's well past lunch, so, the chicken strips were great.
Right.
But I'm too old for cream soda.
No.
It just gotta, you gotta know when to bite the bullet on that.
There's certain times and certain things that when you were a child, they were awesome.
They were awesome.
And now that you're 50 or older, they're not so awesome anymore.
Yeah, they become less so. Yep.
Like popsicles. I'm not a huge fan of
Popsicles.
Yet I was a huge fan when I was young.
Yeah, I like the chocolate ones.
Right. There are variations. Like if you said to me, I'm going to give you a root beer popsicle.
Oh,
I might be
root beer. Yeah, I'd give that a sample from a nostalgia standpoint. Anyway, I'm going to take over here a little bit. Super Shifter first round of eliminations coming up. This is a big race weekend for them. Jamie Roth is currently in first place, and Scott Winterbottom is obviously got something to say about that, and he will be doing his best to move through the rounds. We'll try and keep you posted on what's going to happen in that regard. McLeod Super Shifters, that is this category, and we have got 9 cars on the property in the category. So Dave Mcritchie with 9 cars getting the bye run here. So Mcritchie from Port Moody in the Lumina goes 9:20 with an 8. And remember, they're using a clutch, they're using a stick shift, so all 4 arms and legs are actually in service for the course of the run. Here's Scott Winterbottom. Now, Scott is in second place and really wants to make some moves here this weekend. Dale Posnick in the 67 Mustang has the handicap start. And Scott goes red. That is not what he wanted at all. He can see the green light on the scoreboard at the top end, and, he's frustrated at that. But he was trying very hard to cut down the tree. He went 017 red and is out of competition now as a result of that. 10:41 is good for the win for the Mustang of Dale Posnick, 129 miles an hour. Going into the next round as Keith Winterbottom rolls up now. This is Dad in the other 66 Nova. Alan Loheed in the 63 Falcon. Upstart and is still out in front. Enough for the win, 978, 129 miles an hour. So Alan Loheed taking out the other half of the Winterbottom family, and away we go. Hey, I had a chance to talk to Will Friesen in the staging lanes, and I said, what's the wheelbase of this thing? And he said it's 9 inches shorter than it was when it came off the factory. So it's about, I think he said 96 inches. So just imagine driving a AA fuel altered. Now, he said it is pretty hairy. It's pretty crazy, and the wheels come up, and he goes red. So Will Friesen not moving that further into the field. Turns on the red light, so John DePork takes his 77 Camaro to the next round, 10.99, 122 miles an hour. Here comes Will Zorick and your points leader, Jamie Roth. Roth has been a champion in this series in the past. He's driving that 64 Comet from Langley. Dialed in at 10.21. Will Zorick in the Big Bel Air gets the handicap start. His dial in 11.16. So about a second handicap going to Will Zorick. Everybody dealing with just a little bit of tire spin on the start line as the tires grab hold of the traction on the track. Wind light comes on because of a red light. Will Zorick trying everything in his power to stay out front. Leaves too soon. Goes 0.19 red. So Jamie Roth, your points leader, going one more round, 10.25. So that is going to do it for Super Shifters as we head into the Sportsman category now. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop. Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes for round one of eliminations. Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes. And Super Pro, you're on standby. But Pro Bracket, bring them up. We need you in the lanes for round one as we begin Sportsman. Everybody racing today for a special commemorative Wally celebrating 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway Park. It is a gorgeous trophy. No question about it. You probably saw a picture of it on Mission Raceway Facebook page. It will look absolutely stunning in your trophy case. So everybody trying to get their hands on one of those by winning today's race. Joanna Rubello and Bill Wells first up, and Bill goes red. So Joanna runs a 14:39 at 94 miles an hour to advance into the next round as we wait for the top end to clear and motion forward the next two, which are Archie Limpright and Kevin McCauley. So Archie's from Langley in the 1982 Chevy over here to our side. In the Oldsmobile, the old school Cutlass, that is Kevin McCauley, waiting patient as the handicap went to Archie. And so now it's up to Kevin to track him down and to make sure that he gets ahead, and Archie not to run too quick under. And boy, it worked out well. Archie got the handicap and managed to stay under the dial. He dialed in 1360 and he runs 1362. So Sylvia Hoogston and Joseph Lowen now. Lowen in the Mustang that is a 1991 vintage, and Sylvia, her Mustang from 1966. So everybody leaving clean and green, and the wind light comes on and a double breakout to Joseph Lowen. 13.40 with a 3 at 101 miles an hour. It was close at the top end with the margin of victory, 0.006 of a second. So Joseph Lowen was staying out ahead just a little bit, and Sylvia was trying to close that gap. He got there first, but Sylvia went too quick. So 21 cars in the category as Ron Clark goes red off the start here in the Chevelle. And so we've got a win light come on the TCS side. 1370, 96 per hour. Aaron Hansen, Randy Hermsen. Next two Sportsman competitors heading down the win light coming on to Randy's side. Aaron goes red, and so nice light shows up on the scoreboard for Randy Hermsen, who runs his regular 13.50 at 102 miles an hour. And that brings up Sydney Jung, and both Sydney having a great run as she continues to make strides in the big Dad set up for her. It's that 81 Malibu. As you see stickers, that car has seen a lot of time on the drag strip, so she has definitely got a nice piece to race with, and doing a great job coming up as a junior dragster champion for a couple of years, and now moving up into the full-size car. She picks up a win with a 12.04, 108. Takes out Bo Dickey in the process. 12.04 at 108 miles an hour. So Sydney Jung moving on. That's just the way they wrote it in the Jung pit area. But, you know, it's nice when it works out in real as well. Veronica Hodgson now, the Dodge Dart in the Mustang here, Tower side. All right, 12.50 for Veronica Hodgson puts her into the next round, as we have got Al Learmonth in his 62 Nova wagon up against that little Falcon in the other lane. Falcon gets the handicap start, but goes red in the process. So Al Learmonth picks up the win, goes through the top end with a 13.44 at 100 miles an hour. So 350 cubic inch small block Chevy in the Nova goes one more round in the Sportsman category. Baskerville over on the spectator side in the 2016 Golf, dialed in at 12 flat. We got 0.08 of a handicap going to the Dodge Dart over here, Tower side. You know, on paper, it doesn't look like a whole lot. 0.08 of a second, but to the drivers, taking full advantage of any handicap start is what you want to do. Now, as far as consistency, Steve Baskerville's taking that golf to another round. 12:05. 12:05 at 95 miles an hour. 12:07.9 on a 12:08 dial. So his competition out by 1/1000th of a second going under. It was that close. Scott Wilson now heading down track on a bye run, and that will close out the sportsman category as we move along. And it, by all things considered, should be Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket next. So we see the tractors rolling, and that means just a little bit of track prep before we move on to the next round of eliminations. It's going to be just a couple of minutes, so if you did want to head over and grab a little bite to eat, bring it back to the stands or something like that, we shouldn't be too long, and we'll get right back into business here. I suspect in the staging lanes will be brackets. Hey, attention in the pits. We're calling Super Pro to the lane. Super Pro. Pro bracket, you should be there already, all of you. And Super Pro, we're calling you to the lanes. 10-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers. That's right. Doorslammers, 10-minute standby. So we should mention that the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, next cars on the property, and of course Bubba Speed Shop, part of the Titanium Auto Group, and we are ever so grateful that they have taken to sponsoring this class at Bubba's. They use nothing but the finest in parts supplied by some of the biggest automotive giants. Holly EFI supplies Bubba Speed Shop with their first-rate list of performance parts, from ECUs to fuel systems, wiring, throttle bodies, and more. So if you're looking for the best drag radials or slicks that money can buy, Bubba Speed Shop uses Mickey Thompson tires and wheels. So you want to head over to Bubba Speed Shop, located on Mufford Crescent, number 310, 20606. Let me try that again, because numbers is hard. 20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley. That is Bubba Speed Shop, sponsor of our Pro Bracket category. So we kick things off with the first two, and that is Chris Held and Dennis Winton. Dennis from Abbotsford in Shaggy. Dialed in at 1188. Gonna have the handicap start over that 71 yellow Chevy. No contention as to what color it is, but he is seeing red right now because he turned on the red light. And the win light comes on for Dennis Winton. Takes Shaggy, the Bel Air, to a win to the next round, 1186 at 111 miles an hour, as Stu Funk gets set to do battle against Jim Benke in his Rad Torque 67 Plymouth Cuda. 440 cubic inches of Mopar power under the hood up against that 396 Chevy. And Stu Funk gets the handicap start, all of 1/2 of a second on the Christmas tree. Everybody leaves clean and green here, and one of these racers has an absolutely stellar reaction time. It did not help. Stu Funk left with a 009, but Jim Benke gets there first with a 10-10-6 on a 10-7 dial, 10-07 dial. So Jim Benke making full use of the 1,320 feet to get into the next round of Pro Bracket. Here comes Terry Raitt in the GMC pickup now. Brad Berger in the other lane. One Malibu. Malibu's out of Chilliwack, and the pickup gets the handicap start. Again, everybody's clean and green, but somebody was distracted on the line. A reaction time that will not be one they'll want to keep track of. That's right. Started with a 7. Terry picks up the win, goes 12-13 on a 12-11 dial, 100 miles an hour. So Terry goes into the next round of Pro Bracket. Lance DeSillets now. 1981 Malibu over here, Tower Side. He's driving the S10 pickup. And Richard gets the handicap start. Lance is going to have to pull on behind and get around the bend on the brakes. On the brakes and still getting there first. 11:15, not wanting to break out. 10:93. 107 miles per hour for Richard Love. Okay, Brian Prescott, Walter Johnson. Johnson driving the red Chevy. And Prescott is driving the green Chevelle. One's a 69, one's a 72. You can figure that out. Talk amongst yourselves. Handicap start went to Brian Prescott. Green Chevelle gets out first. And now it's of the door handles all the way to the stripe with Walter Johnson picking up the win. Both breaking out. 11:32 with a 7 is good for the win at 114 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy now, and the 65 Nova that she's known to race. Over on the spectator side, Del Northgraves from Pitt Meadows, driving the Nova Rally closest to the tower here. 10:59 dial in against Cassie's 11:68. So the 65 Nova will move first. And actually moved a little too first. She goes 002 red. Cassie Tippy turning on the red light, and win light comes on for Del Northgraves at 10:68 with a 9, 125 miles an hour. Dave Shirk now in the Titanium Auto Group sponsored 86 Blazer. 1185 on the window of the Blazer, and also if you're keeping score, it's on the scoreboard at the top end, as is the handicap for Russell Jeffrey, which is 925. That's the dial-in, I should say. 66 Nova, so Russell Jeffrey will have to keep that Nova sitting on the start line for a couple of seconds as Dave Shirk just moves further and further down track. Well, they both went red. True Start System comes on and says, you know what, Russell was less red than Dave Shirk. So the win light comes on 930 at 145 miles an hour, and Russell Jeffrey advances to the next round. Dustin Hunter now and Mark Brenzinger. Hunter dialed in at 9 flat. That little Falcon from Chilliwack, 557 cubic inches of Ford power. Up against some Chevy small block action, 283 in that Nova. Well, there goes the red light for Dustin Hunter. Goes 007 red. He's out of the... with Mark Brenzinger picking up the win of 952 at 139 miles an hour. Ross Walker and Rob Monroe Jr. 10-12 for Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, 10-71 for the 69 Acadian that Rob Monroe is driving. So this blue Acadian gets a bit of a handicap start. In theory, if the exact same reaction times, they'll end up at the stripe at exactly the same. But that doesn't happen all that often, does it? 10-13 for Ross Walker. 120 for the win. As Derek Johnstone brings the 66 Impala Ragtop to the line. Brian Heffel sitting in the other lane in the 71 Chevy Vega. So win light on a double breakout. Goes to 980 at 137 miles an hour for Brian Heffel. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. We need you to 5 and 6, please. Canada West Doorslammers to 5 and 6 and stand by Junior Street. 36 cars in the category, and we're working our way down to half of them for the next round as Rich Dyes picks up the win on that double breakout. Goes 11:37 on an 11:39, so he was closer to the shoe polish on his window than was his competition, Bob Baxter. 115 miles an hour was the winning speed for Rich Dyes. As James Dobson and Kim Cornish are your next two. Kim getting the handicap start in the Little Mustang. So everybody's clean and green up front. It's going to be decided at the top end. And who will it be first? It will be Kim Cornish. Due in large part to a 008 reaction time and also being 0.04 off her dial. 11:24, 11:28 was the run for Kim Cornish. Craig Johnson and Kevin McCauley. Kevin calls the car old school. That might be some projection there. 82 Cutlass. He got the handicap start, but it was like 0.3 of a second, 0.2 actually, if you want to be precise. And will he get there first? No, he does not. Craig Johnson. Boy, as consistent as Craig is, he manages to keep pulling out the wins. 11:75 on an 11:69, and he had basically 0.02 better reaction time, so still managing to eke out the wins is Craig Johnson. Bill Mitchell and Nicholas Rubello. So Bill Mitchell calls that 74 Javelin, which is a unique piece in and of itself. It's a double breakout, and Nicholas Rubello takes the Regal into the next round. He runs 11:06 on an 11:09 dial, and that is good to advance. Now the margin of victory, it was a squeaker. Mitchell got there first. Took the stripe by 0.06, but it was a 71/10,000ths of a second win for Rubello. Steve Baskerville and Anthony Katnick. So Baskerville managing to take this golf round after round after round. Let's see how he does here against the TK Performance sponsored Maple Ridge Runner in the Mustang. Well, they both go red, and True Start System says Anthony Katnick was the least red of the two of you. So you see the green light come on the scoreboard saying winner Anthony Katnick goes 1097, 127 miles an hour. Mike Hutmacher now and Veronica Hodgson. 69 Dodge Dart up against the 1988 Ford Mustang. It'll be Veronica with the not inconsiderable handicap start. She dialed in at 12:48 against a 9:80, and so she'll be looking to take full advantage of reaction time as well as getting to the finish line. Okay, and they're both clean and green, so is around the Dodge Dart at the top end. I'd say Mike is trying real hard, and does so. He runs 984 to 100 miles an hour for the win. Veronica trying ever so hard to stay ahead. Broke out. Goes 1247 on a 1248 dial. And that brings up Lorenz Schwartz now and Chris Stone. Lorenz Schwartz, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop, driving the white 83 Monte Carlo. He had a 100th of a second handicap start over Chris Stone. I pay money to anybody who could see that on the Christmas tree. And he managed to get out in front of Chris Stone by having a action time against Chris's 58. So that was a run that was won on the start line, almost heads up, and better reaction time in that particular case to Lorenz Schwartz. Here's Jordan S. from Surrey in the dragster. 1290 is the dial. In the other lane, the wagon leaves first, 1338. They get to the stripe, and it's a win on the Lordco side, 1349, 100 miles per hour. And here we go with the odd number of cars in the program for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Brian Vader from Barhead, Alberta, takes his 72 dart on a single bye run. Clocks in at 132 miles per hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, bring them up. Lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, bring them up to 3 and 4. And Junior Thunder and Lightning, we need you on standby. Stefan Veach and Nick Angelucci. In the Super Pro category, Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Win light comes on for Veach, and the 72 Plymouth goes 1094 to 123 miles. And so Stefan Veach from Courtney taking that Plymouth to the next round is John Braining and Steve McKenzie. 1970 Camaro up against a 1986 Cavalier. Dialed in at 2, Steve 899, so not much in it on the handicap front. What we're talking about is 0.03 of a second between them. Both leave clean and green, but John Braining, who coincidentally had the most tardy reaction time of 5:18, picks up the win. Goes 9:17 because Steve McKenzie was working too hard and broke out. On an 899 dial, he runs 896, goes too fast. Firebird versus Nova. Wes Vath rolling forward in the 83 Pontiac. Tower side. He gets the handicap. Jan Christensen not able to hold it on the start line. Goes red. El Gringo going back on the trailer, and Wes Vath picks up the win at 9:47 with a 41 miles per hour. Dan Parsons now and Kelly Voss. Voss still working on that dragster that he picked up earlier this year. And quicker, or as they want to go in this particular class of Super Pro. Parsons, consistent 1090 runner. He's dialed in at 1092, and they both leave clean and green. And so will the dragster move around him at the top end? No, sir. 1092, just as he dialed. 1092 with 122 miles an hour for Dan Parsons to win. Kelly Voss just going dialed in, goes 885. So Vince Smith now and Jeremy Soares. Soares coming into the program from the Top Dragster series, having the option to run in the Super Pro category on this day. Vince Smith in the Camaro, that traditional orange with white stripes. Gets the handicap start against the dragster. He's going to have to work hard to stay out in front, as Jeremy Soares is going to come booming by with a 771 on a 769 dial. 166 miles an hour for the win. Jeremy Soares moving on. Right out of the water box is Martin Dykstra, MCD Racing 27 Ford T Roadster with Chevy power, so Ford fans twinge a little bit at that note. David Boucher, Spruce Grove, Alberta, Team Ace Racing, 96 Hadman. He's over on the spectator side, dialed in at 704. Martin Dykstra gets the handicap here at 950, so we'll see that little roadster shoot out off the start line first. So far, so good. It's all green here. Dykstra manages to stay ahead of the dragster because the dragster just went too quick. Dialed in at 704, but runs a 702.9. So got to the stripe first, but broke out. And Martin Dykstra goes 951.3 at 135 miles an hour. Mike Robinson now and Clint Delavecchia. Clint from Terrace, BC, in that 67 orange Camaro with black stripes. Mike Robinson here from Chilliwack, and he is in one of those 27 Ford T Roadsters with, you know what I'm going to say, right? Chevy power. 20 dial-in, 923 for Dykstra, or for Robinson rather, and hard for Clint. Takes the Camaro out of contention. Mike Robinson, he's moving on to the next round. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Robinson is your 2021 track champion in the Super Pro category. Yes, he is. Runner-up is Craig Johnson, but Mike Robinson is your 2021 track champion. Stefan Robert and Martin Rochelle now. Stefan Pitbull Mechanical. Big shout out to the crew, Gary. It's a car he calls the Bucket, 1934 Chevy. And Martin Rochelle just out of the gate doing his normal business on a 1090 run. How's the dial? Oh, so nice. 1092 with a 125 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle advancing into the next round. So the mission runner takes the Malibu to round number 2 in Super Pro. Valhalla Racing Malibu. Curtis Munson up against John Jenkins. Jenkins, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, of course. And he is going to get there first on a double breakout. Time 004 for John Jenkins. And so 1069, closer to the 1071 dial. And so he is there. Then the margin of victory, 94 10,000ths of a second. And Wes Hendricks. Richard Love, Motorsports S10 here tower side. Wes 1960 Falcon. And problems set in for Love right at about the 60-foot mark. So it's one of those tricky areas where do I back up or do I drive it through? So they're obviously just going to back it up out of the center line, out of the groove, and he'll take it up the return road into the pits. But hard luck for Richard Love, not able to make the run. Problems set in right at the hit. So that's a race. You hate to see it happen, but there's a lot of moving parts and pieces. Opportunity for something to go amiss. Burnouts complete for Zach Liston and Craig Johnson. Liston dialed in at 8:30 in his 55 Ottawa Racing Chevy. 1094 for Craig Johnson, so Craig will have the handicap, but problems on the start line. So Craig Johnson's in front of Zach Liston. Is he able to stay out there? No, he does not. Zach Liston comes around, goes 830 with a 1 on an 830 dial. So that was a tough one for Craig. 8301 on an 830 dial. Going to be tough to beat. Zach Liston picks up the win, and that is going to do it for the Super Pro category. So just before we have the Canada West Doorslammers run down the track for their first round of eliminations, we are doing a little bit of spray, get the track up in a real sticky situation, and so that's going to take just a few minutes, and we're going to do that first. I will mention that this weekend's sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammer Series is Associated Tire and Auto out of Campbell River. Now it says in their name, and so as you can well imagine, they'll do all kinds of things besides just tires. anything to do with your automotive car, whether it's a cooling system, power steering, tune-ups, engine analysis, oil and lube, batteries, you name it, they'll do it all. If you're in the Campbell River area, you want to check out Associated Tire and Auto and support them as they support racing here at Mission Raceway. Associated Tire and Auto have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. They are dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships, and you can trust their experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. We go. This is first round action. Canada West Doorslammers, last race of the season for them, and it is all on the line. Somebody is going to be the champion if I have got all of my stats correct. Peter Lecanis over on the Lordco lane in the 63 Vet, up against Dave Warren in the Bel Air. So Lecanis dialed in at 8:57, so the Corvette leaves line first, and Dave Warren in the big old Bel Air, the Blue Max, will be in hot pursuit. So being up here, now it's a matter of Peter staying out in front and Dave saying, no, you don't. No, sir, we're going to get you. 783 at 173 miles an hour. It was a squeaker at the top end, 46 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. But Dave Warren takes the Bel Air into the next round. So Peter Lecanis who is in third place with John DeYoung, is going to be getting no more points this race. Your points leader, Paul Stretch, here tower side against Jason Field in the other lane. Field from Mission, Lil Overkill, he calls that 71 Nova. Ritchie Racing Engine sponsorship, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Hutch Transmission, and Menchard Motorsports. That is all the shout-outs from Jason Field. Mid-Island Engines, main sponsor for the 2002 Cavalier. And here they go. Paul Stretch in pursuit of Jason Field. Does he get him? Yes, he does. Gets around him at the top end, 728. 189 miles an hour. Paul Stretch will advance into the next round. He's getting more points. Your points leader getting a few more. It's Rod Leclair now. Is up against Paul Soares. Rod Leclair, Paradise Homes, sponsorship out of Victoria. 67 Camaro, dialed in at 687. And Paul Soares, 805. So one of those classic cases where, as a driver, you need to run your own dial, right? You got to run your own dial. You got to run your own race in your own lane. You can't be too bothered by who's in the other lane and what's happening there. You acknowledge it, but it's you and the racetrack, and that's all there is to it. You do everything right in your lane. There is nothing the other guy can do to beat you if you've done everything right. So both drivers looking to do exactly that. Paul Soares out of Terrace, dialed in at 805 in his 95 Pontiac. He's in the number 13 spot. Racing Rod Leclair. His Camaro dialed in at 687 and in the number 2 spot. So handicap start, and it's a sizable one going to the red Pontiac over on the Lordco side. Here comes Rod Leclair chasing down that Pontiac and gets around him. Goes 697 in the process on a 687 dial for the win. 205 miles an hour. Rod Leclair advancing into the next round as Paul Soares going on the trailer after that run, and he did nothing wrong. Kerry Young now and Henry Zacharias. Kerry Young from Port Alberni, driving an S10, qualified number 17. And you know, it doesn't really matter where you qualify. We've seen that happen time and time again. You can be qualified at number 16th, and you can beat the number 1 guy if it's your day. So don't be fooled by where Kerry has qualified. 837 is the dial on his window. Henry Zacharias, 5th in the points in the program for this season. He's dialed in at 760. So Henry Zacharias is going to be waiting patiently as Kerry Young gets out in front. Win light comes on for your 17th qualifier, Kerry Young. That's right, he runs 8:42. Had a better reaction time than Henry Zacharias, and that helped because Henry ran his dial. But he was somewhat tardy on the start line with a reaction time that started with a 1, and Kerry Young was 0:49. That's what did it. Hey, attention in the pits. We're still waiting for a couple of hot rod racers, Larry Rodenizer and Dustin Hunter, I think. We need you in the staging lanes ASAP. Last call for Larry Rodenizer and Dustin Hunter. And that's in the hot rod category. So here is your number 3 qualifier, John DeYoung. Driving that real swoopy 68 Artex Racing Camaro. Based out of Abbotsford, TDS, Total Dairy Solutions, is the family business. He's dialed it in at 687. Car is super capable. Mark Schuppener, 823 in the other lane. He's your 14th qualifier. We just saw the number 17 qualifier move up. Is that going to happen here? Well, not if John DeYoung has anything to say about it. Hey, attention in the pits. Martin Dykstra, we're also waiting for you in the staging lanes. Martin Dykstra, hustle it up. We need you in the staging lanes right now. So Schupener got the handicap start, but here comes John DeYoung in hot pursuit, and boom, gets around him with a 6.94. Boy, check out that margin of victory. 64 ten-thousandths of a second. A squeaker at the top end. 196 miles an hour. So John DeYoung picking up points as he moves into round number 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. Paul Debris Jr. backing up from the burnout along with Grant Howell now. Paul Debris from Shawnigan Lake. Straight line race cars, a 66 Valiant. Like to make fun of the wing on the back, but that wing provides a tremendous amount of consistency in that car's performance. So the 66 Valiant just nicely measured out in terms of weight distribution and setbacks. They're obviously doing something right, as Paul Debris Jr. is your 2021 Canada West Doorslammer champion. In the other lane, Grant Howell, sponsored by Lordco and his 37 Chevy, and he is looking to do a little bit of upset here, but it'll be Paul Debris getting the handicap start. Everybody's green and on their way to the 1320 stripe. Wow, Grant Howell got around him too. 768, 174 miles an hour for Grant Howell to pick up the win. So Grant Howell dialed in at 767. He runs a 768. Had about 300ths on the reaction time and was just that much closer at the stripe. Here's Greg Field now with his 69 Opel GT, Active Care Auto sponsored. Twin turbo, 572 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood of that 69 Opel GT. And I know what you're saying. That's got to be a wild ride. Well, imagine what it's like driving it. Yeah, it would be a wild ride, but it's even more hairy when you're behind the wheel. If that car hooks up, easy 6-second run. He was saying earlier in the year that his goal was to run 220, and in the first race, he ran 220. So the car is set up this year to do exactly what they want to do, as long as it hooks up on the start line. Like I say, his competition, Brian Ritchie, number 2 points contender in the other lane. The handicap goes to the black Chevelle. Here comes Greg Field, and he is straight down Broadway. Will he get around Ritchie? He does not. Wow, runs a 644, but that was not enough. Had a better reaction time, but that was not enough. Had a better mile per hour, but that was not enough. And that's because Brian Ritchie ran 788, or dialed in at 788 and ran 789. So he was 100th off on his dial. The margin of victory in that particular run, 93 ten-thousandths of a second. It was a real close one at the stripe. Had there been another couple of feet, Greg Field would have won. Trouble is, 1320 is 1320. Tom Katnick now and Scott Grant. Katnick picking up this car from Derek Shirk earlier in the year and making fine use of it in the Doorslammer Series. TK Performance sponsor. He was supposed to be racing Scott Grant. So, trying to explain exactly what happened there, Tom Katnick was supposed to race Scott Grant. Grant not able to make the call in his Camaro, so Katnick basically took the tree, but then ran the car out the top end. So that basically still advances him into the next round. And that brings up the next pair, which is James Kennedy over on the spectator side and Scott Robinson in the Camaro here on the tower side. So win light comes on for Scott Robinson, and he goes 8:52 in the process. 8:46 was the dial, 158. So Scott Robinson goes to the next round. Hey, attention in the pits. Driver for K303, we need you back to your car. K303, we need you back to your car, please. So Derek Shirk now and Otto Schulte. Derek Shirk, owner of the Titanium Auto Group and all the subsidiaries like Vancouver Car Wraps and Bubba's Speed Shop. Getting some extra sponsorship here on this vehicle, the Chevy 2 from Rad Torque and National Tire as well. Dialed in at 8:35. Otto Schulte has a long list of sponsors, including Associated Tire, Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, Lordco, and Quality Signs. Handicap start will go to Derek Shirk. So it's going to be at the stripe, a win for Otto Schulte. Both of them break out. Otto goes 7:53.0 on a 7:54 dial, so closer to his dial-in than was Derek, so Otto Schulte picks up the win. As Devin Jansen and Dale Jansen now roll forward. Scoreboard says win light for Dale Jansen. Goes 7:72. Devin left before the tree was activated and has no incrementals in either case. The win light is for Dale Jensen, 777 at 175 miles per hour. And that is going to take care of round number 1 of Canada West Doorslammers.
Well, it's the comp final round. In probably the most technologically advanced class in all of NHRA sportsman racing. And certainly one of the more expensive classes in which to compete. Ryan Warder has been a busy dude driving across the country and back. He recently traveled to Indianapolis to compete in the U.S. Nationals, and he is challenged by Ralph Van Papeghem, the A Econo Alter, over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, indexed at 781. Comp, there is no breakout. They are simply handicapped by their current category index. For Van Papeghem, it's 781. For Ryan Warder, indexed in D Super Modified, it is 904. So head start goes to Ryan Warder. After that, it's first one to the finish line, no breakout. It's kind of my style of racing. just car versus car, driver versus driver, handicapped by their indexes. So here we go. Here comes Ralph. Ryan's out in front by way of the handicap head start. Top end says he got him. Ralph Van Papeghem wins comp eliminator here in Mission. Making the trip from Idaho, certainly worth it. 726 on the 781. Whoa. 726. Better than the number he qualified with, in fact, at 53 under and 727. So about 54 under in a final round victory for Ralph Van Papeghem. Congratulations to Ralph, as the trip to Mission is noteworthy for him. In defeat of Ryan Warder. Wasn't like Ryan wasn't trying. Ralph had him in performance and actually had the better reaction time as well. So it's all about Ralph Van Papeghem or Van Papelgam, depending on which announcer is saying his name. So congratulations to Ralph and everybody else involved. Nice work.
Moving back into the ET Bracket Series, and this is Junior Street. Junior Street, 3 cars in the category, and that is going to mean that we're going to build a final round right now. So Tyler Smith, because of the odd number, goes to the 8th mile and runs 11:07, and so Tyler will go into the final, and Tyler will race one of these two, either Katie Shirk or Taryn Monroe. So Taryn Monroe and Katie. Katie has a dial-in of 952 versus Taryn's 1076. So a handicap start will come into play here. We've got a Tahoe, 2000 Tahoe versus a 1986 GMC Jimmy. Not exactly the most compact vehicles on the property, but nonetheless, that's what they're driving in Junior Street. So they're both staged up, and here comes the tree down. They will head to the 8th mile, and it will be a win light for Taryn Monroe. So Taryn picks up run into the final, 1098 on a 1087 dial. We now move into the hot rod category, where all cars have to be 1969 or older. And that starts with a 69 Dart and a 55 Chevy. So Randy Keurig, 1070, and Worrell, the 69 Dart out of Langley, dialed in at 1020, 1070 for the 55 Chevy, and that means that half a second handicap will be going to the big old Chevy. Red light start for Randy, and so that means Bert Worrell picks up automatic win in this first round. Goes 1024 to 130 miles per hour. Russell Jeffrey and Ray Roman. Our way through the hot rod program here, Randy Hermsen and Dan Gilmore, the Mooch, rolling up for their pairing. And Randy Hermsen taking the obligatory 1354 dial in. See that on his window, so he'll get the handicap start in his 58 Oldsmobile over that little 65 Acadian. Dan Gilmore, no slouch. He's on the gas and in pursuit of the Oldsmobile. Manages to get around Randy Hermsen, too. Goes 1026 at 128 miles an hour, and so he's good for the win. Dan Gilmore taking out longtime champion Randy Hermsen. Mark Brenzinger now and Dustin Hunter. So Brenzinger 952, Hunter 904. Nice weight transfer there, but it turned into a red light real quick for Mark Brenzinger. Turns on the red light, 009, and so the win light comes on for Dustin Hunter, 908. Both of them having pretty good reaction times, except one on the other side of the red and one this side of the red. So nonetheless, Dustin Hunter advancing to the next round of Hot Rod. Bill Halicki taking the 65 Ranchero for a ride against that little Bantam altered. Believe that's from North Vancouver. On the scoreboard, you can see 827. Well, through the smoke, you can see 827 still. That is the dial-in time for the altered. 11:15 is the dial-in time for the Ranchero. So There you see the handicap start. Altered losing power there for a second. We were just waiting to see if he was going to get it fired back up, and he did. Wind light comes on for the altered, 836 on an 827 dial, 158 miles an hour. So Bill Halicki not able to hang on for the win with his handicap, but he'll have another week to do that in the future. Martin Jackman now and Sylvia Hoogston. Both of them dialed in the 12s, 1295 for the Chevelle wagon and 1255 for the Ford Mustang. So we're talking about a half-second handicap start, but Sylvia goes red, and that's that. That's it for that story, as Martin Jackman will take the Chevelle wagon into the next round of Hot Rod. 1293 with a 2 at 104 miles per hour. Robin Rowe Sr. and Charles Siddon. So Monroe 895 and Charles Siddon at 1209. So Charles Siddon tops auto repair out of Kelowna in that 68 Dart over. And Rob Monroe, white knuckle racing in his Hot Rod 31 Model A, wheels up, and he is, he was heading for the wall for a while, but he brought it back into the center, and it looks like he's not going to get there because he used, the normal quarter mile is 1,320 feet. I think he used about 1,330. Put a little bit extra on that little veering off to the wall. So Charles Siddon runs 12:17 at 106 miles an hour for the win. And Wilson and John Sayer. So John Sayer in the purple Dart, not able to stay out in front of John Hurlson's Canso. 117 miles an hour is the winning mile per hour. 11:53 is the win. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Need to the lanes. Stock, Super Street, and Juniors. Stock, Super Street, and Juniors. We need you to the lanes, please. So John McCartney and Jerry Brabander. McCartney out of Abbotsford. 67 green Falcon here, tower side, up against that Chevy product. Chevy 2 of Jerry Brabander. And they are neck and neck. Get to the stripe, and it's a win for McCartney in the Ford. 121 miles an hour. Brabander had a great reaction time. 006, but 1096 is just a better ET. If your dial is 1092. Here's Rob Hodgson now, your 2021 Hot Rod champion in the 67 Plymouth. Dennis Winton in the other lane. Boy, Dennis is a mighty consistent runner as well. Both these guys know how to chop down a tree and get to the stripe on time and under. Problems for Dennis Winton as left before the tree was activated, it looked like, and Rob Hodgson heading down track and picking up the win. 1093 on a 1090 dial, 122 miles an hour. So So Dennis Winton just a little bit out of sorts there. Got distracted or something. And here comes Chris Stone and Andy. Andy getting that F100 to run a little better each year. Sponsored by Antle Towing. And in the other lane, Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing from Willowbrook Chrysler sponsorship, along with a host of other individuals. Comes on for Chris Stone, 10.30 at 116 miles an hour. So was I just ahead of myself, and the junior street final is not set up?
No, we gave them extra qualifiers.
Right. So win light coming on, as I say, for Rodenizer. Goes 9:58, 122 to advance into the next round. And that brings up Jim Benke and Martin Dykstra. So Benke getting wheels up as usual. Got that car set up so that the weight transfer just works in his favor. It does tend to go straight when those wheels go up, so that's what you want. And he picks up the win on a double breakout, 10:08. 128 miles. Daryl Tippy, Bob Monroe. So Daryl Tippy from Horizon Paint sponsorship. To Nova against the 69 Acadian. Handicap is going to be about 1/10 of a second here, so not much in it. Let's say that. So a little break in the action as we fill the staging lanes with the next cars that we expect to have down track. We've just completed the hot rod category, and so we're probably going to be seeing Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Those are next on the rotation. That is the plan. You see all of the golf carts out front here for all the families that have dragsters on the property. And there are always people who are new to drag racing that are wondering about some of these series. And, you know, the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League is just a great opportunity for kids 5 to 17 to experience drag racing in a controlled environment. A lot of our Camping World competitors got their start in junior dragsters. Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, and Leah Pruitt, just to name a few. There's a host of others, and so it's a great stepping stone to move on into bigger cars, and we have seen that happen here. Emily Gerard, for example, now running in a Super Comp dragster that the family has set up for her, and she's doing a lot of traveling with that Super Comp dragster, and we don't see her as often as we'd like, but there's many, many other racers who have made that step up from junior dragsters into full-size cars. So it is a great learning experience and stepping stone to move up in the drag racing world. It's also a great opportunity for families to play together and learn together and stick together. So that's one of the reasons that I think you see a lot of racers have junior dragsters for the young ones in their family. It keeps them involved, it keeps them learning, it keeps them growing in an activity that has challenges, but also can be very satisfying from a personal growth standpoint. So first pair, and we start always with the Thunder category. That is the slower of the two. This is for racers that are 5 years of age to 12 years of age. So Emily White and Hunter Gallant, first pair, head down, and it looks like both of them go red. And that's part of the learning process, is that they need to know all of the ins and outs, the intricacies of drag racing. And so it's going to be a win light for Hunter Gallant because he was less red. He runs a 12:22. They run to the 8th mile, 51 miles an hour for Hunter Gallant. And Adam Katnick now and April Bond will be our next two. So Adam Katnick over here from Maple Ridge, part of a trio of junior dragsters out of that family. Dad races as well as the three youngins in the family, and so it's a busy time for the Katnicks. It's also a busy time for the Bond family. Justin Bond at the start line giving directions to April Bond, who's in her pink dragster. Justin taking a break this weekend from racing his Pro Mod in the Camping World Series. And so he is doing the fine-tuning. You see them at the back of the junior dragsters, and what they're doing is basically, like on full-size cars, they're adjusting the RPM, making sure that the RPM is where they want it, and also setting the temperature of the heads. And so it's there is a fair bit of intricacy on these junior dragsters that is not really seen on the surface. But if you get an opportunity, head into the pits and do talk to the families involved, and they will amaze you with all the things that are required, that are done, that they learn from the Junior Drag Racing League. So Adam Katnick, 892, and April Bond, 1068. April gets the handicap start. Boy, virtually identical reaction times here, so it's all going to be decided at the 8th mile stripe. Does anybody go too quick? Well, April Bond goes too quick, 1067 on a 1068 dial. Too quick by just a couple of thou. 898 is the winning time for Adam, 72 miles an hour. So Adam going on to the next round as Ashton Katnick now comes up, and McKenna Thompson. Ashton Katnick from Maple Ridge as well, that whole TK Performance team. And McKenna Thompson, 1063 is the time for McKenna, and 14:15 for Ashton Katnick. And so handicap start will be going to Ashton. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need motorcycles to lane 1. Motorcycles, this is your call. Bring them up. Lane number 1. We need you in lane 1. And all super classes, we need you to the rear of staging for pairing. Super classes to the rear of staging for pairing. So Ashton Katnick picks up the win, goes 14:22, and McKenna goes too quick on her dial. So Ashton picks up the win, goes 44 miles an hour in the process, as Hunter Thompson and Carson Brimacombe will be our next competitors. Both cars leave on the green. Hunter Thompson on the tower side picks up the win, goes 13:45 at 45 miles an hour. Carson goes 9:93 at 65 miles an hour. So here we go with the other car in the Bond family, Nick Bond. Over here, Towers side, and looks like Nate Green. Over on the spectator side. You hold the power. So the wind light comes on for Nick Bond. 890 with a 671 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes too. Top Dragster, we're calling you to the lanes. Bring them up, Top Dragster. So Alana Everest beside Brady Brimacombe. Brady in the gray dragster over on the spectator side, dialed in at 17 flat. One of these times that Alana is going to be sitting, waiting, because the other dragster is slower than Alana. And Alana not patient enough, unfortunately. Turns on the red light. Sees that dragster heading down there and does not like the look of that dragster getting that far ahead. So as it turns out, the wind light comes on for Brody Brimacombe, and he runs a 1476 light, and the green light could go under, so it goes 43 miles an hour for the win. Here comes Alex Green now and Cadence Rodrigue. So everybody waited for the green light this time. Alex got the handicap. Cadence is in pursuit and wins. 12 flat, 53 miles an hour. So Cadence picks up the win. And it was tight at the top end. 29 ten-thousandths of a second. So it certainly was a squeaker at the top end. So congratulations to Cadence on that win. 12 flat. Here comes Wesley Armstrong and Connor Jackson. So Wesley Armstrong dialed in at 1390, and Connor Jackson at 890. So the win light comes on for Wesley Armstrong. 14:15 is the win, 43 miles an hour. And Colton Moore now and Abby White. Colton Warren from Mission, dialed in at 795 as we are now in the quicker of the two categories. Lightning is for drivers 12 and over. So 13 and over, I guess, would be the more accurate telling of that. Abby White in the spectator side, 798. Pretty skinny handicap start there, but Colton Morin picks up the win, goes 796 on a 795 dial, so runs 82 miles an hour for the win. Colton Morin going on into the next round. There, now it's quiet. Super Stock. We need Super Stock to the lanes, please. Super Stock, bring them up to the lanes. And that means Super Shifters, you are on standby. But Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Hey, attention in the pits, Dan Provost. We are missing you in Top Dragster. Dan Provost, we need you to the lanes, please. You are the only one that's missing in, oh, there he is. Coming on right now. So Ciel Gagnon, the 2021 Lightning champion, over here tower side up against Aiden Katnick, and Ciel turns on the red light. Well, you do have to push sometimes. You just hate it when it's happening to you, right? You do want to push to get that or the reaction time as skinny as possible, but in that particular case, CL just pushed the tree a little bit too hard. Aiden Katnick, though, picks up the win. 795, 80 miles an hour. So Aiden will be certainly happy with that, as will the family. Emma Debris Coos now. So Emma over here, tower side. Competition in the other lane is Lexi Winterbottom. Both of them just about ready. There we go. Tree comes down. Nobody's red. That's a good sign. At the 8th mile stripe, it is a win light for Lexi Winterbottom, as Emma Debris Cruz goes just a little too quick. Dialed in at 798, runs a 796. So win light comes on for Lexi, goes 825 on an 818 dial. And that brings up Lincoln Shirk, who gets the bye run with the odd number of cars taking us into the semifinal. So Lincoln Shirk from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, of course, and Rad Torque, JS Power Sports. There we we go. 825 on an 817 dial. 78 miles per hour for the win. So that's going to set up our semifinals then in the Junior Lightning category. A little bit more to go in the Junior Thunder category. So here I was all scared that I was going to have to... and look who shows up. None other than Stevie Wong.
Jerry scared. Right. Bruce Flodine versus Ed Hodder Jr. This is the semifinals of Stock Eliminator. One of these two is going to the final. Is it the pickup truck or the Copo Camaro? Top end decision maker says it's going to be the Copo. 10:51 on the 10:30 dial for Ed Hodder Jr. He'll be coming back to the final to race one of these two. And let's just say this. Ed Hodder's got his work cut out for him because either driver that wins this matchup is going to be a tough one to deal with. Whether it's former Stock Eliminator World Champ Jody Lang or number 2 qualifier Bill Bushmaker, the TV camera dude. In either case, Ed Hodder's got his hands full, for sure. Should be a good one between Bushmaker and Lang, as Bushmaker's dialed 1148 and Jody's dialed 1195. The wagon has the head start. Both are clean and green, and there's a mere 0.006 between them in reaction time. Top end says, how about that Bill Bushmaker? So it's Bushmaker and Hodder Jr. in the final of Stock in just a little while. Margin of victory, 73 ten-thousandths of a second. Close. All right, we need a couple of vehicles moved. It's a British Columbia license plate. And I can't read it. KP9901 is a Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck. Looks to be black. And then also, it looks like a Dodge Caravan, soccer mom van. 812 BTT. You're parked behind the mini sprint tower, way down there. In Derek Johnstone's parking spot. He'd like to move and go home. Copy that. I want to go home and watch football too. Man after my own heart. Drag racing's done. I'm going to watch football. Well, it's opening weekend of the NFL. Yeah. I mean, it actually started on Thursday, but with one game. But this is the opening weekend for the NFL.
Hold that thought. Super shifters. We need super shifters to the staging lanes. Super shifters. Bring them up. Super shifters. This is your call.
Because I'm like, my other passionate sports thing is NFL football and college football. Basically just football.
Well, I told you about my daughter.
Right.
And she one of the things that she takes after me on is this element of completism. When I discovered a musical artist in the whatever year, I would want to know everything they did before that album and everything they've done since that album. And I would need to know that to put that album in context. And so she's the kind of football viewer who knows the college that the sub quarterback came from that hasn't played this year yet.
I'm not quite that into it, but I get it. As we watch the Super Street final, I think. Semifinal. Okay. I can't see under the bridge if there's anybody else. Okay, I see him now. All right. So semis. Who's going to the final? Gary Erickson or Brad Vinci? It's Gary Erickson. And I can verify this. Gary Erickson, since his national event win 15 years ago in a different car, he took a stuffed monkey to the winner's circle. And that monkey has been strapped in his race car, no matter whether it's a borrowed car or his, since then. I verified this in Montana. And then when he came up here to ask for help with some financial stuff for the racetrack, I said, is the monkey still on board? Oh, of course, he's never coming out of there. He likes the ride. So Erickson's on his way to the final to face this dude, Al Quigley, for Rad Torque Systems in the red car. Quigley's just rolling in there. He's going to stage, and then he can either run it all the way through or just coast. I think he's going to run it. There you go. Off the stop. 0.18 reaction time on a single. Not bad, sir. Let's see what you can do against the 1090 index. Not bad as well. 1093 and 161. So a cool final round between two Fords. Al Quigley for Rad Torque Systems in the red Mustang, and my friend Gary Erickson with the monkey on board in the silver Ford Probe. Cool. I'm assuming this is the semis and super gas as well. So who's going to go to the final round in the 990 side of things? Is it going to be Tyler Dalgleish or Dean Peterson? Dino's driving that green Mustang, the Boss Haas Roadster from Courtenay, British Columbia, while Tyler Dalgleish has that sweet 57 Corvette, the yellow and white car. Neither driver can go quicker than the 990s posted on the TCS and Lordco scoreboards. Question is, who's going to race Al Quigley? Or excuse me, this is the first half of the super gas semis. I apologize. Well, we now know that Dean Peterson's on his way to the final in super gas because Tyler Dalgleish went red, and he is gonna be mad, like steaming mad, because he was 002 red back here at the starting line. Man, oh man. In the interest of fair reporting, though, Dean Peterson would have been tough to beat anyway because he ran right on the 990 index. You want to know the numbers? How about 9.909? 9 thousandths away from hitting the index to perfection with an 033 green light start. Yes, it's the red light that ended Tyler Dalgrish's bid to the final. But Dean Peterson's going to have to race this dude. Kenny Hurd. On a single, he's 016. And 10:04 on the run at 139. Wonder why he lifted. Canada West Doorslammers. Standby call for Canada West Doorslammer. Calling into the staging lanes in approximately 2 minutes. Some people are good at math and some people aren't. I'm one of those that's on the other side of that. I'm terrible at math. I did pretty good in speech class, though. Actually got an A in speech without ever doing any of the assignments. Because, you want to know why? Okay, so one of the assignments was, I'm going to hand you a piece of paper with a subject on it, and we want you to take it home, and tomorrow, you're going to ad-lib the whole thing. I'm like, sweet. Guess what I got to talk about? Car stereo installation. So, you know, this is well before Google was a thing. Mark Heritage and Chris Barton in Super Com. 14,000 separate them in reaction time, and Chris Barton breaks out. 888.8 on the 890 number. Heritage looking tough at 892. Apparently that might have been the final in Supercom. Who knew? So congratulations to Mark Heritage. Sweet. So here comes the Top Dragster round presented by Rad Torque System. We got Dane Leclair and Dan Provost, two of my favorite guys. Like, Dane comes upstairs and I go, hey, are you Dane? Of course I am. Can you once again clarify how to pronounce your last name? It's Leclair. I'm like, sweet, now I know. I'm never going to forget that. Till next weekend. And Dan Provost in the right lane. One of my all-time favorite people in drag racing. If you can't have fun with Dan Provost, you're doing something wrong. For Rad Torque Systems, the sponsor of the class, in fact. They're separated by 5 thousandths, and Dane Leclair goes 629 on the 24 dial to gun down Dan Provost, who ran 679 on his 72 dial-in the loss. Whoa. So congratulations to Dane Leclair. Nice work. Hey, how about this one? Another Rad Torque Systems backed car. This would be dead on zero Paul Nero. One of the best in the top dragster business. A 3-time Division top dragster champ here in D6 and a former world champion in the class. They don't come a lot better than Paul Nero. When Paul Nero speaks, most people listen. It's kind of that way. 714, the dial for Nero. I mean, he has to put something up there as a target, even though he's on a single. My guess is he's going to run it all the way through, rather than just stage it back away. Yeah, I was right. And he goes 007 in reaction time on the single. And 713.3 on a 714. Good Lord. He missed a perfect run by 14 thousandths. One way or another. On a single, no less.
So, a day at the race is like a day of problem solving, right? We got the Dane LeKelt situation resolved, and it was a problem solved, right?
Well, yeah.
I got another one though.
Oh God!
Just came up.
You're just gonna do it right now, late in the day.
Is it?
When I'm tired.
Is it Dan Provo or Dan Provost?
I think it's Provost.
With a T or a silent T?
I think it's Provost.
Because there is, if it's French Canadian, it's a silent T.
Well, you're
So
gonna know
we might
more
have to
about
get
that
Dan
than
up
I
here
am.
just to have a chat about that.
Okay, so here it is. The phone is ringing. I must get it.
Boy, you respond to that just like Pavlov's dog. They the phone rings and that's the way we are now. Phone rings and everything stops. You got to pick up the phone. Motorcycle on the start line. Tom Misfelt and Al Almond. Al gets the handicap start on. Al Almond, 9:21, 138 miles an hour. So Al picks up the win and on to the next round. 9.
Okay.
All right, make the call to the lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers, 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, 5 and 6. Bring them up. Juniors. Lightning. Well, we need lane 1 Thunder and lane 2 Lightning, like we always do. So, Junior Dragsters, bring them up. West Doorslammers, we need you in 5 and 6. So Billy Aiken taking the bye run. Goes 9 for the win.
ET Motorcycle, final round. How about it? Daryl Storzik and Tom Turan. And guess what? It's Tom.
They might actually be doing more because
I stand corrected. Apparently, this is kind of playful and fun. ET Motorcycles going best 2 out of 3. So round 1 of a 3-round situation, I wanted to use that word all weekend long, shows that Tom Turan is up by 1 in the best 2 out of 3 in ET Motorcycle. All right, semis, super stock coming at you. Chris Coor, who's the #1 qualifier, taking on Jody Lang, who is #6 qualifier overall. Dial-in difference shows this. Jody Lang will have the head start in the blue car on the Lordco side of your racetrack in the right lane, based on the 1083 dial that you see on the scoreboards. Meanwhile, Chris Coor, tower side in the colorful car, from Brush Prairie, Washington, is dialed 950. So Chris is going to have to be patient for about 1.3 seconds-ish. They roll in very, very carefully. There's potential to have an all-core family final if Chris can take out Jody, but I'm not going to say that's easy. You're talking about a guy who finished number 8 in the country in Superstock, and is your number 6 qualifier. And it's Jody Lang who stops the all-core family final round. Wow. Wow. Way to be a party pooper, Jody Lang, but congratulations. I've never used the word party pooper and Jody Lang in a sentence. Now that job is done as well.
Hey, just want to make another call for Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you 5 and 6, please. Bring them up. 5 and 6 for your next round. This is your call. Bring them up, Canada West Doorslammers.
I don't know if you can find a prettier second-generation Nova than the one that Sean Coor is driving right at this moment. That is a thing of beauty right there. All good. It's a good thing I don't have to pick best appearing car, best engineered, or any of that fancy stuff, because those decisions are difficult at best. Well, Sean Coor will race Jody Lang in a little bit in your Super Stock final round. Man, it has been a fun weekend up here at Mission Raceway. And on behalf of the small staff of this weekend's event from the NHRA Division 6, we appreciate the fact that you folks in the grandstands chose to spend your entertainment dollar with the sport of NHRA Championship drag racing with us here at Mission Raceway as part of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. It has been a wonderful weekend. Yeah, Mother Nature tried to ruin the party this morning, but that was brief. We got started about 90 minutes late after what I would call moving pre-race ceremony to start the day out. And so far it's been real fun. And I'll admit personally that it's been really cool to finally make my way back to Canada for the first time since the whole COVID debacle and everything else. I've missed you guys. It renewed my faith in Mission Raceway and the people that are here, for the racers that came to visit, for all the crew that's worked with us in Division 6 this weekend. I truly appreciate it on behalf of the rest of us that are here. This has been a great weekend.
Well, we appreciate hearing that, Steve. It's certainly an event that has been missed. I mean, there were a couple of years where there was basically nothing happening, but there was also a year where, it was scheduled and not scheduled. And then even this year, where it was supposed to be in June and then got moved to September, I thought to myself, let's hope that September works out.
And I thought, when it got postponed because of the weather situation back in June, I thought to myself, well, hopefully September proves to be like the Indian summer, like they're predicting, where nice weather and warm temperatures. And it truly has worked out to be that way, short of the 90 minutes that we experienced this morning. And it's been real fun. I've enjoyed working with the crew up here at Mission Raceway again. It's funny because everyone does this, whether it's their personal life, their work life. If there's things you haven't done in a long time, and then all of a sudden, here we are doing something that we've done before, but we haven't done it in a while. Once you get your legs underneath you, things start to be pretty smooth and almost effortless.
Like riding a bicycle.
That's exactly where I was going.
The only thing that I think you might consider was a miss was the lack of mini donuts.
Oh, God, you had to bring... Yes. Yes. Shelley, for the first time in my relationship with her, has failed me miserably.
Yes.
No mini donuts. I'm gonna send her a note. She is now on my grievance list. No, it's a grievance note.
It's on YouTube forever.
Oh, I don't.
You
It's
just,
fine. I will say it again. Shelley, I love you. You know this.
Yeah.
I missed you. I needed my morning coffee and my mini donuts. It's a tradition thing, and now the string has been broken.
Well, as something else to look forward to next year.
Well, I'll
you
look
go.
forward to it unless it doesn't happen again.
Well,
Then I'll be grief-stricken.
We'll make an effort to see that it does happen again. Hey, speaking of the live stream, we haven't had the opportunity. The live stream is presented by Lordco Auto Parts, and if you're watching us live or if you're watching us delayed on YouTube, we certainly appreciate you taking a look at all the activities here at Mission Raceway, and we want to send out a special thank you to Valley Tech, who have been responsible for the video feed that you see. They are in charge of all the cameras and sound and everything else. Valley Tech people are absolutely spectacular when it comes to doing this kind of work.
It's the best live feed in the business.
So I have said that. I'm glad to hear Steve Wong say that, because you've been to a lot more racetracks than I have. And just kudos to the Valley Tech people for all the work they do.
Really done an incredible job, and I've actually tuned in to some of the Friday nights and bracket races just to kind of get a viewing and an experience of the live feed from a distance. Like, I know a lot of racers that probably couldn't cross the border for whatever reason have been watching the live feed, and it's a good live feed. I mean, it rivals NHRA.TV to some degree. To
some degree, we tend to agree that it does that, in that it provides a really nice high fidelity viewing of the right angles for the racetrack, and all the graphics with the lapse times and mile per hour and everything else.
Well, what's funny about it is I've had the discussion about live streaming with probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 track operators that either do live stream intermittently or don't do it at all because they think people won't come to the racetrack if the live feed is too good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, wait a minute. This is a good thing because most live feeds have a backup where you can go preview how many times Stevie Wong said Leclair wrong or how many times we talked about mini donuts or whatever trips your trigger as far as trying to track us. Announcers, you can count how many mistakes we make.
Yeah,
and there are many.
I tend to agree with you in many respects. I don't agree with the idea any longer. I might have for a short time that having it on YouTube would dissuade some people from coming down. But if you know anything about drag racing, watching it on TV is one thing. You gotta be in the stands to experience it.
That's exactly where I was headed, Jerry. Once again, you've done a wonderful job of taking words right out of my mouth.
Stealing your line.
It's all good. I mean, I like racetracks that take what is relatively new technology and embrace it.
Yeah.
A lot of track operators are like, no way, those people are coming through the gate. But like you said, watching it on TV, you don't get the smell, you don't get the real noise, and you don't get the experience of sitting in the grandstands and interacting with other people.
It's totally true. Hey, we're into the Super Shifter category. McLeod's Super Shifter, Alan Lougheed goes red. So John DePort picks up the win, goes 10:27 at 129 miles an hour, and he moves into the semifinal round of Super Shifter, and that's going to bring up Dave Mcritchie and Jamie Roth. Now, Mcritchie from Fort Moody, sponsored by, of course, Mcritchie Automotive, 1992 Lumina. Colorful paint job over here on the tower side. Has 10 flat on the reader board and on his window. Jamie Roth, the current points leader in the Super Shifter category. Langley, BC is home for that 64 Comet. He's got 10:26, so he'll be the one who gets to leave first. Boy, red light start for Mcritchie. He, I think, had a sense of competition and was doing everything in his power to eat up any advantage that was there, and just left too soon. Jamie Roth runs 10:27, 131 miles an hour, so your points later. going on another round. Brings up the bye run for Dale in his Mustang. Maple Ridge runner, Riff Raff Racing, he calls it. 390 cubic inch Ford onto the hood of that Mustang. So Posnick picks up the win. Virtue of the bye round goes 10:36 at 129 miles per hour. So that sets up the semifinal for Super Shifter. Hey, attention in the pits. We need Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you on standby as we get set to tackle round 2 of Canada West Doorslammers, presented this weekend by Associate Tire and Auto out of Campbell River, British Columbia. Points leader Paul Stretch in the water box here, tower side. In the other lane, Scott Robinson subbing for Adam DeYoung. So Paul Stretch over here in the red 2002 Cavalier. Mid-Island engine sponsored. Canada West Doorslammer out of Duncan. And Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack. 94 Beretta. That's not true. That would be his car. Scott today is subbing for Adam DeYoung, and he's driving Adam's 67 Camaro, part of the Total Dairy Solutions fleet of cars. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro Bracket, we need you to the lanes. Sportsman, we need you on standby. Wow, Scott going to stay out in front? He does. He takes out the point leader. Scott Robinson has a better reaction time, 0:30 to Paul Stretch's, well, started with a 1. Runs an 8:55 with a 6 on an 8:51. So Scott Robinson taking out the point leader, Paul Stretch, here relatively early in the game. So Kerry Young off the pace, off the gas, and the Blue Max just carries on 789 for the win, 173 miles an hour. So, of course, Kerry leaving before the tree was activated, so no point in just running it through for the purpose of running it. And he just stepped off the gas. So Dave Warren moving on to the Leclair. And Tom Katnick will be the next pair. Rod Leclair, sponsored by Paradise Homes, that blue arrow here on the tower side. And Tom Katnick, TK Performance, titaniumracing.com on the side of the car, because he bought that from Derek Shirk earlier this year and just decided to stick with the wrap this year. May go with something different next year. That's a nice chrome red wrap, wouldn't you say? So once again, Tom leaving before the tree was activated. Rod Leclair picks up the win, goes 698 at 202 miles an hour. And you can see Tom just coasting. So two cars now in the Lordco lane. Too anxious leaving before the tree is activated, getting no incremental times whatsoever. That is going to bring up Grant Howell in his 37 Chevy and John DeYoung in his 68 Camaro. So John DeYoung, family business, Total Dairy Solutions. You're asking yourself, what is Total Dairy Solutions? Basically, they provide everything for dairy farmers to make your cow as comfortable as possible to provide the best product possible. So everybody's all clean and green here, and will John get around Grant Howell in that handicap? He does. Goes 696 in the process. Margin of victory, 51/10,000ths of a second. Miles an hour for that 68 Camaro, 199 miles an hour. Dale Jansen now and Otto Schulte. Dale Jansen in that unassuming little Chevy, but just one look and scoop, you get a sense of something's going on here. Also, NHRA has a rule that if you go 150, you need a parachute. If you go 200, you need two. So Dale's got two parachutes. 175 miles an hour. But the wind light comes on for Otto Schulte at 7:54. 7:54, Brian. So Otto Schulte picking up that win as Brian Ritchie completes his burnout, and it will be a bye. Ritchie Racing Engines, 1968 Chevelle. All of 632 cubic inches under the hood. Doing a full pull down the quarter. 792. 792 at 100 and 1 miles an hour. Not his best run of the weekend, but not his worst either. So that is for round number 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. We pick up the action here on Junior Thunder. As we work our way through the program, we're getting down to some of the smaller rounds, and so there is going to be a little bit of probably delay in getting cars cooled down and reset for their next rounds of action. But nonetheless, we will soldier on and try and keep everybody up to speed as Brody Brimacombe goes red against Hunter Thompson. So Hunter Thompson was dialed in at 1340, and let's see how he runs. He runs 1353, 45 miles an hour. So Brody turning on the red light and handing the win to Hunter Thompson. Wesley Armstrong now and Hunter Gallant. Wesley over here on the tower side, BD Power. And in the other lane, Hunter Gallant. So Hunter's got a dial-in of 1212, actually a faster junior dragster than Wesley. And Wesley's dialed in at 1414. So 1414, 1212. Which is all to say that the dragster here on the tower side will leave first by about 2 seconds. Now, as a youngster, 2 seconds may as well be a lifetime. That's a long time to wait at the start line. That's the thing about patience. You have to really learn it, right? And so here we go. It's going to be a call for Wesley Armstrong. Picks up the win. That's right. Goes 14-16 on a 14-14 dial. So closer to the dial-in. Reaction time is a little better than Hunter's as well. So Wesley Armstrong going on into the next round. And that brings up Nicholas Bond and Adam Katnick. So Mission is home base for Nicholas Bond, part of the Justin Bond family, of course. Adam Katnick. Maple Ridge is where the TK Performance team hangs out. They have 3 junior dragsters in their lot, and you saw Dad driving the chrome red Camaro. That is part of the TK Performance team as well. So Adam Katnick, 897, and Nicholas Bond, 890. So it's going to be a sliver of a handicap start, all of about 0.07 of a second going for Adam on the spectator side. They're both pre-staged, staged, and set. Here comes the tree. At the 8, it's a win for Nicholas Bond. Goes 892, 70 miles per hour. Celebration there on that side of the tree. Adam Katnick goes 901 on an 897, so just a little bit closer to that dial-in time, with the reaction times being identical, both 023. Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Pro to the staging lanes to be laddered. So we're also going to put Sportsman on a bit of an extended standby. So Sportsman, we will be calling you next. Lots of cars in your category, Sportsman, but we're going to just give you a little bit more time. So an extended version of standby. So we'll be calling you soon. So Cadence Rodrigue and Ashton Katnick. So the win light for Cadence Rodrigue in that last pair, taking out Ashton Katnick. Cadence goes 12:06 at 52 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up Lexi Winterbottom. As we now move into Junior Lightning. So Lexi rolling up against Colton Morin. 795, Colton Morin. 822, Lexi Winterbottom. That's a wonderful sound, filling the air with those Little Briggs and Stratton motors making as much noise as they possibly can in the Junior Lightning category. 822 against the 795. Lexi gets the handicap start. See the yellow and blue dragster lead first. And here comes Colton as they are both clean and green, and it's a matter of who gets it at the stripe, and it's going to be Lexi. Lexi goes 824 on an 822 dial, 78 miles an hour, so Lexi picks up the win to advance into the next round of Junior Lightning. And that is going to be one of your finalists. Who will be the other finalist? Will it be Lincoln Shirk or will it be Aiden Katnick? That is where we're at. Aiden, the third member of that triumvirate TK Performance team. 794, fast runner against Lincoln Shirk's 824. Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, JS Power Sports sponsored Junior Dragster from Langley here on the tower side. They're both staged, and here comes the treat. Racing to the 8th mile, it's a win light for Aiden Katnick. Goes 799 on a 794 dial, 79 miles an hour for the win. And so that sets up the final in Junior Lightning. So red light start on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and that means Jim Benke picks up the win. Mark Brenzinger picks up the win, 9:58, 137 miles per hour in the out-of-time Nova, taking out Anthony Katnick. So Dale Northgraves and Walter Johnson. Northgraves out of Pitt Meadows. Nova Rally, small block Chevy. He's Walter Johnson, driving that 72 Chevelle. .1066, good for the win for Dale Northgraves. 121 miles an hour. And here comes Mike Hutmacher. Hutmacher. From Courtney, Mustang, 1980. Rich, 73 Nova. Wind light comes on for Rich Dyes, goes 1140 for the win, 111 miles per hour. And that brings up Ryan Vader and Russell Jeffrey. Now Vader in the dart from Barhead, Alberta, has 10-12 on the scoreboard. That's the handicap that he'll be, the dial-in that he'll be shooting for. Russell Jeffrey, 926. So, slower car gets the handicap start. Wind light comes on for Russell Jeffrey, and the Nova goes 929 on a 926 dial. 145 miles an hour for the win. The Aldergrove runner will be back in the next round. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Loren Schwartz and Kim Cornish now. .1027. 100. Looks like Loren Schwartz picks up the win, goes 10:27 at 124 miles an hour. So Loren Schwartz picks up that round win over Kim Cornish. Here comes Nicholas Rubello now and Brian Heffel. So wind light comes on 11:08 for Nicholas Rubello, taking out the 71 Chevy Vega. 119 miles an hour for the Regal to go into the next round as Terry Rate dialed in at 12:11, and Richard Love at 10:95 in the S10. So it will be actually the GMC getting the handicap start. Pay attention in the pit. We need you to staging. Stand by hot rod, but sportsman, we need you to staging. Bring him up. So the wind light comes on for Richard Love because of the red light for the GMC. Love goes 10.94 at 121 miles an hour, but he's going to take that S10 into the next round as Ross Walker and Craig Johnson get set to do battle. Now you keep an eye on the staging in this pair because Craig Johnson, well, he's been known to work his way and work his magic into final rounds more times than not. So there's lots of folks who are looking to unseat Craig Johnson. He wants none of that. So no red lights to contend with, and he gets the handicap start. Now it's a matter of does he stay out in front and under. He's out of it. Ross Walker takes out Craig Johnson. Goes 10:13 at 129 miles an hour. And that means that Ross Walker advances. Had a better reaction time than Johnson. 0:18 against an 0:30. 10:13 against a 10:13 dial, so he was closer on both counts. High run for the 66 Bel Air, luggage rack and all. $11.93 at 111 miles an hour. Good for Dennis Winton to advance into the next round of Hot Rod. Bracket. So eliminations in the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro category is remaining in the field. 9:53 he runs at 136 miles. Stefan Veach now and Wes Vath get set for their elimination round. One's going on, one's going on. Red light start for Veach, and so the blue Plymouth is going home. Wes Vath will advance into the next round. He runs a 9:55, 1 miles an hour. Pay attention in the pits, all finalists. We need you back to the lanes, please. All finalists. This is your official call. Don't wait for us. Bring them back to the lanes. That would be the Lucas Oil finalists, of course, because there are fewer of them in the finals. So all Lucas Oil finalists, back to the lanes, please. Here's Dan Parsons now and John Braining. Boy, and Dan Parsons goes 5,000 red. So John picks up the win in his 70 Camaro. Not the way he envisioned it, but the win light just the same. 150 miles an hour. 9 flat for John Braining. So Mike Robinson now and Scott Liston. I say Scott? I meant Zach. Zach Liston. It's been a long day. Mount Vernon, Washington is home for the 55 Chevy that comes out of the Ottawa Racing team. Mike Robinson says Chilliwack is home, and he is sponsored by JBS Equipment and Power. Hey, Robinson picks up the win, goes 923 on a 922 dial, 140 miles an hour. The margin of victory, though, at the stripe, wow, get this, 16 ten-thousandths of a second. So maybe just a few inches at that 1320. '68 green Falcon up against Martin Rochelle. Rochelle picks his number, 1090, and West goes red. So Martin Rochelle goes into the next round by virtue of that red light. 1091, 127 miles per hour. So John Jenkins goes red, and Jeremy Soares just charges out with the dragster and runs 772 anyway, 173 miles an hour. So Jeremy will be moving on into the next round. And that looks like that'll take care of Super Pro. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Round number 2 complete. It is quiet. I do need to mention something for all racers. If you are pitted in the drift and road course area, you must leave or move your pit once racing is done this evening, all right? If you're pitted in the drift area or the road course area, you have to move. You have to leave that area at once the racing is done this evening. So don't be staying around, hanging around in those areas unless, here's the other side of this, if you're staying in the pits and out tomorrow, well, go to the spectator side. You must be off the property by Tuesday a.m., but if you need to stay overnight and you're going to be out tomorrow, head over to the spectator side if you're staying on the property. And just a reminder, you need to be off the property by Tuesday a.m.
Sportsman, final call. They're still missing a couple.
Hey, once again, to the pit, Sportsman. We are making a final call for some of you to be back in the lanes. Sportsman, final call to be back in the lanes, please. And we already made the call. All Lucas Oil Series finalists, we need you back in the lanes right now. All finalists in the Lucas Oil Series, you need to be back in the lanes right now. Then for Junior Street, and it is Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe. Now, Tyler dialed in at 11:11, leaves first, but goes red. So Tyler Smith hands the wind over to Taryn Monroe. Picks up her second Wally of her racing career. Wow. So 10:73 at 66 miles an hour. And Taryn Monroe, congratulations. Congratulations to that whole team for everything that they've accomplished here this weekend. Hey, attention in the pits, Hot Rod. We're now calling you to 3 and 4. Hot Rod, bring them up 3 and 4. Now's your time. Hot Rod, 3 and 4. So Randy Hermsen takes on the dreaded 2016 Golf of Steve Baskerville. Might be exaggerating there just a little bit. Baskerville from West Vancouver, dialed in 12 flat. Randy gets the handicap start. Everybody takes advantage of the tree, and we are waiting to see what happens at the top end. It's a win light for Randy Hermsen. Double breakout, but Randy is closer to his 1358 dial with a 1352.4. So Randy moving on to the next round as we get set to see Al Learmonth take on that Ford in the other lane. 1338 is the dial-in for the Ford, 1350 for Al, so nothing to be seen on the tree, that's for sure. It's going to look like a heads-up anything. Green light goes on. Ford at 1367, rather, on a double breakout, so 102 miles an hour. Thousandths of a second. So again, very tight at the top end. Very close as the cars were just neck and neck, both of them going under their dial, but each of them trying to stay as close as possible. Win for the Ford. Jung and Joanna Rubello now. Corvette start against the Malibu race car. And it's going to be a win light for Sydney Jung. The 81 Malibu round. So Sydney's going to be happy. Dave's going to be happy about that. Got some work to do between rounds, but that's what it's all about. So Carson Barlow in his C10. In the other lane, Scott Wilson goes red. So the 81 Chevy wagon with the classic vinyl wood paneling that we all love and would like to put on our cars. Carson goes 13.6 miles an hour. Here's Veronica Hodgson now and Archie Limpright. Veronica from Mission, 69 Dodge Dart, and Archie in the 82 Chevy. Handicap start going to Archie over here, the black Chevy, over Veronica's 1249. So just a moment of clarification here. While it is somewhat quiet, if you have won a Lucas Oil Wally today, those are available on the property for you to pick up. And if you're going to be, you think, winning or have already won or something, one of the special commemorative Wallies for the Summit ET Racing Series, those are still in the tower, and they can be retrieved here in the tower when the finalists are completed. So that takes care of round number 2 of Sportsman. I see the sprayer just getting set. Go out and do a little bit of track preparation, and so as the day wears on, that is one of those maintenance kind of issues, and take a moment or two, do some spraying. Good opportunity to go maybe head over to the pro shop, grab yourself a souvenir or an ice cream, just to make Steve Wong jealous. Grab an ice cream sandwich. He'll be upset, but he'll get over it. So there's all kinds of ice cream stuff available in the pro shop.
So as we wind things down here, awaiting the final rounds from the NHRA classes, I'll remind those drivers that made it to the final. You need to report to the winner's circle area whether you won or runner-up, so that we can take your picture in the winner's circle and verify your contingency. And if you runner-up, we have to verify your contingency as well, but obviously that would be in the staging lanes near the winner's circle. So if you get down to the final round and are either a winner in a Lucas Oil class or a runner-up, we have to verify your contingency and take your pictures in the Mission Raceway Winner's Circle, which is located strategically right next to the timing tower behind the grandstands. So there is that. That way no one yells at me for not making the proper announcement about the verification of contingency. Well, you know, as we await the arrival of the finalists, and we've talked about the verification of the contingency and the winner circle situation for all the winners of the Lucas Oil classes, I'll mention as well that we want to congratulate the champions that we already know about, including Ryan Warder in Comp Eliminator, in Super Comp Mark Heritage, and how about this? Chris Galetti comes all the way from Texas to help Dan Provost and ends up driving his Top Sportsman car to a win. So the question still remains in regards to Chris Galletti and that win in Top Sportsman presented by JBS is who gets the check versus who gets the trophy. I mean, does Chris get the check and the trophy? Or does the trophy go to Chris and the check goes to Dan? That question is yet unanswered. But congratulations to Chris. He obviously made the trip from Texas worth it in a lot of ways. And I believe this may be his first visit to beautiful Mission Raceway Park on the shores of the Fraser River.
Hopefully it's not his last.
I was just going there. Jerry, you got to stop taking the words out of my mouth, dude.
It's like,
oh, and by the way, speaking of Chris Galletti, we need him to the winner's circle, dude. Bring that car, bring your bad self, and the whole Rad Torque Systems crew to the winner's circle. We need a picture, dude.
there you go. Okay, listen, to call to the lanes. We need Junior Thunder, lane 1, Junior Lightning, lane 2. So bring them up, juniors. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes.
You know, sometimes it's amazing. The tower is sometimes calm, like it is right now, and there are other times where it is a busy place and everyone in the building is multitasking at one time. That is not one of these times, however. But I believe it may actually be, from a tower worker's perspective, the calm before the storm. Because as the race draws to a close, paper, copiers, computer, laptops, and everything is going nuts up here. Because everybody wants to know who won across the country. Some people are not watching the live feed, like some of you are, which I think is a glorious thing. Mainly because, and I know this has happened to me many times, the places that have live feed have all had a backup where you can go back and watch the race again and repeat your win or see how many times Stevie Wong messed up your name or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's kind of fun because people will take clips from it and send it to me. This was really funny. I'm glad you said this. And you hit play. I'm like, oh, yeah. Or, dude, you are terrible. You've blown my name 23 times out of 24. So my reply is, so I got it right once?
Look at the bright side.
You're right.
Hey, listen, I made the call for junior dragsters, and that meant putting Canada West Doorslammers on standby, all right? Canada West Doorslammers, you're on standby, but we have called Thunder and Lightning to the staging lanes for your next round.
All right, your final round in Super Gas. The moment all the Ford fans left in the facility have been waiting for. Do you like the green, neon green, Mustang Roadster? Dean Peterson. Or do you prefer the Rip City Mustang of Kenny Hurd? Now, I know for a fact that Keith Peterson, Dean's son, is listening to the live feed, so shout out to you, buddy. Shout out to you. How's that work? Ask and you shall receive. So Dino and Kenny lock horns. Canada versus the USA. Winner is Kenny Hurd. On the strength of an 0.30 reaction time advantage, Kenny Hurd goes 9.95 and 0.30 to stop the onslaught of Dean Peterson in the green Mustang Roadster. Dean had to break out because for whatever reason, he was tardy back here at the starting line. So, as a result, congratulations to Kenny Hurd. We'll add him to the winners list. We go now to the stock Eliminator final round, and we find TV camera guy Bill Bushmaker at the ready in the Roadrunner based on the Plymouth Volare platform against Ed Hodder Jr. in one of the really cool late model cars you can buy if you're well funded. A Copo Camaro. 1039 the dial for the Camaro from Linwood with Hodder Jr. behind the wheel. He's dialed 1039. He's the quicker car. TV dude, Bill Bushmaker, 1146 is the dial on the red car. Here we go, your final round in stock. Ed Hodder trying to win it from the number 12 qualifying spot. Is it the Copo Camaro? Yes, it is. 1042, and congratulations to Ed Hodder Jr. in what was a great stock Eliminator final. We go super stock next. All right. What might be the nicest Chevy 2 in captivity rolls up to the starting line with Sean Coor behind the wheel. He comes into the final as the number 5 qualifier this weekend to race the number 6 qualifier in Jody Lang. Jody Lang's resume reads like a wish list for any sportsman racer. Former stock world champ, multi-time winner in super stock and super gas, has 4 different double up wins in his career, and even a super gas Wally trophy in the war chest. Double break out of the finish line, and how about Sean Coor getting it done? 10:21 on the 10:22. Coor was out by only 3 thousandths under the dial, had a 007 reaction time. Jody Lang wasn't tardy at the starting line, but he was behind. 012 reaction time in the loss for Jody as the blue Malibu goes 1082 on the 84 dial. So congratulations to Sean Coor as he will join the winners in the winner circle in just a little while as your winner in super stock. Well, if you like the all-Ford final in super gas between Dean Peterson's Mustang Roadster and Kenny Hurd's Mustang Coupe, you're going to love this one too. It's an all-Ford affair between Gary Erickson in the Ford Probe and Al Quigley for Rad Torque Systems in the red car. Now, in Super Street, the index is 1090. They can't go quicker than that. If they do, they break out and lose. So how about it? Neither driver, Erickson nor Quigley, can go quicker than 1090. The contest will begin on the starting line as Super Street's the only category to feature the 5/10 Pro Tree. Speaking of reaction time, one of these guys was terribly late. Top end says it's all Gary Erickson all the time. 11:02 on the 1090 index sends Gary Erickson to the winner circle. Congratulations, my friend. And yes, the monkey is still riding along into the winner circle here at Mission Raceway.
Here, let me just interject here. We need door slammers to the lanes, please. Door slammers 5 and 6. Door slammers to the lanes. And I also, just on a point of clarification, super shifters, all of you are also up for one of the special wallies that are up here in the tower. So they're along with door slammers. So there are commemorative bracket racing wallies here. 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway Park. It's a special edition wally. So all of you in super shifters and door slammers, remember to pick that up before you leave here today.
And how about it? Your sportsman motorcycle final round between Alamon and Billy Aiken. Billy Aiken played the role of giant killer through rounds of eliminations today. He dials 927 against the Mission Raceway racing legend Alamon. And Aiken's trying to pull off the upset. He had the head start, but it is not to be as Billy Aiken breaks out. 924 in the 27 dial. He had Alamon dead to rights in the reaction time department, but Alamon knows this racetrack probably better than any other bracket racer here this weekend. He's got like 12 or 13 track championships in the bike division.
You got to wonder how much that plays into it, because I noticed in Al's run, he was out of the groove right at the edge between where the track is sprayed and the center line, and he was there almost intentionally, maybe to make his presence known. Who knows? But yeah, Al knows the track.
All right, so Alamon will be in the winner's circle. This is ET Motorcycle. Are they doing best 2 out of 3 in ET Motorcycle? Is that what I heard? Okay. So this time Daryl Storzik scores a victory. So unless I'm mistaken, each rider in best 2 out of 3 has a win. So they'll meet one more time in the rubber match. Man, I kind of feel bad. I should have let Jerry do that one. It was ET Motorcycle. All right, here's Top Dragster, baby. Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster. Love it, like it, it's good. Dane Leclair faces dead on zero Paul Nero. Nero dials 702 to Leclair's 627 dial. So a huge head start for the killer, Paul Nero. Former world champ in this class. Has literally carried the Rad Torque Systems banner and the Comcast banner to a national championship. But Dane Leclair is the #1 qualifier. Qualified at 620 as a best run, and here he is at 627 in dial. So he's got a little room to work as far as performance potential is concerned. Let's see what happens. Hero knows he's got to cut a good light. He'll have the head start based on the 702 dial. Dane Leclair will have to be patient with that blown car. Wow, check it out. Both Nero and Leclair had identical 016 reaction times, dead on zero. Paul Nero gets it done. Both drivers stellar at the starting line. Identical 016 reaction times. Nero runs 703 on the 702 to snatch victory from Dane Leclair. So, Paul Nero, congratulations, my friend. It's a Rad Torque System celebration in the winner's circle later on this evening. Well, we'll take a moment to congratulate all the NHRA class winners in the Lucas Divisional here at Mission Raceway, including comp winner Ryan Warder, Super Comp winner Mark Heritage, in Top Sportsman, all the way from Texas, Chris Galetti in a borrowed car. Thank you, Dan Provost. In Super Gas, driving his Mustang, the Rip City 2 car, it was Kenny Hurd. How about stock winner, Ed Hodder Jr., or super stock winner in that beautiful Nova, Sean Coor? In Super Street, Gary Erickson goes home a winner in a lot of ways. In Sportsman Motorcycle, not surprised, it's Al Amond here at Mission Raceway. And finally, in the final you just saw, Paul Nero. Well, it's time for me to say goodbye.
You got to blow this popsicle
It's
stand.
been an incredible weekend here at Mission Raceway. Thank you to Jerry and everyone who joined us here on the PA. It's been fun. I learned a few things about live feeds as far as regulations in Canada go. And we, made a shift change.
We battled through it.
We battled through it and did the pre-race before the live feed engaged, which is why we did it this morning early.
It's a clever idea that I might use later.
And I'm telling you, I mean this in the utmost sincerity. It has really been a lot of fun reconnecting with a lot of my old friends here at Mission Raceway and making some new ones as well. For everyone that came to visit us here in the timing tower, I appreciate the visits. To the fur kids who visited, by the way, I still have more doggy treats. It's been a lot of fun. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. After 3 long years of not coming here, this was fun.
You made
this
it.
was fun.
Well, we're always happy to have you up here. I mean, that was one of the texts that I kept sending. Is Steve going to be here? Or is he going to make it? And we knew that there was a good chance that you were going to be here in June, but we just weren't sure what was happening on your schedule.
Well, it's really been a lot of fun. To everyone here in the timing tower who assisted in getting this thing completed from the NHRA side of things, I truly do mean, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate y'all.
Y'all.
So, having said all of that, if I forgot anybody, I'm apologizing, but this has been cool. Thank you to everyone for being here. We appreciate you spectators sticking around. You congratulate your favorite winners, whoever they may be in the brackets, because they're coming up. You already know who the winners are in the NHRA classes, because I just told you. And if any of those guys are one of your favorites, go down there, see if you can climb into the winner circle.
That's absolutely a great idea. All right, we love to have you here, Stevie, and look forward to the very next time that you can make this trek up to Mission Raceway.
It's been a pleasure, Jerry.
And,
thanks again for everything.
It goes both ways. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good, safe trip home.
I'll do my best, sir. Thanks again.
All right. So the program continues with the Summit ET Racing Series. Pay attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we have called you to the lanes. 5 and 6, please. Canada West Doorslammers, 5 and 6, please. We need you to the lanes, please. We're going to continue with the hot rod category now as Martin Jackman launches off the line in the 64 Chevelle up against Ray Roman in his AMC Rambler, a car that we don't see very often. And it's out of competition as of now as Martin Jackman takes the Chevelle one more round in the hot rod category. It's the Mooch, Dan Gilmore, coming to the line in the 65. Glenn Fillingham in the other lane, yet another American Motors product, a 68 AMX. Glenn Fillingham, 13. So Fillingham getting the handicap start. Will he stay out in front of the Mooch? He does too. So Fillingham takes American Motors AMX for the next 3 in Hot Rod. As Bert Worrell gets set with Dustin Hunter. Bert Worrell and Dustin Hunter. .907 is the dial-in time for Dustin Hunter, and Bert Worrell 10:20. Yeah, so we just back the cars out of the staging lanes as we take care of a issue up here in the tower. So it appears the technical glitch has been resolved up here in the tower, and we are set to go. Cars are refired. Lordco sponsorship on the Bert Worrell's car. So win light comes on for Dustin. Dustin Hunter takes the Falcon into the next round, goes 9:22 at 134 miles an hour. And John McCartney now and Steve Sheffer. Steve driving the 69 Firebird. Over on the spectator side, John over here, 67 Falcon. Dialed in at 1097 is McCartney, and Steve Shefford, 1295. So win light comes on for Larry Rodenizer in the Ford. Old Yeller, he calls it. Goes 963 at 117 miles an hour, and that brings up Jim Benke. And that little altered. So Benke's dialed in at 1009 on the Rad Torque Plymouth Cuda. The altered, he's got 835. Benke is off and running, and here comes the altered. Try to chase him down at the stripe, but there's not enough in it. He goes 10 for the win, does Jim Benke, and he'll advance into the next round. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro bracket. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Pro bracket. Bring them up to the rear of staging to be laddered. And door slammers, you should be in lanes 5 and 6 as we speak. So Rob Hodgson gets set to take on Charles Siddon here. Handicap start going to Siddon in the dart, and Hodgson's going to have to get around him. Doesn't do it, though. Both of them break out, go under the dial in. Charles Siddon closer with a 12-12 on a 12-13 dial, 108 miles an hour. And so the Tops Auto Repair 68 dart out of Kelowna. Daryl Tippy, Stone out of Mission, Stone Cold Racing, 68 Dodge. 62 Nova of Daryl Tippy. Yeah, I sort of saw that coming. Daryl had a perfect reaction time. Trip zip for Daryl Tippy, and he runs a 1073 on a 1071. So he was basically 200th off, and that put him in good stead. Chris Stone actually went under, trying to stay around him. Goes 1024 on a 1026, but Daryl Tippy really cut a good tree and turned that into a win. Oh, just a word for all of you in the pits. If you are pitted in the drift and road course area, you must leave or move your pit area once racing is evening, all right? You need to move. If you are staying in the pits, if that's your plan, to stay in the pits, well, you out tomorrow to the spec side. That's right, the spectator side is where you can park, and there you must be off the property by Tuesday a.m. So please follow those rules, and everybody will be nicely coordinated. Junior Dragsters. So we pick up the action here in Junior Thunder. Cadence Rodrigue, Wesley Armstrong. And in the other half of the semifinal, it's who's on the line right now. Nick Bond, Hunter Thompson. First pair, Cadence, was the winner of that round. So Cadence going into the final. Who will Cadence be racing? Will it be Nick or will it be Hunter? That is the question on everybody's mind right now. At 1350, the dive. Hunter gets a big handicap start over Nicholas. Everybody staged up. Tree comes down. Yep. Clean and green. Smile. Breakout for Nicholas Bond. Goes too quick. Win light. Hunter Thompson. Hunter goes 1363 on a 1350. So Hunter Thompson works his way to the final round against Cadence Rodrigue. And that takes care of the Thunder category as we get set for final round now in Junior Lightning. Final round is Lexi Winterbottom and Aiden Katnick. So Aiden Katnick, see, 823. He's been having that 8 work throughout the day. Ooh, they both go red, and True Start says Lexi was closer to the green. So the win light, Lexi Winterbottom on a double red light. Aiden in the process not only went red, but also broke out. So your win in Junior Lightning is Lexi Winterbottom. So congratulations to Lexi and all the family involved, that team, to get her winner's circle and win a commemorative trophy for 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway Park. So remember, before you leave today, get your picture taken in the winner's circle and also pick up the special commemorative Wally here in the tower. So congratulations to Lexi Winterbottom for her win. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen. We need sportsmen to the lanes to be laddered and stand by Super Pro. So sportsmen, we need sportsmen to the lanes to be laddered and stand by Super Pro. To what looks like the next round of Canada West Doorslammers, their last race of the season. And this weekend's race presented by Associated Tire and Auto out of Campbell River, British Columbia. Associated Tire and Auto have been providing Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. Dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships you can trust their experienced staff and top-notch service and quality products. Check them out. Associated Tire and Auto, located at 1710 Island Highway, Campbell River, BC. And so that's the weekend sponsor. Of course, they have a host of other sponsors involved that makes the association run through the year. And that includes the title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field, and Alpine Backhoe Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. And so we want to thank all of those sponsors for their efforts in making the Doorslammer series a success here in 2021. They're all in the staging lanes getting ready for their next round of racing as we do just a little bit of track preparation, touch track. So there should be momentarily cars down the track. Attention in the pits, Super. We're calling you to the lanes now, 1 and 2. Super Shifters, bring them up to the lanes, 1 and 2. Bring them up, Super Shifters. So here we go. Round number 3 for Canada West Doorslammer. Tire and Auto. First pair, we have 6 cars left in competition. Burnout's complete for Brian Ritchie and Scott Robinson. And I know what you're saying, Scott Robinson, that's Adam DeYoung's car. And that would be true, but Adam is not here this weekend, and Scott is subbing in for him. Got him down to round number 3 in that 68 Camaro, 67 Camaro, actually. Sponsored by the family's company, Total Dairy Solutions, TDS. Out of Chilliwack, it is the family business. 598 cubic inches of Chevy power, normally aspirated under the hood of that Camaro. 850 is the dial-in. And Brian Ritchie Racing Engines, a 68 Chevelle, sponsored by Greenlight Auto 12. They are staged and set to go. Handicap start going to Scott Robinson. It's Brian Ritchie. Tries to track him down by the end of the quarter and does not do it. 8:54 for the win. 158 miles an hour, so Scott Robinson going into the semifinal in the 68 Camaro. I keep saying 68. It's a 67. Here's the 68. That's Dad's car, the swoopy 68 Camaro that's also sponsored by TDS. In the other lane, Dave Warren. Blue Max, he calls that 62 Bel Air. 783 is the dial for Dave Warren. John DeYoung, 696. John, one of three in the sixes in the Canada West Doorslammer Series today. So, obviously looking to carry on that tradition. He's qualified number 3, ran a 694 off the top, 688 and a 687, and he's got 696 on the scoreboard right now. That's the dial-in he's shooting for. He says, I can run a 696. Now, you can't run quicker than that, even if you can. Dave Warren, Max, says, I got 783. So the handicap start will be going to the Big Bel Air, and we'll see how they fare at the stripe. Hey, Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Pro, this is your call. Rear of staging to be laddered. Super Pro. Bring him up. Oh, problem set in. He let the smoke out. That's right, Dave Warren. Let the smoke out. Not supposed to let the smoke out. He got out of the groove towards the center line. Wind light comes on for John DeYoung. He probably saw some of that. 7 flat was the time for John DeYoung. He was keeping his distance, 184 miles an hour, so well off the 200 mile per hour pace that he's normally doing. Dave Warren, 790 on a 783 dial. So wind light, John DeYoung to go into the semis. As Otto Schulte from Black Creek, still cruising in the 2005 Cavalier. Backing up behind the start line, Associated Tire, Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, Lordco, and Quality Signs, all helping sponsor Otto Schulte's racing efforts here in 2022. He has built a great cadre of advertising support, so that's always great to see. Rod Leclair relying on his company, Paradise Homes, to support his racing efforts, but always looking out for additional. 67 Camaro is the car, 632 cubic inches of Chevy power. Rod Leclair dialed in at 697. He is the one of the other cars in the sixes, and Otto Schulte, 752. But I always say, it's not who's the fastest, it's who is the most consistent. So let's see how that works out this time. Consistency on reaction time and consistency on running your dial. Those are the two factors that count most, not how quick the car is. That only counts in heads-up racing. Red light start for Rod Leclair. So Otto Schulte picks up the win, goes 753. Otto Schulte goes 181 miles an hour for the win. And Rod Leclair will just have to put it on the trailer for the next race. 695 at 204 miles an hour, but it was all decided on the start line as he went red right off the top. So that is going to take care of Doorslammer action. When they come back, there will be 3 cars, and that will be the semifinals. So we're working our way through the program, and in pro bracket right now, Bubba Speed Shop pro bracket, we've still got some cars to run, and we're looking at a clock, 26 degrees out there, and 6 o'clock, and better late than never. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Nolan. Nolan, you're on, buddy.
Well, thank you. It's been a very busy day elsewhere up here in racetrack land, and really glad to be back where I feel I belong. Right here on the microphone behind a computer and watching cars go down track. Ross Walker going to best down Dale Northgraves as we continue to work our way through above a Speed Shop Pro bracket. And that will roll us over to Rich Dyes out of Port Coquitlam in the Nova, racing Lorenz Schwartz in the Titanium Model Group above a Speed Shop Monte Carlo. Jerry, it's been a pleasure having you up here once again. Drive safe on the way home. Dyes trying to stay out in front of Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz got him back on the tree, and that's going to translate into a win. 16,000th of a second, Lorenz Schwartz will move on to round 4. Well, big problem setting in for Richard Love as he turns on the red ball by almost a full second, just a quarter tenth shy of it. Jim Benke getting that free pass over here into the next round. That will wrap up a Speed Shop Pro bracket. We will roll back into Sportsman as we continue to work our way through eliminations. Round number 3. 5 cars remain in competition. And we'll start it off with Joseph Lowen of the Fox Body Mustang Racing, Sidney Jung in Dad's Malibu. Both drivers away on green bulbs as Joseph Lowen tries to stay out in front of Sidney Jung. Gap is continuing to close in. Sidney Jung stays out in front for the Raceway, making that pass up at the quarter mile. Bring up Randy Hermsen. Rolling low into the Meteor, going up against the Oldsmobile. Hermsen turns on the red ball. 15th thou gives Roland Lowen a freebie into the next round. That leaves Archie Limpright racing Carson Barlow. Limpright and Barlow both way on green. One of them significantly better than the other. One of these drivers has over a 10th in their back pocket. That driver is Carson Barlow. That 10th translates into a race win. 13.830 with a 4 at 90 miles an hour. Barlow moves on to the semis in sports. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we need Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Hot Rod to the staging lanes. To roll back, shifters will kick it off with John DePork in the 1977 Camaro. DePork with the bye, and with that, a free pass into the final as well as our third round of BC Super Shifters and their semi-finals. DePork lays down at 10.29 with a 2 at 129 miles. Brings up Dale Posnick out of Maple Ridge in his Riff Raff Racing Mustang, dialed in at 10.35, 1/10 exactly further up than Jamie Roth in the Comet from Langley. Two green lights and a couple of very good reaction times. 0.46 and a 0.001 for both of these drivers. Jimmy Roth with that 0.001 pulls that into a race win. 10.26 to the 3, 126 miles an hour on the 10.25 dial. That will wrap up semifinals in BC Super Shifters. And we roll into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Kick it off with Mike Robinson of the JBS Equipment Ford Model T from 1927. Down at 9:22. He races John Brainy in the Camaro, dialed at 9 seconds flat. Way out in front, and that's going to get himself a win by a quarter of a second. It was an 0.39 to a 2.44 light here on the start line. Whole shot win for Robinson. No contest. Bring up Jeremy Soares. Down to 7.71 in the Cameron Dragster, racing Wes Voth in the Pontiac. Voth will be having almost a 2-second head start over the Dragster. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a close chase down West Voth, but Voth's got that trip zip to help him double break out. Soares going to move on. Soares ran a 7:69 with a 9 on dial. Voth a bit further under, a 9:50 with a 4 on the 9:54. Bring on Jeremy Soares moving on into the semis. Monterey Street Index in the Malibu, dialed in at 1090. Throttle stops will be in play here with Martin Dykstra dialed at 952 in the MCD Racing Roadster. Dykstra goes under, 950 with a 4 on the 952. Martin Rochelle will move on into the semis. That's Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. We move into Peterson Industries Junior Thunder. Big racing up against Hunter Thompson. In Junior Thunder, this is for the Wally. And Rodrigue turns on the red bulb. Hunter Thompson wins a Junior Thunder Wally. Rodrigo's red by 1/10 of a second, giving Hunter Thompson a win and a Wally in Peterson Industries Junior Thunder. So big congratulations to Hunter Thompson and that crew for all the hard work they've put in over the weekend. So with Junior in the books, we roll into Hot Rod, and Martin Jackman races Charles Siddon. 12.93 to a 12.11. The Chevelle versus the Tops Auto Repair Kelowna Dodge Dart. Charles Siddon goes red. Martin Jackman will be moving on into the next round. Move on over into the Lordco Old Yeller Ford machine driven by Larry Rodenizer, down at 944, racing Glenfilling Medical Quitlam in the AMX. Two green lights. Rodenizer chasing down Filliam. Filliam still out in front at the 8th. Still in front of the 1,000. Still out in front of the quarter, but not by much. 21 10,000ths of a second, 2,000ths of a second. Margin of victory, 0-0-2-1. With a point at the start of it all. Glenn Filliam moves on. Bring it up, Daryl Tippy in the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Nova, racing Justin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Two green bulbs. Dustin Hunter trying to charge after Daryl Tippy. But Tippy trying to do his hardest to stay out in front. Double breakout. Dustin Hunter moves on. He goes under by just 5,000ths of a second. As Daryl Tippy went under by 13. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro bracket. We need you in the staging lanes. Pro, we need you back to the staging lanes. Bring up Jim Benke in the wheel standing torn jacket Barracuda, racing John McCartney out of Abbotsford to the Falcon. Torn jacket Benke, wheels up, wheels down, hightailing it out towards the quarter mile. 003, Mike clinching that win, and it does. John McCartney goes under the dial-in. But I tell you what, despite McCartney going, just got to tell you how close this actually was. Going under, 5 10,000ths still separated them. Favor Jim Benke. Alter that call from pro bracket to the lanes to all drivers still in competition to the staging lanes. If you're still in competition in any class, come on down to the staging lanes. And once again, Wallies are available up here in the timing tower. So come on up for all you guys out there that already might have Wallies waiting for you. And bring your car on down to the winner's circle. I'm sure some people there would love to get some memorable pictures of you. I can see just beat your little eyes. The Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers just around the side, specifically both of the DeYoungs being pushed around. This week sponsored by Associated Tire and Auto. They have provided Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2000. They're dedicated to establishing relationships, and you can trust in their experienced staff, service, and quality products. Best tires depending on your needs, offering Toyo and Kumo tires. So call them or come on down to their workshop for a free consultation and for a free cup of coffee. They also offer computerized wheel balancing, tire repair, tire rotation, as well as wheel alignments, brake inspection and service, electrical systems, fuel injections, transmission services, cooling systems, power steering tune-ups, engine analysis, drivability and diagnostic problems, oil and lube service, batteries, hold on, not just done yet, mufflers and exhaust, suspensions, including struts and shocks, tires, whether that be for passengers, light truck performance, or custom wheels, and much, much more. Basically, if you got anything that needs to do with your tires or suspensions, Associated Tire and Auto can go and help you out. So visit them today at 710 Island Highway in Campbell River, BC. bring up Scott Robinson. In the Camaro, racing John DeYoung. Number 20 qualifier going up against number 3. Both drivers, Tex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. 8:53 for Robinson, 6:96 for DeYoung. Scott Robinson goes red by 0.05 of a second. Move along, John DeYoung going to round number next. And that will leave Otto Schultz, who, as I understand it, is going to simply break the beams. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, Mark Bresinger going to get the bye in the out-of-time Nova. Move on to what I believe will end up being the final round. Now will be a decision of who will race against Lorenz Schwartz and a titanium moniker from Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo, or will it be Russell Jeffrey and the Nova? Two green lights. Jeffrey running down the Monte Carlo doesn't make the pass. Lorenz Schwartz We'll move on into round number next. Russell Jeffrey, sent packing. We move back into Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro, and Jeremy Soares reportedly only going to be breaking the beams in the Cameron Dragster. Not wanting to take unnecessary risks, wanting to save that car and all of its strength for the next round. Bring up the next pair, Martin Rochelle and Mike Robinson. The Malibu dialed in with the Super Street Index, racing the JBS equipment Ford Model T, driven by Mike Robinson, dialed at a 9:21, 1.7 seconds. Favor to Rochelle. Two green lights and two very good green lights at that. Robinson chasing down the Malibu, makes the pass around Martin Rochelle at the quarter mile. 0:15 light for Rochelle. Mike Robinson at an 0:36. But was still able to out-drag Martin Rochelle, only 4 thou over the dial. That leaves Carson Barlow in Sportsman. With a bye. That will just leave Roland Lowen in the Meteor to try to race Jung to get into the Sportsman. 13:36 dial to Jung's 12:02 in the Malibu. Sidney Jung charging after the Meteor. trying to get to him at the quarter mile, makes the pass at the quarter mile. Sydney Jung will be racing in the final. Arson Barlow. That wraps up Sportsman. Hot Rods semifinals coming on up in just a moment. Hunter and Glenn Filliam. Ford Falcon versus AMX. 9:05 to a 12:18. Favor Filliam. Dustin Hunter had to be patient. Patience may be rewarded. And makes the pass at the top end. Dustin Hunter better by 3/4 of a second on the tree. Moves on against Glenn Filliam into the final. Now does Hunter race Jackman or Benke? Oh, Jim goes red by 0.03 of a second. Martin Jackman will race Dustin Hunter in the Hot Rod final. BC Super Shifters making the run-up for the Jamie Roth and the Comet. Facing off against John DePort, 1/100th of a second. Separates the Comet from the Camaro on the start line. Only a heads-up grudge match for a Wally. Jamie Roth turns on the red bulbs. DePort wins a Wally. In BC Super Shifters as Jamie Roth goes red by 0.05 of a second. Reminder that we have made the call for all drivers still in competition and report back to the stage of lanes pronto. So if you're still in any category, we need you back into the staging lanes. thrilling by run here at the moment. He's going to quarter sprint, it would seem. And now they put the challenge down. He better not back out. Like, oh, he did back out of it. Come on, Jim. Make that quarter-mile run. Do it on foot. I want to see that 8th mile time. We got a 14 seconds at the 60-foot. Got to pick up the pace there, Benke. Two-tenths though on foot, not bad, but it doesn't top that trip zip we saw you do about a month ago. Final here of the day as Martin Jack Bell rolls towards the water box, dialed at 12:89. Almost 4 seconds head start on Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack in the Ford Falcon Fast. Just ramping up some last-minute track prep. Doorslammers that are rolling around the corner as well. Reminder that all finalists should be back in the staging lanes. If you're still in competition, we need you back in the staging lanes. Both drivers pre-stage. Hunter's going to have to be careful and patient. Jackman's away. Hunter's away. Virtually nothing separates the Falcon chasing down the Chevelle. Still closing the 8th. Still closing at the quarter. Jackman goes under. 12:85 with an 8 on the 12:89. Dustin Hunter gets himself a hot rod Wally. So just a quick announcement as well to all the drivers parked up here on the pit side of things. We do have a road course event that is starting bright and early tomorrow morning. So please vacate the road course area tonight, and you will need to vacate the whole of the pit side area by tomorrow night. We do understand with the highway closure, so if you do need to stay and be accommodated, please seek out Adrian Horn, Dave Stroll, or others, and we'll see if we can work something out. But you must vacate the road course side by the end of the night, and the pit side by tomorrow night. Moving into Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. This weekend, sponsored by Associated Tire and Auto. Final round, Auto Schultz, John. Burnouts complete for the Artex Racing Camaro Lordco side out at 7:07, as well as the Still Cruisin' Associated Georgia Straight Line Collision, Rondex Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, Lordco Auto Parts, and Quality Signs Cavalier. Two green balls, one better than the other. John Young all over the shot, trying to pedal through it, though, and get to the quarter mile. Doesn't get there, though. Aldo Schulte wins Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Canada. We roll to Sportsman. Carson Barlow facing off against last night's Sidney Jung. Jung last night lost out to Sylvia Hookstons in the Sportsman final, trying to make it one better this time and topple Carson Barlow. Barlow down into the 1375 in the pickup. Jung and Dad's Malibu at a 12:03. Barlow's off and away, as is Sidney Jung. The Malibu chasing down the pickup. And Sidney Jung makes the pass. Carson Barlow goes under the dial. Ran a 1368 with a 2 on the 1375. Sidney Jung wins the Wally at Sportsman. Moving into Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Semi-final round. Mark Bresinger, the out-of-time Nova, racer Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo, 9:53 to a 10:20. Two green balls. One of these drivers will face off against Jim Benke in the final. Will it be Bresinger or Schwartz? It's going to be Schwartz. The out-of-time Nova not able to run down the Monte Carlo. Lorenz Schwartz and Jim Banky. That's going to be one heck of a race in the finale. So we move to the final round, the Vancouver Super Pro. Mike Robinson in the 1927 Ford Model T over on the Lordco side for Jbs Equipment out of Chilliwack. Down at 9:19 will leave first. Racing Jeremy Soares in the 2001 Cameron Dragster, dialed at 7:69. Burnouts complete for both the Roadster and the Dragster. And now both drivers start to bump their way forward. Soares pre-stages first. Robinson right behind him. Two green lights. Advantage on the start line. Coming up, Soares. Give it to the Dragster. Jeremy Soares making the pass. Robinson, he'll take a Wally in Vancouver Super Pro. Attention in the pits. Jim Banky, Lorenz Schwartz, You're the last final of the night for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Jim Banka, Lorenz Schwartz. Your presence is eagerly awaited in the staging lanes. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We are still waiting. Jim Banky and Lorenz Schwartz, the pro bracket finalists, to the staging lane. Pro bracket finalists, you're the last ones we need to run. We're waiting you in the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket in the water box for the final of the night. So we get set to wrap up what's been a great weekend of racing at the Titanium Strip. The Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda, driven by Jim Torn Jacobanki. Down at 10:09, racing Lorenz Schwartz with the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo down at a 10:19. One bringing them on the tree. Oh, Banky turns on the red ball. 2 stinking thousandths of a second, and he's already out of the throttle. So is Lorenz Schwartz. They both know who won it. 2 thousandths of a second. Jim Banky turns on the red bulb, giving Lorenz Schwartz a Wally silver platter. That's going to wrap it up there. Soil Racing Series divisional race, as well as for the 13th race of the NHRA Summit AT Series. Want to once again thank everybody for taking the time to come on out and join us for what's been another beautiful weekend of action here at the Titanium Strip, if not perhaps a little bit smoky. Reminder that you must have your equipment out of the road course section of the facility by the end of the night, as we have a road course event taking place in the early morning tomorrow. Thank you once again for joining us. Thank you for all the folks also watching along on Lordco MRP TV. We'll see you all next time in a couple weeks for the Mission Finals.